it'll bounce a little bit for the spinners as well, I think. One thing that that perhaps might work in Lancashire's favour today is that historically, but short history over the last 2 or 3 years, the first day has just tended to help the bowlers a little bit. Doesn't see much sign of that though, does there, when we were out there?
Well, I mentioned it's April. You're coming to the back end of April, and you'd think you win the toss, and you'd be thinking the night before, captain, oh, win the toss, got to have a ball. Win the toss, got to have a ball. He's had a bat this morning. It's sunny. There's a bit of a chill around, but it looks a batting surface when you look at it. And I asked the groundsman, you know, what do you think? He said it's rock hard, which is an Old Trafford pitch. It's what you get at Old Trafford. The weather has been set fair to produce a surface. If you can bat, you get over that first session, 4-day game, you bat carefully, bat the situation for Gloucestershire, and Lancashire will have a brand new ball. They've got fresh bowlers. Should be a top morning.
Let's just go back a little bit though, David. Jimmy Anderson returns to cricket today. He should never have been away, in my opinion. He should have been playing for England through the latter part of the winter. How does Jimmy approach this part of the season, this game today? Is he trying to prove a point, or will he just go out and be James Anderson?
Well, number one, he likes playing for Lancs. You know, he's a Lancashire lad from Burnley, and he loves playing for the county, so he has great pride in that. And he'll know this pitch, and he does what he does. I don't know how old he is now. He's 39, something.
He's 40 in a couple of months.
Well, and he don't look it,
no.
And we're all very envious of that. He'll do what he does, and he will bowl a strict line and length at a decent pace, roundabout off stump, and he'll have a little chip at the batters, as he always does, and he has nothing to prove. And if we're talking about England going forward, of course they're going to pick the best team going forward, which so. They didn't in the West Indies. They didn't pick the best team.
Or in Australia.
Or in Australia. So Anderson is in England's team. When they're picking the best 11, he's in it.
Saqib Mahmood playing today, didn't play last week at Kent. A fledgling in terms of international cricket, played two test matches in the Caribbean, successfully in my view. Didn't take loads of wickets, but looked as though he had what it takes to bowl at international level.
He's got a great action, he's got pace, he's quick enough. Round about 90 miles an hour, but he can feed off Anderson and he can feed off Hassan Ali, 2 international thoroughbreds, if you like, experience. And you mentioned that he's played a couple of test matches. He's just starting. His injury problems hopefully are behind him. You might remember that he missed a full season with a back strain, but he looks fit, he looks strong, he's filled out. This is an exciting time for lads like him and Parkinson, who are just, you know, like on the verge of international cricket. You've got to start well, get into the game, start well.
You've been a champion of both Saqib Mahmood and Matty Parkinson, and you wanted them to play, certainly in the Caribbean, and you wanted Parkinson to play. When is Parkinson going to get a chance at international level?
Well, he's carried the drinks on I don't know how many tours, and that to me is typical England, and saying what he can't do, that he has to improve his fielding, he has to improve his batting. He gets people out, that's what he does. Our great mate, sadly no longer with us, Shane Warne, got people out. Wasn't a flash batter, he could hold a bat, wasn't a run around fielder. Abdul Qadir from Pakistan is as good as I've seen. Couldn't bat, couldn't field. Mushtaq Ahmed, Pakistan, not a batter, not a fielder. Just get people out. That's what Parkinson will do. And he bowled really well down at Kent, by the way.
He did, 7 wickets in that match. Yeah. I think it's interesting when you look at the Lancashire team for today, because they've gone down the route of picking batsmen to bat and score runs. And a tail. You've got a tail because you've got Ali at 8, Mahmood at 9, Anderson at 10 and Parkinson 11. Does that worry you?
It doesn't, and I go back to Parkinson when, you know, it came out that he's got a pay attention to his batting. I'm saying that 10 in front of him have to pay attention to the batting. That's the way they have to do it. They get the runs, he gets them out. If he can hold his bat, and Jack Leach can hold a bat and stay in there when he plays. He's not a big run scorer, he'll stay in. And that's all you'd be required to do. It's nice if you do get runs, but you've got to get an attack, you've got to take 20 wickets to win a match, so pick the bowlers who get people out.
Just before we throw down to coverage outside, because all the teams in the country this game are having a moment of unity, reflection. Both teams will be out with the officials about 5 minutes before the start of play. Before we get down to that, Lancashire's batting was exceptional, I thought, at Kent. We've got Balderson, the youngster, opening with Wells, no Jennings because he's got an injury. And then you've got Bohannon, much talk about him, and then Croft, Villas, the engine room senior players, and then the new boy Phil Salt.
That's a strong batting lineup, and I'm going to talk about England as well, because England will look now under Rob Key for tough cookies. They don't want flaky players. You want up and at 'em batters. And I look at that 6 that you've mentioned there for Lancashire. I know these lads. They're up and at 'em, frightened of nothing, get stuck in. It's a bit of a football cliche, is that, get stuck in. And if there's one thing from Lancashire through the 60s, 70s, 80s, and you, more than anybody, get stuck in. Let them know you're there.
And a word about Josh Bohannon, because he didn't score runs down at Canterbury, but he's been talked about almost consistently now for the last 6 months. Average 53 last term for Lancashire in first class cricket.
I do it every year. I get Mystic Meg out. I get my little ball and I look at it, and here it is. You can't see it. Josh Bohannon will play international cricket this year.
Good. I like it, Mystic. That's another nickname.
Well, she was from Accrington as well.
So we could be looking in this Lancashire setup at Bohannon, Mahmood, Parkinson,
Anderson.
and Anderson. There's 4 England internationals playing today.
Yeah, there's every chance of that. And it'll be what did they used to say about it? Well, they used to say it about Yorkshire. If there's Yorkshire players in England team, we're doing all right. We'll just flip that, it's Lancashire.
Good stuff. And looking forward to today, David, in glorious Mancunian conditions, of course. It's what you've come to love and know over your 60 years involved with Lancashire. Blue skies, sunshine.
It's sunshine, but it's not very warm sunshine. It's about 14 degrees. Here come the players.
Yeah, players getting out onto the field. Thank you, David. More from you throughout the day, and you're going to be commentating for us as well. Players out, lined up and ready for their moment of unity, both teams and the officials. And after that, we'll be getting the action underway here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah, the players, Lancashire players, just lining up to our left-hand side. The Gloucestershire players away to our right-hand side. The news from the middle is that Gloucestershire win the toss and have a bat first. The weather is absolutely immaculate. The umpires are walking out, Lancashire players in a little huddle. And delighted that the first day of the season here at Emirates Old Trafford has got sunshine with us. Umpires Illingworth and O'Shaughnessy. Lancashire include, this might not come as a massive surprise, they include James Anderson and Saqib Mahmood and Matt Parkinson, as well as Hassan Ali. They've made 2 changes from the side that beat Kent in Canterbury last week, with Luke Wood and Tom Bailey dropping out. I'll run through that full Lancashire team in a second, perhaps. Ed, what about the headlines from the Gloucestershire side?
Well, there is no Ben Charlesworth. He's missing with a foot injury, so he misses out, and Matt Taylor makes way for Jared Warner. So those are, in fact, Chris Dent, of course, back for Ben Charlesworth, I should have said. So those are the 2 kind of headlines. Matt Taylor in a kind of a rest rotation type policy, I think, and Gloucestershire have Chris Dent back at the top of the order.
Cool. Lancashire in full: George Balderson and Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon, Stephen Croft, Dane Velas, Phil Salt, Danny Lamb, Saqib Mahmood, Matt Parkinson, Hassan Ali, and to open up the bowling from his very own end will be Jimmy Anderson.
Well, 2 openers out there in the middle for Gloucestershire, and Chris Dent at the far end, and it'll be Marcus Harris to take the first ball, the Aussie opener. So the Gloucestershire side in full then after Dent and Harris: James Bracey, Graham Van Buren the captain, Miles Hammond, Ryan Higgins, Tom Lace, Zafar Gohar, Josh Shaw, Jared Warner and Ajit Singh Dale. So Warner in, Dent in, Charlesworth out, Matt Taylor out. But with Charlesworth absent, it kind of makes it pretty clear who was going to open the batting. It was going to be Dent and Harris. Would have been interesting to see what they would have done if everyone had been available, but that hasn't happened yet. So Harris to face Anderson, somebody who he saw a fair bit of during the winter, during the Ashes campaign, but perhaps probably not quite as much as that's probably not quite as much as he thought he would. Anyway, here comes James Anderson then. He doesn't, in fact, because either somebody wasn't quite ready or he's lost his run-up. I don't imagine the great James Anderson from his own end could possibly have lost his run-up, so it must have been something else that was going on out there. We've got 3 slips and a gully in place, and a mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, point and a fine leg. Here's Anderson then to Harris, and this starts off with a very wide delivery. It's called a wide. What a start. I don't think I've seen that happen before. I'm sure it will have happened plenty of times, but I haven't commentated on it. A wide first ball.
Well, you see, he's not bowled for a bit, so he just needs to get his eye in a little bit here.
Yeah, all that rest has obviously done him a huge amount of good.
It's done him no good whatsoever. He's sent down to a wide.
Here comes Anderson then in bowls, and that's left this time. A bit closer, but shaping away from the left-handed Harris. So we've got 2 left-handers to start off with for Gloucestershire. James Bracey, of course, another left-hander at 3, coming off back-to-back matches which he's scored a century. In fact, it's back-to-back-to-back matches if you count the Lions tour as well. Miles Hammond, also a left-hander, in at 5, and Zafar Gohar down at 8. So fair few left-handers for Gloucestershire. Anderson in, and once more Harris leaves alone. The pitch doesn't look particularly green. There were thoughts from some, probably more on the Gloucestershire end of things, that Lancashire might have prepared something a little bit tasty, given the fact that James Anderson was playing, got Hassan Ali, got Saqib Mahmood, and Gloucestershire are without David Payne and Naseem Shah, who sadly is not going to be a part of the championship side, as that's left alone through to the keeper and through to Salt. And unfortunately, Naseem Shah is not going to be available for the first couple of months.
Okay.
He's effectively now going to join up. Well, in fact, he's still with the team. It's just that He's not going to be a part of the side until the T20 blast. So that is a big loss for Gloucestershire. They'll be without their Quick, their overseas signing, and unfortunately he will only be a part of the T20 blast and the championship matches, which are sandwiched therein. Anderson going to come round the wicket now. So here he is, in and bowls. Once more, a leave from Marcus Harris. He hasn't actually had to play at a ball yet, which I'd imagine will come as something of a relief to Marcus Harris. As good a player as he is, I'd imagine there's probably a thought of, what do I not want to happen, really? I don't particularly want to be facing James Anderson on the first morning of a match. Admittedly, the sun is out, so conditions are more in the batsman's favour theoretically, as once more a leave from Marcus Harris. So I think at the moment it's fair to say Harris is quite happy about things, but probably as soon as Anderson gets that in-swinger going from round the wicket, might be a few more problems caused. But at the moment, one without loss with the wide off the first ball, as here comes Anderson past the umpire, bowls, and this time Harris does have to play with the predictable oohs and ahs, but he played it relatively comfortably, I should say, back up the pitch. And the end of over number 1 of the morning, one without loss. Gloucestershire winning the toss, and no surprises really on a day such as this, deciding to bat first. And then there wasn't even, you know, I was mentioning the fact that the pitch is not green, really. You might have considered, I suppose, just if it were a particularly green pitch, trying to get out there a bowl, but I don't think that would have, even if that had been the case, that would have entered the thought process on a day like this. If the pitch is going to turn later on during the match, then Zafar Gohar could potentially come into play. Gloucestershire's overseas left-arm spinner, who's bowled really well, particularly at the end of last season. So it made all the sense in the world to bat this morning. I don't think that Graham van Buren would have had too much hesitation when he won the toss.
Here comes Saqib Mahmood bowling. Sorry, it's Hassan Ali actually. He's going to open up from the stay the men. I assumed it would be Saqib, but no, it's Hassan with the ball in his hand. And he comes tearing in and delivers the first ball from the Statham end. And that's eased away into the onside by Dent for no runs. So it's the Pakistan international and the England international and England's other test match international, Saqib Mahmood, just having to wait a little bit, but Hassan gets the new ball. He did that at Canterbury last week, took the new ball with Tom Bailey, and he bowled a really fiery spell. Here he comes back in, bowls again, nudged away down towards fine leg by Dent. Any bat on that? Maybe just a little deflection off the thigh pad yet. Signalled as a leg by. So Dent remains on 0, but the score moves on to 2 without loss.
I wonder if Lancashire are going for some sort of a record as to different combinations opening the bowling. So maybe Saqib Mahmood will get it in the second innings along with Anderson, you'd guess. I don't know. What an embarrassment of riches you have.
They do a little bit this week, don't they? Yeah, they've left out probably the most consistent county championship bowler for the last 4 or 5 years in Tom Bailey. And Luke Wood's injured, he has a calf strain. Hassan bowls, that's full, but it's wide of off stump, it's left by Harris, and Phil Salt, keeping wicket for Lancashire, takes it tumbling in front of first slip, and there's no run.
Keaton Jennings, is he still...
Yes, injured.
Still injured.
Yes, he had an injury at the end of last season, which was a calf problem. And he's got an injury at the start of this season, which is also a calf problem. I think it's a different calf. But Keaton Jennings, yeah, unavailable at least for the first round or 2. Hassan balls to Harris, fizzed in down the leg side. And Phil Salt perhaps has been the busiest person so far. He's been quite energetic behind the stumps with the gloves. He's been darting away to his left. He's been leaping across to his right. Of course, his home debut, Phil Salt, scored 97 last week at Canterbury with the bat on his Lancashire debut, and this is a home debut for this man as well. Hassan Ali in a bowling forward, Gus Harris, and that's eased away towards Mahmood mid-on, and there is no run.
I think Gloucestershire might be, I suppose they'll probably be fancying themselves if they can get through this new ball period. It's always, you know, there's not a particularly earth-shattering thing to say, but given the strength that they do have at the top of the order with Dent, Harris, Bracey, they may well think, well, if we can get through the first hour, might be able to make something of this.
Over the wicket, balls to Harris, and taken down the leg side by Salt. And an appeal from Hassan Ali, but just perhaps flicked the bit of the thigh pad, maybe the bit of the pad, something like that. Anyway, no bat on that. Umpire says not out, and that's the end of Hassan Ali's first over. So we've had 2 of the morning, 2 without loss.
Always pays to get the lungs warmed up.
Well,
though.
it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
I don't think the umpire thought about that for
Very
longer
long.
than a nanosecond.
No,
yeah,
probably not.
Anyway, I suppose the good thing from Lancashire's point of view is that the ball is swinging out there. So even though we've got blue skies, there is some assistance out there, and I suppose if you want to get the ball swinging, tossing the ball to James Anderson is usually a good idea. We've got a fair breeze. I don't think it's described as stiff, but it is blowing. Anderson in, bowls, Dent looking to work into the leg side, and another appeal which is quite quickly denied. And well, we'll be able to look at it again, but I think Richard Illingworth, similar to Steve O'Shaughnessy at the end of last over, just pretty much turning that down instantly. Maybe it pitched outside leg, not quite sure, but Dent was certainly looking to work it to leg, so would indicate some sort of leg sidishness was the problem. Anderson in and bowls, and Dent squirts this one somewhat down towards fine leg. We'll pick up a single, and that will be the first run off the bat for Gloucestershire. It goes to Dent, and they're 3 for no wicket. Anderson coming back over, having started there. Started with the wide, but he's seemingly finding his radar now, as he is at the end of his mark and comes in and bowls. Harris leaves. Little bit of a suspicion there might have been a slightly later decision to leave that time, with Anderson angling the ball across the left-handed Aussie, who scored 136 in his first Gloucestershire innings last week against Yorkshire. That was a terrific innings, and yet again, from Gloucestershire's point of view this season, it's happened almost every time. There's been somebody who's gone big, but nobody's gone with them. Anderson in and bowls, a bit tighter to Harris, but still going on with, going on with the angle, going along with the movement, and going with the breeze as well, away from Marcus Harris. But it was a really impressive innings, that, and he kind of ran out of partners at the end. You got the impression that he could have continued batting for quite some time, but the cover drives in those innings, in that match, forget that innings. Anderson is in and bowls, and well wide of off stump. Once more Harris watchful and seeing it go through to Salt behind the stumps, but we had Harris, we had Harry Brook, we had James Bracey, we had David Milan. It was, if you like your cover drives, that was the match for you. I've not seen a match with so many good ones in, and yeah, it was cracking to watch that, as Anderson moves in, bowls on middle and leg this time, and worked to mid-wicket by Harris for no run, so he's still yet to get off the mark, but as yet hasn't looked in too many difficulties, and it's 3 for no wicket after 3 overs.
And Gloucestershire started with a draw at Northants and that defeat against Yorkshire, but what would be the general kind of feeling with regards to their start for the season back in Div 1?
I think they've taken both games very deep. The first, particularly, well, not even particularly the first one, both games they lost tosses that proved to be quite critical. Having said that, Graham Van Buren would have batted first, apparently, if he won the toss at Northampton. So they haven't had the best of the conditions, that is for sure.
It's Hassan bowling, and speeding down the leg side, taken by Phil Salt, and there's no run.
But I think at the same time as that, I'm sure they won't be making such excuses. But it is definitely the case that, particularly at Bristol, lose the toss. The toss is always pretty important at Bristol. You want to be bowling first because it tends to be the best time to bowl. And then it was the one day of the 4 where the sun was in. So that looked like a pretty important toss for Yorkshire to have won.
Hassan bowls to Dent, just nudges the ball off his hip. It's a good stop by Balderson at square leg, and there's no run.
But, you know, I think Yorkshire were the better side last week, there's no doubt about that. But Gloucestershire are short-handed, and, you know, they're not going to be able to be short-handed like other teams in this top division can be. You know, they have a bigger squad, actually, than I can remember. But at the same time, if your top-quality bowlers like Payne and Naseem Shah are injured or unavailable, then that's still going to cause you issues.
There's Hassan from the Statham end, 3 slips in the gully. Balls to Dent, just deflects off his pad towards Balderson at square leg, and there's no run.
But I think they've got runs from most people in the top order now. It's just not necessarily at the same time. So, you know, they've had a century in each of the 4 innings so far this season, which you'd think, great, fantastic sign. It's just that in a couple of them, there's been no scores above around about 40. And in fact, one no score above, I think, 23. That was the first innings against Yorkshire last week.
Hassan to Dent. Just deflected down towards fine leg for a single. Dent moves to 2. Score moves on to 4 without loss.
So, yeah, I think they were in a position where they could have won that game at Northampton still. Right. I think particularly, for example, Ajit Singh Dale has been a really good find for them. He's bowled with a lot of pace and in a couple of innings in particular, real accuracy as well. So he's been a find. But yeah, I think they know it's just going to be tough.
Hassan bowls, driven down the ground by Harris, down towards the straight, long off boundary, and it's picked up eventually down in front of us. And come back for 2. Harris moves up to 2 with that, so he gets himself his first runs off the bat, and Gloucestershire move on to 6 without loss with a delivery left of the 4th over.
Just amused by Phil Salt's efforts to run down the middle of the pitch there and then try his best whilst doing so to keep his feet off the danger area. I don't know whether he succeeded or not, but that was where the throw was, so he had to go and take it.
Hassan bowls, it's wide and it's driven, and it's stopped just backward of point by Bohannon, two-handed low down to his right like a goalkeeper, just pushing the ball away. That's the end of the 4th over of the morning. Gloucestershire winning the toss, batting first, 6 without loss. 2 to Harris, 2 to Dent. We've had 2 Jimmy Anderson overs and 2 from Hassan Ali. 6 without loss.
And I suppose, speaking of Marcus Harris having maybe not faced as much of Anderson as he would have expected, he would have hoped to have faced more of Hassan Ali, but with the return of Usman Khawaja to form, Harris couldn't get into the side for Australia at their tour of Pakistan, so unfortunately for him he was stuck on the sidelines for that tour. Anderson then from round the wicket, in and bowls to Dent, gets one on the pads and he clips it away, backward a square on the leg side, thinking about 2, and they're going to take on the field. The throw's going to go into the non-strikers end. There's nobody backing up, so there's going to be at least 1 overthrow, and it might go all the way to the boundary for 4, and it does. So that's going to be 6 to Chris Dent for a little clip which only just went towards where a backward square leg would have been. And that's the second 6 runs like that we've had in a Gloucestershire game this season, because Ben Curran did exactly the same thing from fine leg, hurled it to the non-striker's end, hoping to catch somebody off guard and nobody backing up. So it's now 12 for no wicket. It's not quite been the start from Lancashire I think it'd have been after so far, but things can change quite quickly. Here's Anderson, he bowls, and Dent just works this one quietly this time to mid-wicket, trying to play the ball late, but it's always slightly amusing when, and of course we do have Bumble here today, so I'm not going to do the voice, but any time it happens you can't help but think of buzzers. Slightly amusing piece.
He might do it for us.
He might.
Yeah.
We could have the replay on, and then here's Anderson bowls. Oh, almost a Yorker length delivery that, and it's dug out by Chris Dent up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So I suppose you will have seen more of Ben Compton batting than you might have wanted to in, say, 20 years. But actually, I think that's probably how long he batted for, wasn't it?
It felt like that
years.
way. Yeah, it felt somewhere in the region around about 2 decades. Yeah. Could not get him out. Well, actually, they did in the end, but
yes, it ruined it.
He did.
You should have just. I mean,
it ruined it. I blame Jackson Bird.
Well, yes, he should have just given it away, shouldn't he?
Yeah, should have done. Yeah.
Terrible. Anderson, in and bowls. Dent on the back foot this time, just rises up and knocks it quietly out into the covers, and no run there.
He batted for something like 20 hours, because he batted at Essex and got a century, and then the 2 innings against Lancashire. So already this season he's batted for in excess of 20 hours. We've only had 3 matches.
It's frightening, isn't it?
What's going on?
Absolutely frightening.
I've got a delicious stat courtesy of Paul Edwards with regards to runs scored so far in the first round of county championship fixtures.
Are you sure you've got the right page in that notebook? I can see Perth Scorchers there. I don't think they're playing today, but
I can tell you all about Perth Scorchers as well. That's no problem.
Here comes Anderson. He's in, and bowls left alone by Dent, but a good delivery. That just seemed to angle in towards him and then left him, but he judged it well and didn't offer a shot.
I've also got Burnley against Everton in this as well, if you want to know anything about that fixture. So, runs. You mentioned that, is it 4 Gloucestershire batters have got centuries so far this season?
No, it's 3 because Bracey's got 2 of them.
Okay.
Leaving us in suspense here. Anderson, in and bowls, and flicked away. Not sure if there was any bat on that from Dent. It's going to trickle fairly close to where the 4 overthrows happened from, but a little bit shorter this time, so there's only a single. It's a leg by, in fact, so another run goes to the extras column. We've had 5 overs, and Gloucestershire 13 for no wicket.
33 players so far in the opening rounds of the county championship have scored centuries. 33 players so far in the opening 3 rounds have scored centuries, and the average score in the first innings of matches so far this season is 349, and 17 times in the first 15 games teams scored 400 or more.
Yep, there's been runs out there.
Here's Hassan Ali for Lancashire. Right arm around the wicket bowls. It's wide of off stump. It's left by Dent. Taken by Salt, who hands that to Stephen Croft, who gives it a bit of a polish. Croft is at second slip. Danny Lamb is at third, and Luke Wells is at first.
Got some nice noises from the building site as well.
Well, this is the first game here at Emirates Old Trafford since the old Red Rose suite has been knocked down. It looks naked without it. It's Hassan bowling to Dent. It's left and through to the keeper, and there's no run. We've got 2 diggers, haven't we, in the out towards our right hand side. But there it is. There's a big vacant area where the Red Rose suite used to be.
One of them looks as if it's got arthritis at the moment. It's kind of curled round in on itself in rather grotesque fashion.
It just looks like it needs a bit of yoga, that one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just try and stretch a little bit. Just try and get itself going in the morning. Bit like me. Here's Hassan to Dent. It's full but left and through to Salt, and there's no run.
You can't have that, because I saw your bit this morning.
Oh, dear,
and you had your leg at quite an extraordinary angle.
You might want to put a bit of context in this, Ed.
Fashion. Yeah, all right, yes. For your preview this morning, which
it's the way I greeted you into the commentary box, wasn't it?
both legs crossed on the floor.
Here's Hassan again, halfway into his third over. Dent on 8. Oh, it's left, and that just comes back in a fraction, and you can see Salt's reaction there just behind the stumps as he just takes it shaping away to his right-hand side as the ball just came back in. And there's no run.
But you were doing your super cash, lean back on the sofa, answering questions about Lancashire's season. So I'm not having any of that. I'm not flexible business.
Plus, I had to straddle the table in order to reconnect the monitor as well that I disconnected by pulling it out. It was the hive of activity this morning. Hassan in around the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's beaten the forward press from Dent. And that's gone through to Salt. He kind of half got forward, didn't he, Dent? He wasn't kind of totally committed to it, I don't think.
Yeah, well, it was only a matter of time before something like that happened. So the first real moment of alarm this morning, and like you say, it could have brought bowled into play as well. It could have been caught behind. Just a really good bit of bowling coming back into him. Had to play at it, you feel, but yeah, managed not to nick it.
Final ball of the over, and Hassan bowls again. That's deflected down to first slip. He's actually slipped. He's so enthusiastic, is Hassan Ali, with the appeal. And then he lies there with a wonderful kind of pose, still holding the pose on the ground, is Hassan Ali.
Yes, some Venus de Milo or something like that, is it? No, it's not that one, is it? Sorry, Birth of Venus. That's the one I'm after. Not Venus de Milo. His arms haven't been sawed off. Oh dear. Anyway, it was rather amusing.
Yes, and it was not out.
With the wrong Venus.
13 without loss after 6. I would say that shows I would have described it as the David Brent pose rather than that's the way I'd have done it.
Right.
That would be a David Brent pose with that.
Anyway, Harris on strike on 2. 16 deliveries, and Anderson's going to come back over the wicket to him. Still the 3 slips in the gully as Anderson bowls, and Harris just pushes that down the ground quite firmly. There should be at least 2. Outfield looks fairly quick, and in fact I think the fielder almost didn't kind of budget for how fast the outfield was going to be, because they managed to get back for 3 there. It was accelerating on him, it seemed, over towards the pavilion. So Harris gets 3 runs. He scored all 5 of his runs in quiet little pushes down the ground. And 16 without loss now Gloucestershire. And Chris Dent on 8, including that 6 all in one go from the little clip backward of square. Anderson bowls, and that one's inner half of the bat really. Anderson's not amused as it squeezes away backward of square, but Dent will pick up a run and move the total to 17 without loss. Chris Dent was doing a bit of barista work before his COVID infection. I say work, I mean it was just one of those things that you saw on the Gloucestershire social media feeds.
Right.
But I mean it just, he's got that look at the moment, the tattoos, the long hair. It's just perfect for the independent cafe scene in Bristol as Anderson's in and bowls, and Harris, well, I'm not sure whether he did really leave that in the end. It looked like he was just completely befuddled by it, to be honest. It was one which just angled across him. He obviously was wondering, should he play at it, should he leave it, and I think in the end sort of did somewhere in between, but managed not to get an edge on it. But yeah, his His hair's resplendent, is Chris Dent's.
Does he want to move into the independent coffee scene?
He might do.
Right.
Here comes Anderson, he bowls, and on the hip of Harris, it's turned away leg side. There should be a couple of runs here as the fielder comes off the fine leg boundary rope, Hassan Ali, and 2 more to the total, 19 without loss. So Gloucestershire, with a bit of help from Lancashire, I think it's fair to say, have moved the total on fairly decently so far. Wide first ball, 4 overthrows. I think Gloucestershire would gladly take any gifts that Lancashire are going to give them, but they might not get them for too much longer. Anderson in and bowls, and a good leave once more by Marcus Harris. I think there's certainly the feeling that if you can score runs against this attack, that this will be the true test of Gloucestershire's batting lineup. And I think particularly with regards to James Bracey, he'd scored a couple of centuries so far this season, both in trying circumstances against good attacks. But I think there's a fair thought from the kind of England-centric point of view with Bracey about can he score runs against this lot. Down the leg side, and that caught something, maybe just pad. It's knocked down by Salt behind the stumps. And we've had 7 overs. Gloucestershire 19 for no wicket, 7 to Harris and 9 to Dent.
Everyone's playing across the county championship this morning. Just to run through some of the Division 1 scores so far. Kent 13 for 1 against Hampshire this week. Yorkshire are 15 for 2 at Northamptonshire. Somerset 9 without loss against Surrey, and Essex are 9 for 1 at Edgbaston, taking on Warwickshire this week. Hassan Ali will start afresh over from the Statham end.
Here comes Hassan Ali then, well wide of off stump and left alone by Chris Dent as it goes through on the bounce to Salt behind the stumps. So yeah, I think so far there's really just been that one ball which has been really difficult for Gloucestershire so far. They've tended to be maybe a bit wide so far, Lancashire in general, or it's tended to be either too wide or able to be worked leg side so far. He says tempting fate as Hassan Ali bowls, and that one was a delivery which was pitched right up, allowed to swing by Hassan Ali, and Dent playing away from his body, kind of jabbed at it, but it went on the ground into the gully region for no run. So again, just an indication that if you can get it right, there's assistance out there. Saqib Mahmood doing some warming up at mid-on, so may not be too long before the trigger's pulled on a change, as Hassan Ali in bowls full and straight and defended by Dent on the front foot back to Hassan Ali. So as mentioned, Chris Dent missing the last match due to COVID, and he made 54 in the second innings at Northampton in the first match and was adjudged LBW. That key word, adjudged. As here comes Hassan Ali round the wicket, in and bowls, and Dent clips that one away, and it's going to be stopped in tumbling fashion at mid-wicket by Balderson, and there is no run. So Dent looking relatively confident of his pads early on here. And, well, as mentioned, we've got this stiff breeze, which may be helping Hassan Ali move it into the left-hander from round the wicket, but glorious skies and a very pleasant day for the many spectators that have made it in to watch today as Hassan Ali bowls. Pad quite close together there from Chris Dent, threatened just to beat that inside edge, and if it had, I think Steve O'Shaughnessy might have been raising that finger of his. One delivery left in the 8th over, And I think probably you'd say this overall has been the best over of the morning so far, so can Hassan Ali finish it off? I'd be feeling as if he's working over Chris Dent a bit here. Is Hassan Ali in, and delivery left alone. Oohs and ahs, as it might have been hinting to come back in towards Chris Dent, but safely negotiated as it goes through to Salt behind the stumps. And 8 overs have gone, 19 without loss are Gloucestershire.
Thanks, Ed. Yeah, 7 for Harris, 9 for Chris Dent. So a steady start through the first half an hour for Gloucestershire, who won the toss and opted to have a bat first. Below absolutely glorious skies. You could see then actually just the flags on the roof of the pavilion are billowing quite strongly. The breeze, as we look from the Brian Statham end, is coming in right to left. But that's, you can see that, they're getting a fair old battering there as the Emirates Old Trafford flag on the roof of the pavilion. So quite a strong breeze. And Saqib Mahmood, the first bowling change of the morning. He's replacing Anderson from the Jimmy Anderson end, with Harris on strike. He's still got 3 slips and a gully and a backward point. Extra covers wide open, and a mid-off and mid-on, square leg and long leg. Here is Mahmood. And that's played safely away into the onside by Harris, and there's no run. The first bowling change of the morning, the first change in the commentary box of the morning as well. And Ed will be back in about half an hour or so. And Bumble's alongside me. Good morning.
Well, it's a fabulous morning, isn't it? It looks a cracking pitch. Gloucestershire winning the toss and electing to bat first. That would be straightforward. And I think they've played pretty well, these 2 openers. Easy pace.
Here's Mahmood. Left alone by Harris. Gathered by Salt, skipping across Luke Wells at first slip, and there's no run.
You look at this attack, this Lancashire attack, and it oozes quality. As we look at the flags on the pavilion, really billowing and blowing. And he's so stubborn, Jimmy Anderson. You'd think he should be bowling from the Statham end. He should be at the other end. Hassan Ali would have that. Anderson out of the attack. He might just come in with a change of ends.
Mahmood bowls left by Harris, just shapes back in and taken by Salt, just leaning to his right hand side, and there's no run. Good start here by Mahmood.
The ground looks a picture, doesn't it?
It does, yep.
It looks fantastic when you look at the square at this time of year and all the pitches all regimented, and then you fast forward to August and September and it's all bare and not a blade of grass anywhere.
Here's Mahmood in the sunshine to Harris, who just plays forward and defends. The ball bounces its way out towards the edge of the square, gathered by Josh Bohannon, and there's no run.
The other thing that really sticks with me is that going back to when I first started here, this is the 3rd round of championship matches, and we're into the 3rd week in April. We used to turn up on the 1st of April every year, 2 weeks of physical training, 1 week of indoor nets, and if you were lucky, 1 week of outdoor nets, and then start in May.
Mahmood over the wicket to Harris, has to defend. Straighter ball, which he plays up to mid-off, and there's no run.
And it must have been a fabulous win last week for Lancs at Kent. That's always a difficult place to go. A low pitch always does a little bit, but a 10-wicket victory. I think they look a very strong outfit, Lancs. Got a good squad. Inevitably they're going to lose people to internationals, but I think they've got a really strong squad. Tom Bailey resting today. Luke Wood, Keaton Jennings injured.
Final ball of Mahmood's first over. Just nudged off the front foot by Harris to towards mid-on for no run. So Saqib Mahmood sends down a maiden to begin his work. His first of the season for Lancashire. Gloucestershire there, 19 without loss. Harris has 7, and Dent unbeaten on 9. Yeah, it's certainly an impressive squad that Lancashire do carry. And it will be a tough team to pick every week, I would think.
Yeah, I think it's important that you have rotation. You know, I really like that, and football season is coming to its conclusion now, and you see that all the time with football teams, that they have a good, strong squad, and you're able to rotate your players and keep them fresh, and I think that's important.
Especially your bowlers?
Especially the bowlers, the quick bowlers.
Hassan, 4th over of him, right up around the wicket, driven to mid-on by Dent. And Mahmood fields, and there's no run.
That's what they used to say, oh, the batsmen, the fancied hands, aren't they? Got pristine equipment all lined up, and very well-pressed trousers. Your workhorses are your fast bowlers. That is tough.
Not many pressed trousers for the bowlers.
No.
Mahmood shuffles back in again. The back foot this time. Dent plays it nicely through extra cover. Gets through for a single. He moves into double figures, up to 10 now. And Gloucestershire 20 without loss.
And the other thing, from our great position in the player and media centre, is this is a vast area. You look at the outfield. It's a long, long way down to third man, and for the left-handed batsman, square on the offside towards a new building. I think that's probably going to be an extension of a hotel, or a new hotel.
Eased away behind square on the leg side. Nice shot, just flicked away off the hip. 4 for Harris. But Hannon put the dive in just at square leg. The ball underneath his body. And it rattled its way towards the boundary rope for 4 runs. 24 without loss.
It's a lovely shot. Hassan Ali around the wicket and just angling in towards leg stump. It's round about his hip and he flicks it away. Lovely. Quick outfield again. 3rd week in May. Outfield's fast. May? I fast forwarded to May.
It feels like it's May with the weather. Hassan balls wide of off stump left through to Salt, no run. We've been pretty lucky though, haven't we? The first 3 rounds of the county championship this season, the weather's been immaculate. There's barely been an interruption for rain, which is a bit of good fortune.
It's luck of the draw, I think, that you get decent pitches like this. And preparation time. I mean, preparation time for the players is key if they can get outside into nets.
Hassan balls just back of a length, chopped away and down towards that wide 3rd man boundary. Shuffle back for a couple here, but as Bumble mentioned, it's such a vast outfield. Despite the efforts of Josh Bohannon, that ball running up towards the boundary in front of the hotel. And a second 4 of the over. 28 without loss.
An aggressive field from Lancashire, you'd expect that. Plenty of catches. So a free 3rd man area.
Yeah, we've got the 3 slips and the gully. And point. Mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. As Harris eases this one away towards Saqib Mahmood, who is at mid-on. And that is the end of the over. So he's had 5, Hassan Ali. We've seen that first bowling change with Anderson coming out and Mahmood replacing him. 28 without loss. 10 overs gone of the Gloucestershire first innings. 40 minutes of play live from Emirates Old Trafford. Day 1 of the first home fixture of the year for Lancashire. 28 without loss on the back of a great win at Canterbury. I think some of the Lancashire players, Bumble, would have been dreaming of Ben Compton. He seemed to bat forever. It was a fantastic performance with the bat by Compton. Lancashire getting over the line with that 10-wicket victory to start their season with a win.
And 7 wickets for Matt Parkinson.
I think he likes it in Canterbury. He got 7 for there last year as well. Parkinson keeps his place in the side. Mahmood in to Dent. Just goes back and across and defends it. Picked up by Saqib Mahmood off his own bowling, and there's no run.
You know, that's an easy shot for him to play. It's a defensive shot, but the ball is back of a length, and so I think it's pretty easy that you can just rock back and play it defensively. Looking at this pitch, I think there's an optimum length, and it's full. I think you've got to try and get as full as you can, particularly with this new ball, with a hard ball.
Mahmood from the Statham end, wind just for the breeze blowing into his left-hand side. That's a good delivery, and it has Dent just pushing at it. Ball snakes past the edge of the bat and into the gloves of the keeper. No run.
You know, that's a much better length, and he's got good pace. It'd be high 80s, Mahmood, but you can see the hesitancy there. That should he play forward, should he play back? It's a play and a miss. Fullish length.
It's a memorable winter for Saqib Mahmood, making his Test debut in the West Indies. Short this time, and Dent tries to take it on. To rock back and hook it. It plays underneath the ball and through to Salt, and there's no run.
And that's in the 11th over. That's the first short ball. Genuine bouncer. He's had a little nibble at that and no control.
Did ever so well, didn't he, Saqib Mahmood, on his England debut in that game in Barbados. 2 Test matches now under his belt. Sure, 2 of many more to come. Dent defends his latest Mahmood delivery, just onto his toes, and plays it away into the offside. And the Lancashire captain comes sprinting up from mid-off to complete the fielding, and there's no run.
So 2 Test matches for Mahmood, and you look at his assets. What has he got? He's got a really good action, pace at that level. If you're high 80s, you're going to be a handful. He looks to have filled out as well. I just think he looks fitter and stronger.
Over the wicket balls to Dent. Just angle it down in towards that gap between third slip and gully, but Jimmy Anderson in the gully region for Lancashire, stopping the ball low down to his right-hand side. His Test debut in the first innings, 27 overs, 2 for 58. And in the second innings, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21 are impressive returns on your Test debut.
Very good.
Last ball of the over for him. Dent just goes half a step back. There's a little fiddle again. Dent ball just snakes away past the edge of the bat. Testing stuff, this from Hassan Ali and from Saqib Mahmood these last couple of overs. Another maiden there racked up for Mahmood. He started with 2 maidens. We've had 11 so far of the Gloucestershire first innings. Marcus Harris 15, Chris Dent on 10, 28 without loss. Represents a pretty steady start inside the first 45 minutes.
They've played well. Both openers have played well. They've looked watchful. Change of bowling. This is interesting. I mentioned the breeze across the ground from right to left as we're looking, and so Jimmy Anderson changes ends.
How much of an impact could that breeze have, Bumble?
Well, I mentioned he's so stubborn that so many times you look at the flags and where they're flying, and Jimmy Anderson would bowl from what you'd think is the wrong end, but
from the Statham end, 3 slips awaiting. Anderson back into tight balls forward because Harris just jabbed it up towards Mahmood at mid-on, and there is no run.
Do you know, I don't think there's going to be much swing. We talk about this breeze. It just seems too breezy. It's blue sky and the sun's out, but there's a bit of a chill as well. Not conducive to hooping swing, there might be a touch of movement, but it's imperative that they do ball this full length, get it as full as possible.
Anderson strides in again over the wicket. Forward goes Harris. He's calmly playing it off the front foot, easing it back down the pitch. Both mid-on and mid-off come round to stop it, and it's Hassan Ali at mid-off that gets there first, just ahead of Saqib Mahmood, and there's no run.
Do you know, if you're the coach of Gloucestershire, you drool at that last shot. It's a defensive forward defence, full face of the bat to Anderson, straight back down the pitch. Looked really solid.
Harris on 15. He's nudged into mid-wicket. He calls Dent through for a single there. Score goes on to 29 with that loss. It's a great test, actually, isn't it? Really good battle between two test bowlers, and of course a test match batter in Marcus Harris. Gloucestershire have had runs this season, have had players who have stood up and scored runs this season. 3 centuries so far. There's Dent to clip it off the pads down towards long leg. And Matt Parkinson loses his cap as he tumbles away to his right-hand side to field the ball. But he did well, he got across the ground quickly there, Parkinson. Puts up his sunglasses, shuffles back into his position. 31 with that loss. Brings Dent back on strike. It's Anderson for Lancashire. Forward goes Dent again, just plays it up to mid-off, no run. Might have been just a little bit loose and a little bit raggy at the first 15-20 minutes of the morning. Lancashire a little bit, just 1 or 2 bits and pieces, but they're right on it at the minute. This is a pretty intense spell now between Mahmood from one end and Anderson from the other. And balls to Dent. Up onto his toes and steers the ball down towards point. Dane Villas comes up to complete the fielding. End of the over. 12 for Dent, 16 for Harris, 31 without loss after 12.
I had a chuckle at the 4 overthrows. It was Hassan Ali. And the first thing you always do there is look, who's the bowler? You know, some bowlers would just be philosophical and let it go. Who's the bowler? It's Jimmy Anderson. Oh, oh no. I mean, he's not happy at the best of times, is he? Oh.
There's Mahmood from the Anderson end. See the breeze billowing into his shirt as he comes in and bowls. Oh, that's come off an inside edge, I think, down towards the boundary. It's gone for 4. He's trying to play it off the back foot, trying to force the ball away, but a little thin edge disappears to the right of the keeper. Yeah, a little inside edge down to the boundary for 4.
You know, it's such a difficult shot to play. It's that back foot punch and inside edge. It's flown down. Looks like Luke Wells, he's trying to retrieve the ball. He's got to be precarious round there. The covers and the sight screen. But that really is the first false shot that we've seen. It's such a, I mean, you've got to be careful with that shot. Punching off the back foot, and his bat was angled. And it flew down to fine leg. And you mentioned, you know, just thinking back about England in West Indies, they had a difficult time. They seemed to be rudderless, leaderless. There's going to be a massive change that the captain has relinquished the position, and Rob Key has come in as director of cricket. So a lot of decisions in this next fortnight, I would think, on a new captain, a new coaching staff.
35 with that loss. Harris on to 20 then. His next delivery is angled across him and it's left and through to Salt, and there's no run.
It's almost as if the team at an international level, they just lost their way. I said they were rudderless and no leadership, interim coaches, and it's just a recipe for disaster. I think there's little things that they can look at. ACT, the letters A-C-T, athleticism, catching and technique. Pay attention to those three.
Left by Harris, his next delivery, which a little tighter to off stump, mind you. Good lead from Harris, taken by Salt, and there's no run.
I think the game more and more is going towards athletes. If you look at the stats for the England cricket team on catching, particularly slips, not great. Got to really work hard at catching and concentrate. And then techniques. How you hold the bat, how you stand. Just pay attention.
Mahmood to Harris. Just dabbed away into the onside, and there is no run.
If you look at these two, Scott, these two batsmen here, Harris and Dent, against international bowlers, they've defended well. They defended so well. We've only seen one false shot, which brought 4. You get a bit of luck, but they've scored as well. They're 35. 2 opening batsmen, 35 on the board, at nearly 3 and over. But the defensive players has been excellent from the pair of them.
Here's Mahmood, this examination continuing. Mahmood balls a waft of the bat. Bumble, you spoke too early.
I did. That's everyone a winner there. It's a T20 or 100 or whatever shot.
But utterly out of context what we've seen previously from Harris, mind you. But it's a bit of an airy-fairy one, that one, wasn't it, from Harris?
He's thrown everything at that.
Yes.
And there are 3 slips in a gully, and he's nearly thrown himself off his feet trying to whack it through the offside.
Mahmood to complete his 3rd over of the morning. And watchful by Harris this time. Certainly more cautious as he allows it to go through to the keeper. That's the end of the over. 4 off it, that thin inside edge which went down to the boundary. That false shot off the back foot, the only runs off that Mahmood over. Indeed, the only runs he's conceded so far in his first 3 overs. 35 on the board. 2 opening batters not out. Harris on 20 and Dent on 12.
So, you know, our viewers and listeners are hearing me banging on about defensive play. 4-day cricket, test match cricket, defend. They might think that's negative, it's not.
Anderson over the wicket. Forward goes Dent in defence, and there's no run.
Years ago, India played here, and I went to watch them net the day before, and they'd all had the turn, all had a bat. One player stayed behind, Tendulkar, and he was in the nets on the practice area there, and he just had one of the coaches throwing the ball quickly, and every shot he played was a defence. And he was playing a game with himself that he defended so softly that he didn't want the ball to hit the net.
Anderson just back of a length and Dent up onto his toes to steer it away into the offside for no run.
One of the greatest players that we've ever seen. But attention to detail on the defence. One of the most exhilarating players I've seen, Vivian Richards. He could defend, he could block it, but it's that talent where they can just switch a gear and say, okay, now it's me. You know, wonderful players, but they can defend.
Anderson to Dent, that's deflected off the face of the bat down to Stephen Croft at 2nd slip, and there's no run.
I wonder what he's thinking, Villas here. We've seen 3 bowlers, good pitch. Get your leg spinner on. Have a little look. Have a little look from the leg spinner.
Anderson over the wicket and bowls. Just squares Dent up as he shapes to play it to leg. The ball just squirts away into the offside. Picked up at short extra cover by Dane Villas. Might well be pondering his options for Lancashire. No run.
Again, 3rd week in April, just looking at this pitch, there's not a mark where the fast bowlers are landing. Usually you'd see a bit of dampness, a dark area. No, this is dry.
Some balls forward because Dent defends back down the pitch and there's no run. 1 ball left of this over, 35 without loss. Just going back, Bumble, to you mentioned Rob Key. You obviously know him and you've worked with him. Just your thoughts on the appointment?
I think it's a terrific appointment. He's a very genuine, honest chap. Champion of county cricket, significant.
Anderson, full of ball and driven nicely by Dent. Down the ground, lovely shot to end the over, 4 for him. And Dent moves on to 16. And Gloucestershire, well, they move on to 39 without loss.
So he's a high calibre person, and he's got a big job to do. There's a lot of work to do, and I think a lot of work in this next fortnight with the appointments. So I wish him well, and to get England cricket back on track. That was a great shot. That was a super shot. My old coach and my old captain Jack Bond would say, as a left-handed batter, I think I was left-handed from what I can remember, beat mid-off on the left. Beat him on the left every time. Beat mid-on the right. So all he's saying is play straight. Just hit it straight.
Which is what Dent did beautifully there to take him to 16. We've had the first hour of the morning, 39 without loss. Here's Mahmood to Harris. Let's play back down the pitch. And Mahmood fields off his own bowling and there's no run.
And to get back to Rob Key, that when he's done his job and his appointments and the England team are playing and the opening batsmen are out there, there's nothing he can do. That's up to them. His only worry will be his putting stroke or his drive that goes out of bounds regularly.
Mahmood for Lancashire. Shuffles in again, bowls, it's full, it's wide, it's left. Salt again dancing his way in front of Luke Wells, who's at first slip with his hands behind his back. And there's no run.
What have you seen of Phil Salt? Come to Lancs from Sussex.
Played well last week.
97?
97, yeah. Looking for a big hit to try and get to 3 figures. Caught by Daniel Bell Drummond at deep mid-wicket.
No!
Yes. It was a bit of a long hop from the spinner. He took it on. And then it was a slow walk off the field for him. Driven this time by Harris. And Villas tight in at mid-off, and there's no run. But looks impressive. I think it was a perfect situation for him because Lancashire had runs on the board, so he could come in middle order there and just express himself.
And is he going to keep wicket all the time? I assume so.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah.
With Davis has gone to Warwickshire, so that's released a place. And he's slotted in at 6, hasn't he?
It came out, I think there were 300 on the board, so it's a kind of an ideal way to make your debut, I guess. The push away into the offside by Harris. He wants a little cheeky single here and he gets it. Nicely run. Harris moves to 21. 40 without loss, 2 balls left of this over. Dent on 16 and Harris on 21. So a little change in the commentary box. David Lloyd will leave us. Bumble will be back. Alec will join us at some stage as well. 2 balls left of this Mahmood over. 40 without loss. Dent on 16.
And the next delivery from Saqib Mahmood is going to go down to the boundary for 4 byes. So I must admit I'm slightly deranged, and not for the usual reasons, because there's a quick change which has happened here. So apologies for the radio silence for a few seconds, but that one just seemed to die on Salt, who's on his haunches working out, or trying to work out what happened, but I'm not exactly sure what did happen. Dent shaped a play at a ball way wide of off stump, didn't get anywhere near it, and that maybe put him off a bit. And then, as I say, the ball just seemed to just completely die on him. Saqib Mahmood in and defended by Dent towards mid-off, and the end of the over. 44 without loss after 15 overs. Gloucestershire, the extras column is looking quite healthy, as well as the runs column, with 4 byes, 2 leg byes and a wide already in this 15 over spell. But it just shows you get, when you're me, you turn up to a ground and you get so much wrong. So already I've got the wrong Botticelli painting. Even the second one wasn't the right one that I was after.
Was it not?
It was
okay.
Venus and Mars was the one I was after. That was the pose.
Right, I was no help to you whatsoever,
no,
as you probably realised.
No, but I mean, I wasn't any help to myself, so... And then the other thing was that I thought the first hour was going to be the trickiest, but at the moment it's looking like the second hour could be far trickier than the first one.
Here comes Anderson from the stay the men, balls to Harris forward. He goes and plays it into the offside for no run.
I mean, the first hour, Lancashire, I think it's fair to say they didn't really quite get it as right as they wanted to. But this spell, since Anderson has switched ends, and particularly since Saqib Mahmood has come into the attack, that's been what's really ignited Lancashire. And Marcus Harris just seemed to completely lose his way in that one over. I mean, that extraordinary... The inside edge was one thing, but that extraordinary drive he attempted off, I think it was the 4th ball of the over.
Anderson again. Here's Harris this time with an angled bat, just turns it up towards Mahmood at mid-on for no run.
I mean, it was just, you know, it wasn't anywhere near a half volley. He was nowhere near the ball because it was really wide. And I just a strange shock. We haven't seen anything like that from Harris throughout this innings so far, and we hadn't seen anything like that from him in the match against Yorkshire. It was just, I don't know, it just looked as if he'd had enough of Saqib Mahmood bowling that line length, decided, right, you're going to give you some, and then just missed it.
I mean, he put everything into it.
He did.
He did. He gave it
every
his best
item
go.
of kitchenware you like.
Anderson over the wicket, balls for Gus Harris. Slightly more calmly in defence, and there's no run.
Yeah, just extraordinary. It wasn't quite out of nowhere, because the inside edge was a real stroke of luck for him, because I'm not really sure what he was looking to do with that one either. It was on the back foot trying to play a... When Bumble started off saying it's the trickiest shot in the book or something, I know what you thought as well. Yeah, the inside edge down to fine leg, very difficult one to master.
Anderson balls back of a length. It's a short ball. It's a genuine short ball from Jimmy, and Harris ducks under it and through to the keeper.
I could see you were thinking the same thing as me, and then of course it was. Oh yeah, he does mean the back foot drive, doesn't he? But yeah, just a huge bit of luck there, and likewise with the driver later on in the over. And they've just bowled so much tighter, haven't they? I mean, it's not been way outside off stump. It's not been on middle and leg. It's been more middle and off stump.
Anderson to Harris. It's angled across him and left, up onto his toes. His bat's hoisted above his shoulder, and happy to allow it, Harris, to go through to the keeper. And there's still no run, so 44 without loss. We've had 5 dot balls in this Anderson's 7th over so far.
Some players, though, are just great at inside edging it, aren't they? I mean, like Bairstow, for example. I think Johnny Bairstow is the best inside edger in the world. And I mean that, I actually genuinely do mean that as a compliment.
Harris defends up towards Mahmood at mid-on. That's the end of the 16th over, 44 without loss. Dent on 16 and Harris 21 not out here at Emirates Old Trafford on the BBC Sport website and app, on 5 Sports Extra and on Lancs TV.
But I think just the number of times you see it, the number of times he inside edges it and misses, it's obviously something that he's really perfected. But I mean, you know, it must take a lot of skill. You see a few people over on the hotel balcony there. They're enjoying a day's cricket from their hotel room.
Are you not in there this week?
No, I'm not. No. I must admit, I am going to be able to roll out of my commentary, roll out of bed, I should say, to the commentary box at Southampton in a couple of weeks' time.
That's ideal.
Of course, it happens inside, even inside the hotel there. Saki Mahmood continuing, and he bowls to Dent, who's forward in slightly uncomfortable looking defence, but he's now going to go for a bit of a prod at the spot where the ball pitched, but negotiated it comfortably enough out into the offside. So yeah, roll out of bed, 5 to 10, straight onto straight onto commentary, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
Bit of breakfast first, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not really a breakfast person, but
are you not?
No, I can't. I can't stomach anything before about 1 o'clock. Here comes Saki Mahmood over the wicket to the left-handed Dent, who drives in controlled fashion, but it's going to fly to the cover boundary for 4. He timed that really nicely, but didn't put a huge amount of effort into it. And he was playing a bit away from his body there, but everything was nicely balanced. And it was a half volley, which is the key thing. It was a ball which was right there for the drive. And he's put it away. 48 for no wicket. As Dent, with his second 4, moves to 20. And I suspect, well, in fact, that won't include the extra 4 runs that he picked up courtesy of Hassan Ali and the hopeful attempt to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end earlier on. Saki Mahmood bowls tighter line this time, and Dent just softly guiding the ball to gully. And there's no run. James Anderson, the fielder, in the gully. And I notice that George Balderson, I think, out at deep square legs doing a few warm-ups, so we might be seeing him into the attack presently. Saki Mahmood in his 5th over, so this could be the last of his spell. Anderson has had a 4 and a 3 so far from opposite ends. Here comes Saki Mahmood in now and bowls a short ball, and Dent sees it early and ducks and sways out the way of it. It goes through to Salt behind the stumps. Stephen Croft having a bowl, but only bowling the ball to Dane Villas at mid-off. Certainly got enough bowling options, Lancashire. In fact, I imagine that they're just not going to be able to allow everybody to have the overs that they want in this lineup. I mean, I saw Danny Lambden bowl that much in the first game, relatively. Luke Wood also didn't bowl that much.
No, Wood got injured actually.
Right, I did wonder. I saw on the scorecard, but I hadn't picked that up. Right. Either way, they've got more than enough to be going on with 2 leg spinners as well. Wells to add to Matt Parkinson. As Saki Mahmood's in, and Dent's had a fiddle at that one. That was a good ball, and it's been a really probing spell overall from Saki Mahmood. He's been unlucky not to have got a wicket here. And that one, I don't know, there's too much that Dent could have done about it. It was just a back of a length delivery. There's enough pace in the surface. It's looking like a really nice surface for batting, isn't it? The ball just seems to be coming onto the bat beautifully, but if you got the pace that Saki Mahmood's got, you can hit that length and the ball's going to do something, and it certainly did there. Dent on the back foot, just jabbing at the ball and missing it. Last ball of the over. Sakib Mahmood is in and on leg stump and turned away in relatively straightforward fashion by Chris Dent out to the fielder. Well, I say out to the fielder. Wouldn't even have made it outside the 30-yard circle, but there was a fielder out to deep square leg, and so a comfortable single to end over number 17. 49 for no wickets. Gloucestershire after 17 overs. Both batters have 21 to their name.
Here's how it's looking elsewhere in the Division 1 of the County Championship. Everybody's playing. I mentioned this with Bumble just before. The weather, again, is excellent, it would seem. Certainly it's nice and dry because everyone's underway. Let's take a look at Kent against Hampshire. Canterbury, Kent are 51 for 1. Guess who's not out?
Yeah.
Ben Compton's there, 16 not out. Zach Crawley, the 1 wicket to fall for 7 of the bowling of Abbas. So Kent 51 for 1 in Canterbury after 19 overs. And as you spotted, Ed, it is George Balderson who comes into the attack, replacing Anderson. Over the wicket and bowls, and Dent plays forward in defence, and there's no run. Yorkshire are at Northants this week, and Yorkshire won the toss, decided to bat first, and they are 44 for 3 against Northamptonshire at Wanties Road.
Yeah, they are not going to be a pushover, Northamptonshire, especially if conditions are in their favour. There are a few better exploiters of bowling conditions than Ben Sanderson out there.
Fall by Balderson and pushed up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Gareth Berg has picked up the 3 wickets there for
yeah,
for
well, he's not bad either, is he?
Pretty decent.
41 years of age.
Karunaratne, the Sri Lankan captain who Yorkshire signed, one of the 3 wickets. Adam Lai, the other one to go for 2. Balderson for Lancashire to Dent, who defends from the crease, and there is no run. Somerset are 26 for 1. They're taking on Surrey at the Oval this week. Essex are 42 for 2 at Warwickshire. Alistair Cook out for 23. And Nick Brown for 2. The 2 Essex wickets to fall. Forward goes Dent, playing defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Alex Davis making his Warwickshire debut this week. Not keeping wicket, but in the side.
Yes, I'd actually not noticed until you said that. I've been talking about him earlier on, that he hadn't actually made his debut yet. It was a bit difficult to get into the side when you got Michael Burgess behind you.
Balderson to Dent. That's clipped away. A fullish length delivery just on leg stump. He just eases the ball down towards fine leg, and that brings up the 50 opening partnership between Marcus Harris and Chris Dent. 22 to Dent, 21 to Harris. Little fist pump there between the pair of them. And 50 on the board with 1 delivery left of the 18th over. 107 deliveries faced. Solid start for these 2. Balderson for Lancashire ball, just back of a length to Harris. That's defended to mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over. In Division 2, I'll just run through these scores as well for you. Durham against Nottinghamshire, 63 without loss, Durham. Glamorgan against Middlesex this week. Glamorgan are 41 for 5. Leicestershire against Derbyshire. Leicestershire 42 for 2. And Worcestershire against Sussex. Worcestershire 84 without loss. The scores across the LV County Championship in Division 1 and Division 2.
Yeah, Shaheen Shah Afridi making his Middlesex debut. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 18. And he's got rid of Labuschagne as well. I saw there was a fair amount on Twitter about the prospect of Shaheen Shah Afridi against Labuschagne, and it's Shaheen Shah Afridi who's very much won that battle, bowled as well. So, right, Danny Lamb's coming into the attack from the James Anderson end, and he starts off with a delivery down the leg side, which is clipped away by Dent towards the boundary, and will go for 4. 2 fine for Hassan Ali, who's more of a long leg really than a fine leg, but that ball was just quite a gentle loosener really from Danny Lamb, not on the right line, and the outfield is so fast. We saw that from, I forget who it was, so it was just a push out to basically the longest corner of the ground towards the hotel over there, and it was barely moving, it seemed, as it left the virtual 30-yard circle, and it still got there. Short pull this time from Lamb, and that's been pulled dismissively by Dent, and that's gone to the other side of Hassan Ali, this time to his right, and it's back-to-back boundaries. So Dent to 30, and it's 58 without loss, and another delivery which was begging for the treatment, really, on hip height, didn't get up much, and Dent just swivelling on it and placing it into the gap. Quite a sizable gap, even though I say that the fielder is more of a long leg than a fine leg. He's now being asked to go more towards a fine leg, and deep squares coming around a little as Lamb bowls round the wicket now to Dent, but that one's just angled in and worked away out to deep square leg for a single. 59 for no wicket, Dent to 31. I think Danny Lamb's probably already conceded. In fact, having said that, no, he hasn't. I was about to say he's conceded more runs than he did in that one-day cup match last season down at Bristol, which Lancashire absolutely thrashed Gloucestershire in. But his first over went for about 18 or something like that. As Lamb is in and bowls, and forward goes Marcus Harris and defends out towards cover, and there's no run, including, I think, I'm afraid I can't remember who dropped the catch, but there was a catch dropped over the boundary rope for 6 in that over, so it wasn't quite as bad a start as it looked. He might still, in fact, I think there were 2 dropped catches, come to think of it. There was that drop, and then from memory there was another catch which went down, and I think through the slips for 4 or something like that as well. So it looked like he bowled a horror over. He's in now to Harris, who leaves outside off stump. Just a delivery which looked as if there was a bit more movement on offer there for Danny Lamb. So double change, but still no Parkinson. I attempted to bowl leg spin. I've been pestering the captain by now to get me on to have a look, and I totally agree with what Bumble was saying. I think as Lamb is in, and Harris plays very softly out into the leg side, but not even a pitch width off the one that they're playing on. And 9 runs off the first over from Lamb, 59 without loss. Gloucestershire after 19 overs. But yeah, I don't know. I'd just like to see leg spin bowling, full stop. But I'm sure now I've said that Balderson and Lamb are going to take 5 wickets between them in this spell, and everything will seem great. I'm just looking forward to seeing Parkinson, to be honest, just as a cricket fan.
Well, he's tried 7 overs of Jimmy Anderson. As Balderson starts a fresh over to Dent, who defends off his pads up towards extra cover. There's no run. 7 overs of Anderson, 5 of Hassan Ali, 5 of Saqib Mahmood. Lamb's first over, and now Balderson starting his second. Sure that Matt Parkinson will get a little go before lunch. What have we got left? 40 minutes to go before lunch. Where is he? He's down at fine leg, Matt Parkinson. No immediate sign of him loosening up. Balderson bowls full, but just a fraction wide of a stump. Dent leans into it. Very calm shot, which Dent steers away into extra cover. There's no run. We can see that magnificent lock of hair protruding from the back of his helmet.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that looks quite impressive.
Yep.
Quite jealous.
The bun.
Yeah. Well, going back to what you said before about him doing some work in the local independent coffee shop.
Well, it's the one in the ground.
Ah, right. This is flicked down by Dent, down towards Parkinson. So he'll shuffle away down to his left-hand side. Oh, he puts the dive in as well there, Parkinson, losing his cap and his glasses. Sunglasses, that is. As he stops the ball, but stops it nicely. Dent comes back for 2. He moves to 33, 61 without loss for Dent. So did he do the little patterns on top of the coffee and all that stuff? Was he quite?
I can't remember. I would have to assume so, though.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you not have a cup of coffee now without having the sprinkles of cocoa or whatever on top of it?
Driven away into the offside. Actually, no, it's one bounce back down the ground, and Balderson leaps up away to his right to stop it. And there's no run.
Well, cocoa powder, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your favourite shape then to have on your coffee?
I'd be open to it. I mean, I'd like to know what...
A red rose, maybe, or I mean,
that'd be quite
difficult to do the red, but...
If Dent could do a little red rose on top of a coffee, that'd be good skills, wouldn't it? That'd be pretty impressive.
Well, you just need to make a mould the right shape, I guess, don't you?
I thought you had to, like...
Well, yeah, you've got to sprinkle it right, haven't you?
Driven nicely for 4, perhaps. If it beats Hassan, it will be 4. That's a good shot by Dent. Straight down the ground, and Hassan Ali coming across from mid-off to try and stop it with his left hand, but he had to, and if he didn't, which he did, which he failed to, it was going to be 4. Nicely timed, punched away. There goes the dive. And the ball ricochets into the boundary rope for 4. 65 without loss.
It looked to be a dive, perhaps a bit more in hope than expectation, that one.
Slightly in stages, wasn't it, really? Final ball of the over. Balderson beats Dent. This has a little push at it. Zips through into the gloves of Phil Salt. And that is the end of the over. So 65 without loss. Harris 21, Dent on 37. We've had almost an hour and a half of play on the first day, and Lancashire still searching for their first breakthrough. And we're waiting for the turn of the leg spinner, hopefully before lunch.
So you're doing freehand,
freehand
sprinkles
coffee.
when
you know,
right,
little patterns on top of your coffee. That's what I want.
Yeah, but I know, but I mean, just stick a mould thing on top of it, and it's right. Okay, so that is cheap. So what sort of equipment do you use for that then? You've got to do it, sprinkling it with a spoon.
Oh yeah. You need to be that's the way it needs to be done.
Here comes Lamb, and he bowls round the wicket to Harris, who watches that through to Salt behind the stumps.
I mean, I can't do this, but I'm expecting someone who's, has ambitions potentially of wanting to have an independent coffee shop in Bristol to be able to do this.
Well, I didn't necessarily say that he had ambitions to open one, but I'm sure it would be well populated if he did.
Very popular if he did.
Here's Lamb. Round the wicket bowls. Good delivery, which Harris just has to make sure he gets everything out of the way of, just raising the bat almost above his head to make sure that there wasn't one of those little deflections off either the face of the bat or the bottom of the bat. But no, it's open even when the ground isn't open, the cafe down there, and they've got all sorts of community events happening there as well, which is great. As here comes Lamb, and he bowls, and that's driven, kind of squirted towards mid-on. It wasn't where Harris was looking to hit that one. Perhaps he just needed to throw a bit more at it after that one before, where he almost did his back in trying to swing at that delivery from Saqib Mahmood. That one he just tried to push and came off the inner half of the bat towards mid-on. They've got the fielder in at cover now, so there's a tighter offside ring for Harris to pierce, which he just does. He's hit it through cover point for 4. Nice high elbow drive through the gap from Marcus Harris, and picks up his 4th boundary. Moves on to 25, 69 without loss. We saw a fair few of those last week. A fair few of those in that innings.
It's a familiar sight for you, is that? Good
yeah,
shot,
and he's actually, we talked about it a bit last week as well, he's kind of a front foot player actually, which I think is one of the reasons why when he has come over here so far, and he had a terrific season for Leicestershire last season, including against Gloucestershire, which I'm sure can't have hurt, as I was looking for the 2-year deal from Gloucestershire, and I know that Leicestershire weren't particularly happy about him going off and choosing Gloucestershire's deal, but he did. But I think it's one of the reasons why he's quite successful, or been quite successful when he's come over here, because he does tend to like to get on the front foot. Lamb in and bowls, and that's just worked through the square leg region, just behind square by a couple of feet, and a single out to deep square leg, 70 without loss. They've got the deep square leg out there, but I don't know, I suppose it would have to be a real rush of blood, poorly controlled pull shot to get out in that fashion, but it does happen, I suppose. I just wonder, is it more of a run-saving position, or are they really thinking that Lamb's going to bowl the occasional bouncer? Bell's full here, though, and Dent defends very quietly out to point. And the end of over number 21, Gloucestershire 70 without loss.
Excellent hour and a half for Gloucestershire to win the toss, choosing to have a bat first. Seen 2 spells from Anderson, from Hassan Ali, from Saqib Mahmood. Lancashire turn into Balderson and to Lamb to try and get this breakthrough in this morning session. One false shot from Harris. Came off the inside edge, trying to force it through extra cover. And then the little rush of blood when he went after that big expansive cover drive, playing a miss. But that's been about it.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked like he wanted to stamp his authority on Saqib Mahmood. He had enough of Saqib Mahmood bowling so tightly.
There's Balderson. Now he comes charging in, but then something doesn't quite feel right, and he just runs through the crease and doesn't release the ball. Something disturbed him. The umpire's on the radio now, back up to the scorers. Umpire O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah, Dane Villas had a wander over as well. I'm not sure what was going on there. Whether they want, surely they don't want some sawdust, do they?
Looks pretty dry, doesn't it? It's Balderson to Harris. Steered out towards Jimmy Anderson, who's at mid-on, and there is no run.
Perhaps they want one of those, I never know what to call them, those flat,
sort
of thump the ground with.
The
Perhaps they want one of those.
Hammer type
the
thing.
thumper.
The thumper, yeah.
I don't know, that's what I've always called it, but I'm sure it's wrong. It's just what I've decided to call it.
Quite like the name of the thumper for it. Yeah, the big thumper
Yeah,
thing that you bash,
exactly.
you bash away with.
Sometimes you see that if the pitch is quite hard. And
Balderson to Harris, it's a forward defence to mid-off, and there's no run.
if the landing area's already got a bit rutted, don't know. Something was up anyway, which didn't seem to have to do with the fielder at all. The 2 arthritic cranes are the 2 arthritic diggers are still at it out to our right. Busy digging up the turf, not the turf, the ground where the stand used to be. Balderson in and bowls to Harris, who works into the leg side and has picked the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. And so they can come through for a single. Harris on to 27. Been Dent, who's been, in general, the more attacking. Harris, I think, to be honest, they've probably just bowled a bit better at Harris than they have at Dent in general. Dent's played a gorgeous straight drive, which is probably the shot of the morning so far, but Dent getting those 2 really loose deliveries from Lamb to start his spell, which is really the main reason he's got 37 and Harris has 27, as that is worked leg side once more by Chris Dent, and there's no run to mid-wicket. I like this setup you've got with the updates. It's very good. You just swivel chairs especially make it even easier. Just propel yourself a little to the right with no effort at all, and you're straight on to do the update.
You don't propel yourself too hard, otherwise you just go flying out towards the other side
into the cables and everything flies off the desk. Yeah.
That's pulled away by Dent. That's a good-looking shot for 4. Sat up nicely for him. Drags it behind square leg. And Dent moves on to 41. 75 without loss, with a ball left of the 22nd over. Dispatch with a lot of authority there, and it rattled its way towards the boundary rope. And a twirl of the bat from Dent. Double teapot from Balderson. A few double teapots around in the Lancashire
The ball's already out of shape, clearly.
Yes. It's looping its way around, eventually back to George Balderson to complete his third over. Any sign of Parkinson warming up? Here's Balderson to Dent. Just goes back, steers the ball down towards Josh Bohannon at point, and there's no run. End of the over. So just under half an hour left on this bright and sunny but breezy day in Manchester, with Gloucestershire 75 runs on the board. Harris on 27, Dent on 41, and the Red Rose still looking for their first breakthrough.
A few messages, dear me, if I can speak. Messages. I haven't been drinking. Messages on Twitter at EdCricket6. Simon Taylor, who helped me realise that it was, even at the second attempt, the wrong Venus, that I'd got a big effort to get some batting points today, enjoying the stream coverage through headphones at work. Yeah, and the batting points have been a problem for Gloucestershire. They were joint bottom in batting points last season with Derbyshire. Yorkshire were only one ahead. Here's Lamb continuing and left alone by Harris. That ball not seeming to do too much, but was on a kind of a probing line from Danny Lamb. So, especially having won the toss on a beautiful day, and the pitch just looked as if it was going to be good for batting. He just kind of imagined that it wasn't going to swing for too long out there. You have the breeze as well, as Bumble mentioned earlier, as that's left alone, bit tighter to Harris this time. A good line once more from Lamb. Harris might have had a feel at that one, but yeah, it's Gloucestershire have got to cash in. They've had the bit of luck which they hadn't had. I was talking about for the first couple of matches necessarily in terms of conditions, but so far in this one they have been dealt the fair hand. Lamb in and bowls, and Harris tries to clip that one leg side and has been struck high up on his right thigh, I think, judging from the way that Harris is now adjusting that pad. So they've got to make the most of it. They've got to, well, they've got to bat all day.
Well, they
Simple
have,
as that.
Yeah, especially on the back of this first session so far, with just under half an hour left. This is a great chance to try and capitalise upon.
Yep, having got off to this start. Lamb in bowls, driven deliciously through extra cover for 4 by Marcus Harris. This time much further in front of square than his previous boundary through there, and that was just as good as it gets. It was not even really a genuine half volley, and I suppose again that shows you how good this pitch is. 79 without loss.
Shot of the day.
Yep, I think that probably beats out that Dent straight drive, which was, I mean, it was a nice straight drive, but that one he timed the bejesus out of it, as that's clipped away by Harris straight to mid-on, and there is no run. John State's got in touch, so nice to see and hear Bumble on comms. Yep, I agree. It's quite nice just to stand at the back of the box and have a listen personally. Brilliant coverage from Lancashire. Old Trafford looks a picture this morning, I must say. Yep, it does. Although if you do look to your right, it's a picture of arthritic diggers, as that's driven down the on drive this time from Marcus Harris, and that's going to sail to the long on boundary for 4. Makes its majestic progress to the members in front of the pavilion there, and 4 more to Marcus Harris, and that was almost as good as the extra cover drive earlier on in the over. So Harris catching up with Dent now. He's on 35, Dent on 41, and after 23 overs, Gloucestershire 83 without loss. And if Matt Parkinson's not already warming up, surely surely he's got to have a bowl soon. They've got to see what's in this for him.
I mean, those 2 shots from Harris, that was just kind of like absolutely hammering down the message that this is Gloucestershire's morning, and we're enjoying ourselves with the bat, and this is a belting pitch. Those are 2 emphatic shots, that cover drive and that on drive. And you can almost visibly see Lancashire's shoulders drooping a little bit as he smacked it through extra cover and drilled it down the ground for successive, well, almost successive fours. Yeah, that was pretty emphatic from Harris. And the field has changed somewhat now. Here's Balderson coming around the wicket to Dent. Off the back foot, gathered away into the offside. Bohannon at point fields, and there's no run. So there's one slip. There's a gully. There's a long leg and a deep backward square leg with a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and extra cover. And Stephen Croft, who's at mid-wicket, is quite short. He's creeping in, only a pitch or two away from the batter. Dent defends off the back foot and plays it along the ground to the bowler, and George Balderson fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, it's been pretty tidy from Balderson, but at the moment Lancashire looking for something to happen, and there's been a few plays and misses, not too many, but yeah, this is starting to get to the stage where they really want something to happen here.
Dent just leans into it and guides the ball off the face of the bat down to Lamb. He's sporting a very impressive beard in the gully region, and there's no run.
You say impressive. Is it the volume that's the impressive bit?
It was more the fact that it looked quite tidy.
Ah, right, groomed.
Groomed, yeah, he did. And Dent down towards the bearded Lamb. I mean, it's bushy, but doesn't look like it's out of control. And sometimes I think they can look like they're out of control. A bit like Dent's hair. So, you know, that looks like nice and tidy, that from Daniel Lamb. Balderson, 2 balls left of this over. Around the wicket to Dent, driven straight. Balderson leaps away to his right, trying to stop the ball, but Villas comes round from mid-off to complete the fielding, and there's no run.
Yeah, they've really gone into restrict mode here in terms of mid-off and mid-on coming, well, particularly mid-off coming really tight to try and stop that straight drive, and then packing that extra cover region with the fielder there as well.
It's back of a length, this delivery to Dent up onto his toes, and works the ball away into the onside. Croft is at mid-wicket to complete the fielding. It's the end of the over, and Matt Parkinson has removed his cap. And he's going to have a ball, Lancashire's leg spinner. 83 without loss, and 20 minutes left before we get to lunch on the first day.
I think actually it's probably a good time in terms of there's just enough time for him to get into his work, but equally you're not going to be kind of scrambling about for somebody else to bowl after him in a way. So just got a few overs here, he can get into his work a little bit and see whether Gloucestershire fancy giving it away, because I mean, who knows, maybe it will turn. It seems a bit hard to believe it's going to turn too much, but maybe there's something in this surface that we can't see out there. You can already see just from the pictures there's a few footmarks developing already, but I can't imagine, as I say, we're going to get a huge amount of turn. But what might happen is one of these two just has a pop, and they don't need to. They've batted too well this morning to give it away, but it happens. Sometimes you want to feel on top of the leg spinner. So they've got a deep backward square leg and a deep point out. A slip and a leg slip are the two close catches. Wells at slip and Croft at leg slip. And then extra cover and a straight mid-wicket are quite close. They've got a conventional mid-wicket, a mid-off and a mid-on. Parkinson starts over the wicket then to Harris, who's forward and pushing softly out into the covers. You're thinking he just pushed that slightly harder, he could have picked up an easy single, because there's the slip, there's Anderson at short extra, and then deep point. There's a lot of room there just to nudge the ball. Parkinson in, flighted delivery down the leg side and flicked wide of leg slip. This is going to be at least 2. Hassan Ali is after it. Come all the way from deep square. He's had a fair amount of work to do around the boundary rope, as Hassan Ali this morning. Sometimes just running to pick the ball off the boundary boards. But 2 more that time for Marcus Harris. And he moves to 37. Down the pitch this time and working the ball quite hard, but not straight enough to beat the fielder at mid-on. So Harris already looking to use his feet, just maybe put Parkinson off his length a bit, as he's in once more, and forward goes Harris, playing respectfully, just wide of the bowler. And the one thing that you know with Parkinson is he is not going to be afraid to get that ball up above the eye line, nor should he be at this stage. The onus is on Gloucestershire not to give away their wickets in this period before lunch. Parkinson in, down the pitch comes Harris and swipes this one high up into the air, and he's got more than enough on it, and that's going to go for 6. Just about 2 rows back, I think, just in front of the point. In fact, I think it may even have just made it into the first row. This gentleman just throwing the ball back in, but Harris did fancy a pop, and he got to the pitch of it. Didn't get that much of it, has to be said. I think he got underneath it a bit more than he might have expected, but the boundary is not that long, and the bats these days, 91 without loss.
People were ducking for cover in the stand, didn't they? That walk a few up.
Yeah. Just enjoying a nice, quiet morning's cricket. And a cricket ball lands in your lunch, as Harris works this one straight back to the bowler. And 8 runs off the over, so Harris wasn't going to be content just to milk Parkinson. And 25 overs have gone. It's 91 without loss, and Harris, who was really lagging behind Dent, but he was a little behind him on the board, has now overtaken him with 43. Dent's got 41.
Well, Parkinson coming into this game on the back of 47 overs in the second innings in Canterbury last week. He bowled 47 overs, 3 for 92. And in the first innings, 31 overs, 4 for 66. So he had a bit of bowling last week, Matt Parkinson. It's the longest he's been out in the field since, I think he said it was since about November last year. He was feeling it. Dabbed away by Dent. Danny Lamb on his hands and knees, stopping the ball in the gully. And there's no run. Dent is busy. And in the middle there, it'll wander down the pitch and scraping around in his crease. Twirls the bat a few times. See a bit of breeze brushing through the hair of Balderson as he comes in again. Plays it with a full face of the bat. It bounces once and it's picked up by Balderson off his own bowling. And there's no run.
I did wonder why Somerset was still 26 for 1. I mean, I thought even though batting hasn't been too comfortable for them this season, I thought 26 runs in an hour and 45 minutes might be might be a little slow. But of course, I've just realised that my scorecard wasn't refreshing. Glamorgan haven't had it easy this morning, have they?
It's Balderson, it's full and it's wide, and it's taken in the gully. Lancashire wondering whether or not that's carried to Lamb. But it wasn't a hugely convincing appeal, really, from the bowler or the fielders. Just looked like a good stop.
Yeah,
Lamb, but
I'm not sure whether that was one of those ones that it was a full toss to Dent and then it kind of bounced off the cut strip just behind him, or what. I mean, there wasn't unanimity amongst Lancashire about whether that was out or not, but the ones that thought it was out definitely thought that was straightforward.
It's driven. Oh, and Balderson deflects the ball away as it came hurtling back down the pitch at it. Actually just deflects it straight to his captain, Dame Villas.
That's a weird one, though. I mean, it would have been a pretty shocking way for Dent to get out if he had managed to guide that. But I mean, it was pretty much a one-day style wide Yorker almost. It was almost as if he was practicing for that. And Dent had guided that straight to the gully fielder. Oh dear, you wouldn't want to go. You wouldn't want to be near him in the dressing room.
Turns this next one from Balderson up towards mid-on, but for no run. Well, he's been pretty faultless so far. It's an exceptional hour and, well, almost 2 hours of play now, isn't it? 10 minutes or so away from lunch. Dent and Harris have been terrific. Captain Villas had a bit to ponder. Last ball of the over for George Balderson. He's bowled 5 in this spell so far from the Statham end. Eased away towards the leg side. Croftfields at mid-wicket. And that is a maiden over for George Balderson. 91 without loss. Gloucestershire excellent from those two, Harris and Dent. Lancashire still searching for their first breakthrough.
Yeah, it was quite a nice over from Balderson there, and I think he's done what he could in this spell so far, and don't remember too many really loose deliveries, but it's just not that much on offer for him out there. It's a case of probe away and hope that they make a mistake, and so far they haven't, at least not one that has cost them dearly so far. Parkinson then into his second over, just over 10 minutes to go until the lunch break. Long off has gone back now as forward goes Harris, quietly playing back to the bowler. So 3 fielders now out towards the rope. I say towards it because deep backward squares quite a distance off the rope, trying to stop the 2. Parkinson in, and that's a full toss which is clipped away and missed at mid-wicket, and that's going to cost at least a couple of runs, maybe 3. He might take another one on the arm, they will do. So Harris getting to that one on the full, I think, and just about finding the gap. It might on another day have been stopped, that one. See who it is at mid-wicket. Just sort of slid past it almost. 3 more to the tally. 94 without loss. Harris up to 46. And long off comes back up to mid-off for Dent, as Dent's forward and defending quietly back to mid-off, and that characteristic kind of lean back and swing of the arms of Chris Dent after he's played a shot. So we'll see whether Dent wants to use his feet as well. He's been tempted, I suppose. Not tempted with that one, though. That's well wide of off stump and not turning back at this stage, so Dent can leave with ease through to Salt. Parkinson is in, and on the back foot this time. Dent defending back up the pitch. Phil Salt behind the stumps. Maybe he can't have kept too much down at Sussex with the likes of Ben Brown and Michael Burgess before he moved to Sussex on the kind of bit of a wicket-keeping conveyor belt at the moment. As forward goes Dent, just a couple of steps shuffling towards the bowler and getting to the pitch of the ball, but only playing as far as mid-on, and the end of that over. 27 bowled, 94 without loss, but you say Phil Salt's very much looking like he's the primary keeping option.
I think so. Yeah, he said before the season started that he was keen to keep wicket for Lancashire. I think it allows the captain to stand at mid-off instead of keeping wicket, as well as trying to skipper the side, and Alex Davis moving to Warwickshire frees up that option. So that's where they see him with the gloves. It was certainly a tough start for him last week in Canterbury. He's keeping to Parkinson for 80 overs, being forced to follow on. That's a pretty stern test for Phil Salt. A tricky pitch to keep. And Balderson's into Harris, wide and left and through to the keeper, and there's no run. He seems like a nice chap. Phil Sol, keen to try and develop his red ball game with Lancashire. Wants obviously to keep wicket, which was one of the reasons why he moved here, and kind of bat in that middle order, bat at 5 or 6, I would think, for most of the season for Lancashire.
And of course, Welsh-born as well, isn't he?
He's with the Welsh Fire, isn't he?
Mm.
Forward goes Harris in defence, and there's no run.
No, he wasn't. Was he?
Not?
No, I think it was the Originals that he was a part of.
The Originals, he was here, was he?
I think so.
Right.
I think that's right, anyway.
Is he still here for this coming season?
Not sure.
No,
he might have moved, actually.
Right.
I think possibly in the draft.
Of course, the Welsh Fire didn't have anybody from...
No, they Glamorgan, of course, don't lose anybody to the 100 either.
No, driven nicely, but straight to extra cover. And Hassan Ali fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, Gloucestershire losing 6, I believe, off the top of my head. Ryan Higgins, David Payne, both to the Welsh Fire. Miles Hammond, Benny Howell, and Graham Van Buren was picked up this year. I suppose one of the reasons he wasn't picked up in year 1 was because he still counted as an overseas player then, but the paperwork's all come through there. They're all at the Birmingham Phoenix.
Balderson to Harris, leans into it. Ball bounces up towards Hassan Ali at extra cover, there's no run.
And Ian Cobain, who was at Welsh Fire, has moved over to Trent Rockets, I believe, in the draft. So that's the damage report, as it were, for Gloucestershire in the 100. I'm sure Lancashire's will be even longer than that.
I think it's about 7 or 8 again, something similar to last year.
A couple more then, right.
Balderson to Harris, that's tucked away off the pads out to mid-wicket where Croft fields, and there's no run. I've got to admit, when the draft was taking place, which was done rather strangely.
Yes, very strangely.
To the point where I just couldn't really keep across it. I just getting these inundated with emails I just kind of stopped.
And of course it had all actually happened the previous day. Everything had already happened, and it gradually trickled out the day after it.
I'll catch up at some point later in the season. Here's Balderson to Harris. And that's driven to mid-on, and there's no run. That's the end of the over as we approach 5-1 on the first day. Maiden over from George Balderson. We're certainly going to get obviously one more from Parkinson. We might even get a couple in because he gets through them pretty quickly, doesn't he, Parkinson? 94 on the board. These two closing in on a century partnership for the first wicket. Well, it's been an outstanding morning session for Gloucestershire so far.
Yeah, might be time for a few mid-pitch conferences or some irritating spots on the pitch that need to be just tended to, just to make sure that they can't whiz through 2 in addition to this one. 5 minutes left until break. Parkinson in and bowls, flighted, and Dent looking to whip this one into the leg side, but it's fielded at short mid-wicket by Bohannon, and there's no run. There's not really a whole lot of room if you want to work it in front of square there. There's a kind of a pincer movement happening between mid-wicket and mid-on. This time it's full and on the off stump and driven quietly to short extra cover, where James Anderson is fielding with the long-sleeved sweater.
Well,
a long-sleeved shirt, I suppose it is really, rather than a sweater. It's Dent once more looking to try to work into that gap, but there isn't a gap, I suppose, so that's why he can't work it there. This time it's fielded up at mid-on. Of course, Naseem Shah as well is going to be part of the 100, but he was scheduled to leave Gloucestershire before that started anyway. As Dent's forward and prodding this one, and Parkinson will field up his own bowling. So yeah, I don't know whether you might see Naseem Shah listed on other sites potentially, but the arrangement was to be that after the blast was done, Naseem Shah would be unregistered, as it were, and Zafar Gohar would be the permanent overseas signing from that point, as Dent defends to short extra cover. No run, but of course with the shoulder injury to Naseem Shah that he sustained throwing the ball in during week 1, Zafar Gohar's going to be playing plenty at this point as Dent looks to paddle sweep, or just, well, work it round the corner really, not a kind of a paddle sweep, just a quiet sweep backward of square out to deep backward square leg. And so Dent will pick up a single to keep the strike, and it's 95 without loss. Dent 42, Harris 46.
Just looking ahead to what is to come at lunch. Those listening to us on 5 Sports Extra, Dan Norcross is at the Oval, and he will take you through the lunch interval. I'm sure he'll round up the scores from right across the county championship. And for viewers on Lancashire Cricket TV, Paul Allerton Bumble will be with you at lunch as Balderson's into Dent for what will perhaps be the final over of the morning session. And he starts with a no ball, just oversteps a little bit there, Balderson, so a no ball signalled.
Well, that's helped.
That should do it. 97 without loss.
Yes, I'm not sure that he's going to. I think that's, yeah, just ticked over to 12.58 now, so I think he's going to be struggling a bit to get it in now.
Forward goes Dent, immaculately in defence. Out into the offside, and Hassan Ali fields a ring of fielders inside the kind of circle in the one-day world. There's a point, an extra cover, and a mid-off. There's a mid-on, there's a mid-wicket, and there's 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. Both are behind square. There's a deep backward square leg and a long leg. It is a fraction shorter, the boundary to the leg side. As Dent defends a delivery from Balderson, running in from the stay the men, right arm around the wicket, bowling to a left-hander who defends, and there's no run. And pitch we're playing on is not absolutely dead centre. Square looks pretty green, doesn't it? Looks in immaculate condition.
I mean, even the practice pitch there just looks absolutely gorgeous.
That leg side boundary for the left-hander as Balderson's in to Dent, who's defending with an angled bat, working it back towards the leg side. There's no run. Is the slightly shorter of the 2 boundaries, but it's a big old hit through extra cover there for Dent. Don't think he'll be taking that on before lunch. Out towards the diggers, the arthritic diggers, as Ed has described them. A little one of them in particular looks a little limp. Background noise throughout the course of the 4 days will be the diggers. There's Dent to nudge the ball into the onside, but for no run.
So we've also got the intriguing sight of a steamroller seemingly kind of disappearing into the ground. It's a slightly strange visual, really. It kind of looks as if it's a little mini steamroller because you can't see half of it.
I think on Austin Powers, where he tries to do a 95-point turn in the corridor. It's like one of those little tiny ones, isn't it? Yeah. 2 balls left of the Balderson over, the last one before lunch, into Dent, whose defence has been immaculate so far. Again, head right on top of the ball and just pushes it back down the pitch. And Balderson fields, and there's no run.
It's been a good over, though, with no ball aside. Been a kind of a tricky over, because Dent in previous overs might have been looking for runs, maybe just working a single somewhere, but he knows he's got to block it out for lunch, and Balderson knows that as well, and has just been bowling right on the stumps asking questions.
Last ball of the session. It's clipped down to fine leg. Parkinson will get across to his left. Oh, it's a misfield by Matt Parkinson, and it's gone for 4. That's a rather ugly way in the field for Lancashire to end the session, which has been utterly dominated by Chris Dent and Marcus Harris. And it ends with a boundary 4 to bring up the century partnership, but it burst through the fingertips of Matt Parkinson. I think Lancashire will be delighted that lunch has come and they can put the session to bed, but Gloucestershire, Ed, will be thrilled with that. Harris and Dent, 100 partnership for this first wicket in the morning session, a session belonging emphatically to Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it certainly looked as if it was going to be a pitch which was going to be pretty good to bat on, and a toss which Gloucestershire would be glad that they've won. But the prospect of facing James Anderson, Hassan Ali, Saqib Mahmood early on on any surface appeared tricky, but to be honest, really early on, I think Lancashire would say that they just didn't quite get it right. They just didn't quite get their lines where they'd want them to be. And a session which has started off with a wide and finished with a misfield for 3 extra runs. It didn't start particularly well, and it didn't finish particularly well for Lancashire. They bowled well in particularly Saqib Mahmood. He was the pick of the bowlers this morning, but in the middle there were some trickier overs for Gloucestershire to negotiate, and they did have a bit of luck, it's fair to say, as well. Harris with that inside edge drive and the flash and the miss outside off stump as well. There was strokes of fortune in that, but they got through that period and things did get easier again towards the end of the session. And yeah, Gloucestershire will need that to continue for the afternoon session, but they'll be really pleased with the way the morning's gone. OK, for viewers on Lancashire Cricket TV, and to take you through the lunch interval will be Paul Allett and David Lloyd. And for listeners on 5 Sports Extra, we're going to cross to the Oval and Dan Norcross.
Hello and welcome along to a preview of the County Championship season, brought to you for the very first time from Lancashire TV's brand new studio high up in the Player and Media Centre. I've got Scott Reed alongside me, BBC's cricket correspondent of the North, who's followed Lancashire home and away for the last 10 seasons. Good to see you, Scott.
And you, Paul.
Hopes and aspirations then as we enter 2022 and the start of a brand new 4-day County Championship season and a new format.
Yeah, kind of, well, it's new and old, isn't it, almost? Back to what we were going to have before COVID, which I think is probably the right thing to do. Finished 2019 as second division champions, won a promotion with 2 other teams, and it's important, I think, that perhaps you get a chance of playing the format that was due to take place, which is 10 teams in Division 1, 2 relegated from a possible 10. And I'm really interested to see how it all unfolds. I think there should be some fantastic cricket. I mean, we're talking about some seriously good teams in Division 1. And I think it's right that we go back to what was going to be the case before COVID.
Well, the season has already got underway, of course, Lancashire having a free slot in the first round of games. And what struck me quite clearly is that there have been an awful lot of runs around and an awful lot of good pitches, contrary to the popular belief that has been expounded through the winter.
Yes, it's wonderful to see the scores around the country. Great to see the weather. I mean, obviously that's a big thing. It has been a debate which started really at the back end of the pretty poor Ashes series, and the condition of pitches and whether or not we produce good batters. There's been that much kind of column inches written about it and broadcast on the TV and the radio. It was really good to see players get some runs in this opening round of fixtures. I hope that's a sign of things to come. I hope that's a sign of having good pitches, having to work hard to take wickets to win games. It should be difficult to win 4-day matches, and you should have to work hard for it, and let's hope that's the case.
Well, like Lancashire find it here at Emirates Old Trafford, of course. But starting this season, Lancashire begin away at Kent. Where are Lancashire setting themselves, do you think, for this season, having had such a good county championship season last season?
Well, I think they will set themselves as being one of the favourites to win the title. I think that there's probably, in my opinion, maybe 3 or 4 teams that will be right up there challenging for it. I'd expect Lancashire to be right up there. And it wasn't just last season. The 2019 season was a season of outstanding cricket. I know it was Division 2, but I think the quality of cricket we witnessed in 2019, I think had Lancashire been a Division 1 team that year, I think they would have challenged for the title that season. So there's a sense of consistency here. The last 2 years have been slightly different because of COVID, obviously 2020 in particular. But 2019, 2021, 2 really good seasons where they played some very, very good cricket, especially the first set of group games last year. I thought that was outstanding. To get into Super September, into Division 1, I thought the quality of cricket that Lancashire played was terrific. I'm not so certain that they quite got back to that level in September. I know they hammered Somerset, but they looked pretty shot, and obviously there's that epic game against Hampshire at Aigburth. But I think the consistency levels 2019 to 2021 have been really impressive. I think Lancashire will be right up there, and I think they should be right up there with the quality of player that they've got to compete to win the title.
Well, it's been media day at Emirates Old Trafford, and Warren Hegg has been roaming around the outfield and the old pavilion, and he caught up with head coach Glenn Chappell.
Thanks, Paul. Delighted to be joined by head coach Glenn Chappell here at the Lancashire Media Day 2022. Chappie, preparations done, pre-season done, last little bit of work done?
Yeah, we've got a couple more training sessions this week before we go down to Kent, but all in all, we've gone pretty well. We had a good pre-season tour to Dubai, the 2 weeks out there. A little bit hot, but can't really complain compared to how it was back here. And then a few warm-up games we've had. We've been to Kent, Derby, one washed out at Yorkshire, but we've had enough prep now. I think the boys are ready. And
ready to start at Canterbury on Thursday against a strong Kent side. Side all ready to go?
Yeah, absolutely. Not too many injury problems. We've got a strong team, difficult selection, which is what you want. The lads are ready. Kent is as good a place as any to go regarding the weather. Hopefully we'll get 4 days in and play good cricket.
A couple of new faces on the team this year. We've got Hassan Ali as our overseas player, and of course Phil Salt has joined us this year. Have they settled in well?
Yeah, Salty's been here for a while. He had a few commitments in the winter with some franchise cricket, but he's been here for a while now, had a good pre-season with us, scored some runs, some quality runs already, so he looks in good shape. He's fitted in really well. He's a good team man as well. Hassan's just arrived, but you know, world-class performer, very competitive, and really excited to see him play for us.
I suppose it's been great seeing Saki back and Jimmy back in the fold. Have they got a chance of playing this week?
Well, we'll see. Jimmy's not quite ready. The plan was to get Jimmy ready for game 2 or 3. So everyone's, you know, Jimmy's obviously going to be excited for that. But we'll see with Saki. He only got back last week, so we'll do the right thing for him and the squad. And we've got everybody fit, so we'll be able to manage our bowling resources through the first 6 weeks.
Fantastic. And big seasons for some players. Josh Bohannon coming into the England Lions fold this year. He's looking forward to a good year?
Bosch has worked really well all winter. I think, you know, some would argue he was slightly unlucky not to be close to selection for the last England trip, but you know, his early record is fantastic, and if he can keep doing what he's been doing, that'll put him in good stead. But you know, he's worked really well this winter and looks switched on.
So the boys are all fit. Final preparation is done. Best of luck for this season, and back to Paul in the studio.
Yeah, thanks very much, Warren. Glenn not giving an awful lot away there about the upcoming game against Kent. I think it's pretty obvious, though, Scott, that it's a long winter and pre-season's gone pretty well, or as well as can be expected. Beginning at Kent, good memories from last year, because that was a fantastic victory that Lancashire pulled off in 2021 at Canterbury.
It was, yeah. It was that part of the season where I thought Lancashire were playing some fantastic cricket, and that was a really good win, wasn't it? I mean, the way that Parky bowled, something like 50 overs on the spin.
Virtually all day, didn't he, the last
yeah.
day, and it was freezing cold.
It was. And then, of course, Luke Wood and Danny Lamb. There was so many good things happening in that, but it was a really good team performance, wasn't it, across the board. I think Lancashire got a relatively decent record at Kent recently. I always tend to think Lancashire play quite well down there, so hopefully it continues.
Well, let's hope so in the next week or so. Team selection is interesting. There's going to be no Keaton Jennings. He's got a bit of an injury and will miss certainly the first game. So, no Alex Davis, he's moved on to Warwickshire. So a new opening partnership for Lancashire, and it looks like possibly Wells and Balderson.
Which is quite exciting, isn't it? I mean, it's a great chance again for, I mean, obviously Luke's an experienced player now, we know that. But it's a really exciting chance that if it is to be George Balderson to open the batting for George, first game of the season, to be given that opportunity. I've been really impressed with him. I mean, he looks like a really calm, level-headed type of lad. You could tell why he would captain England's under-19s, for example. The way he speaks about the game, the way he conducts himself is really impressive. So he's got a great chance, if that turns out to be the case, that he opens the batting. Be a fascinating team on Thursday, with the addition of course, the two new lads that are going to come into it. You know what you're going to get with Luke Wells. We're talking a proper player here, aren't we?
Yeah, we are, and he did really well last year, didn't he? Ended up averaging almost 40, I think, in first-class cricket. Interesting one for me. Who's going to keep wicket? Well, there are three people on the horizon, as it were. There's Phil Salt, the new boy. There's Dane Villas, the captain, and George Lavelle, who kept in the last few games last year. Yeah,
I think having had a little bit of a brief chat with Phil today, I would be surprised if it wasn't Phil Salt keeping wicket. I wonder whether that's also part of the reason why he came to Lancashire as well, to be given that opportunity. If he keeps wicket, he's probably going to bat in the middle order. Again, that's something slightly different for him in red ball cricket. He's played most of it at the top end. But I think Phil Salt is a pretty safe bet, I would think, for keeping wicket. It takes a little bit of the pressure off the captain, doesn't it? And obviously George Lavelle's an exciting player, clearly a talented lad. But Phil probably a little bit ahead of him in terms of the preference to keep wicket. I'm really looking forward to watching Phil Salt, especially in red ball cricket ball. I mean, we've seen him in white ball. We know what he can do in white ball cricket, a really destructive player. I think in the red ball format, I think it'd be fascinating to watch how Phil Salt gets on, especially in that middle order, which gives him a little bit more licence to kind of express himself.
We'll be hearing from him a little bit later on in the programme. Just, you mentioned Lamb and Wood, Danny Lamb and Luke Wood. They had a great partnership last time. I think that's quite an important axis for Lancashire, that all-rounder axis.
Without doubt, I think for any team, isn't it, to have an all-rounder that will contribute with bat and with ball. I go back to the couple of years before Tom Smith's injury, for example. What a bonus that was to have Smith contributing with wickets and with runs. It just helps balance your team, that, doesn't it? So those two potentially in a little bit of competition with each other, which is obviously healthy. They obviously both had a great performance last year at Kent. They're clearly both very different bowlers, obviously. But that's quite intriguing to see how that develops. Having a good all-rounder in your team, that's absolutely vital, isn't it? Someone that can do both.
Glenn mentioned the seam bowling department. Jimmy Anderson not quite ready. It sounds as though Saqib Mahmood won't be playing either. So you've got your two England internationals, as it were, that will hopefully rotate into the team. But apart from that, of course, we've got Tom Bailey and Hassan Ali, the overseas, and we've already mentioned the two other seamers. So the seam bowling department looking pretty strong.
Which is crucial, isn't it? We're talking about a long season. We've mentioned at the top there about potentially pitches being good and being difficult to bowl sides out, as it should be. You should have to work hard for your wickets. So having a good selection of seam bowlers, the amount of hard work that they go through every game, I think he's absolutely vital, isn't it? You've got to have a broad stock of seam bowlers to get through a season to win enough games to win the championship title. Tom Bailey, I think, is absolutely terrific. And I know Saqib Mahmood's had a great winter to play for England, play Test cricket for England. Loads of attention today at Media Day on Jimmy Anderson for obvious reasons. We're excited to see Hassan Ali come because of his record in international cricket is brilliant. Tom Bailey, consistently now, season in, season out, is as good a county bowler as there is on the circuit. So he quietly goes about his business without much kind of attention, which maybe he enjoys, I don't know. But yeah, he kind of leads that attack. Even though there's senior guys around him, Jimmy's around and Hassan Ali's around and Saqib's a test match bowler now, I always feel that Tom is kind of leader of that attack. He seems like a really senior pro in the dressing room.
Yeah, well, he's certainly a captain's dream. We've heard from the head coach. Now it's the turn of Dane Villas speaking to Warren Hegg.
Thank you, Paul, and delighted to be joined by Lancashire captain for the 2022 season, Dane Villas. Dane, great to have you here. Preparation all done now, pre-season over with. I'm thinking about the championship against Kent on Thursday.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we're really looking forward to the season. You know, watching the games this weekend was a bit hard because the boys are keen and excited to get out there as ever. I think the pre-season was amazing. I think it's one of our best that we've ever had. Boys are fit and fired up, and you know, everybody's hopefully playing well. The warm-up games has been fantastic. So, like I said, definitely keen to get out and play this weekend.
So close last season to winning that championship. The boys played so well. You personally had a great end to the season. Is that a bit of a real fillip for you to push ever closer for this year?
Yeah, we know we need to go one step further and avoid that disappointment we had last year. I think the disappointment was only one day that was really disappointing. Other than that, the season was fantastic. Everybody played so well. It was a good team performance. Everybody put their hand up at certain times. And if we can replicate that this season and avoid that last day, the blues that we had, which will be fantastic as well, just to push for that.
And we've moved back to do two divisions this year now. First and second division. We're in the top division, rightly so as well.
Yeah, I think so. You know, obviously the mandate from 2018 when we got relegated was to get back up into the first division, which we did in 2019 and did really, really well, played well there. Unfortunately, with everything that went on around the world, not being able to go back to playing that was a bit of a stumbling block for us, but we're excited in this now. I think the guys are excited. We want to compete in Division 1, which is obviously the ultimate prize for players around the country, and to do well in that and hopefully push for some silverware.
Well, we talked about our lads being back, and we're joined by James Anderson. We've got Matty Parkinson back in. Saki's back here for us. But some of the local lads have been doing really well in pre-season. Josh Bohannon in particular.
Yeah, Bowie's been incredible the last couple of years for us. He's been fantastic. He's playing really well now in this pre-season. He's netted really well. He's gone everything is fit. There's a lot of pressure on him because he's going to be one of our star performers with the bat, hopefully, and we're going to rely a lot on him. But we're saying that rely a lot on a lot of the other guys who have done well. You know, nice to have sort of you know, the top order with Keats and Wellesley and everyone pushing through. You know, young Baldy is going to hopefully do well for us as well. So yeah, there's a lot of talent, a lot of guys coming through, and you know, we're going to rely on a lot of everyone really, just to make sure it's a team effort to get over the line.
Glenn mentioned before that the Wednesday night's team selection meeting may be a bit of a headache because so many good players, so many good young players in form, but surely that's a good thing to have.
Yeah, it's a great thing to have. You want those type of headaches as opposed to just seeing who we're going to pick. So it's great. Everybody's pushing, everybody's ready to go, and yeah, it's going to make for some interesting conversations and tricky decisions, but that's where we are. That's the nature of the game, and that's the nature of a great club like this. You know, we want to be pushing, and everybody wants to be fighting for that first name on the team sheet spot, you know.
Dano, great for you to join us again. All the best for the 2022 season, and back to Paul in the studio.
Well, thanks very much, Warren. Plenty of enthusiasm there from Dane Villas, as you'd expect. You've followed him over the last few years, both as a player and a captain. How important is he to Lancashire?
Oh, goodness, I think he's absolutely vital. Lancashire fans who have watched the live stream now for a number of years will probably be bored of me talking about Dane Villas and how significant he is and how inspirational it looks like he is, how at times you feel like he kind of drags the team with him. So yeah, the way he captains the team, the way he carries himself, the way he speaks, a seriously impressive fella. You mix that in with the fact that he's a bleeding good player as well, you know. So perhaps for his high standards, maybe last season, just perhaps not quite at his high standards, but they're so high, his standards. Of course, the 2019 year was exceptional for him. So yeah, absolutely vital. I think he captains the team wonderfully.
He does. I think you've summed it up. He does lead by example, and he does take the team with him. And that's self-evident if you spend any time around him, just by watching him on the field, but certainly at close quarters, which I've been fortunate enough to be for a few years. He really is the number one light in the dressing room. He mentioned, I'll have to pick him up on this, because he did mention we only had one bad day last summer. I think he's referring to the last day of the season when Warwickshire beat Somerset. But as far as Lancashire were concerned, they probably feel they let themselves down against Nottinghamshire in the one, and it's perhaps pernickety to pick on one game, but when you're looking at winning trophies and winning titles, I think you have to be have that form of scrutiny.
I think you do, and I think when you're trying to do it at this level against the quality of opposition that there is, it shows you how little margin for error there is as well, how an hour or two over the course of a 4-day game can completely take it away from you and can be ultimately quite costly. It was such a shame at Trent Bridge that I don't think they did themselves justice massively in that 4-day match. I touched on with you before. I thought the standard of cricket in the first 10 matches of last season was outstanding, and I just don't think they quite hit those heights, with the exception of Somerset, who looked pretty shot, and that epic Hampshire match. But yeah, that probably was. I left Trent Bridge thinking that might well be it, and then of course we had Egbert, didn't we? We
did, of course. Let's look forward though, and Dane was talking about the squad and the strength of the squad and the young players within it, and two young players he mentioned in particular. One was Josh Bohannon, not surprisingly, averaged over 50 in county championship cricket last year. Much expected of him.
Without doubt, and I'm sure from himself, to see if he can match that again and go again, and maybe even try and better it if he can. I remember when Josh came into the team at the Oval, the day-night championship match. Remember those day-night championship games? That was a great idea. And he came out batting under the lights about 20 past 8 at night. Monet Morkel was bowling with a pink ball. It was hostile, it was aggressive, it was one of the best bowlers that season, and of course his test record will back that up. And he got through that session, did Josh, didn't he, that night at the Oval, and then following day went on and got a half-century, and he's not really looked back from that, has he? And leaving that match there against Surrey, you're thinking, Lancashire have got a player here. And he's been a little bit up and down the order, but he seems to have settled in that position now at number 3. I think that's where he wants to bat. He had a fantastic year last year. He's a proper player, isn't he? And looking forward to see if he can do it again.
Yeah, I think we all are, and I'm sure all Lancashire's members and supporters are hoping that he will as well. The other youngster that got a mention was George Balderson, who has been on the fringes of the side, but started to look as though he was settling in towards the end of last year.
Yeah, I think he comes across as a really impressive character. I remember speaking to him at New Road when Lancashire were playing Leicestershire at Worcestershire's ground, and I asked him what's his stronger suit, and bat or ball, and he said I'm not quite sure yet. So I look forward to chatting with him again this year to see if he's worked it out, which one's his stronger suit. But I suspect probably batting, and I think that, I mean, the fact he can offer something with the ball is great for the team. But I would think he's going to get into the team, it's going to be with his batting, not with his bowling. And looks like a very organised player, seems to leave the ball well, seems to like a bit of pace onto the bat as well, which is quite good. So yeah, I think, again, one to look out for.
Yeah, there's an emphasis on squad, because as I mentioned earlier, there are going to be England call-ups, but Dane was very keen to impress that everybody wants to be the #1 name on the team sheet. I think that goes for the whole staff.
Yeah, and I think that's great, isn't it? I think I mean, I cover quite a bit of football as well. You speak to football managers, regardless actually of the sport. Competition's good, isn't it? Competition brings out the best in people. So if you've got good competition, then in theory you should be able to pull each other along and help each other along. It's a long season, isn't it? It's a long slog when you start in April and finish at the back end of September. And across those months, pretty certain that everyone's going to get a chance at some stage to try and impress.
Two new boys within the Lancashire ranks this year. Warren Heggar's caught up with one of them.
Thanks, Paul. And now joined by new recruit Phil Salt. Salty, joining Lancashire for the first time. Welcome. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, definitely. We've had a good pre-season. Lads been away. It's a top group of boys. And then since coming back, we've had a few more games. It's a bit of a pain not to play the first round this week, looking around the country, seeing all the scores going up. But, you know, really looking forward to cracking into it at Kent.
I suppose as a new player as well, you're joining a new club. All you want to do is get out there, get on the field and get started.
100%. You know, you want to show everybody how good you are. That's what it's about. You know, you'll have a new set of fans that probably wouldn't have seen that much of me. You know, I want to show my teammates and the coaches what I can do. So, no, I'm really looking forward to it and hopefully put my best foot forward.
Fantastic. And Kent, the first game, off down to Canterbury. Hopefully a little bit warmer down there, but a good game, strong Kent side.
Yeah, they're a good team. They've been a good team for a few years now. The smart side as well. They know how to sort of play at Canterbury using the slope and all the rest of that. So there will be a good side, but I think last time Lancs went there, they did pretty well. So the boys are looking forward to it.
You've had pre-season now. You mentioned the preparation. Dubai go good? Is it a really important part of pre-season?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's good for boys that have been in the indoor school for most of the winter to get out and sort of be outside and spend a bit of time and get their overs into the legs. So that's obviously very important. For myself, it was, you know, I've been outside for most of the winter, so it was good just to get to know the lads, spend a bit of time around each other, build a few relationships. So I think from that point of view, you know, every box has been ticked.
You've been around now for 6 months or so here at Lancashire Cricket, and you've seen the squad in good detail. Ambitions for this year?
Well, hopefully a few trophies. You know, we all know how good the side is. We know how good the sort of depth is. You know, it's going to be a really tough team to pick in a few days' time. And I don't envy Chappie for having to do that job. But hopefully we put a few trophies on the board because we know as a squad how good we are. And, you know, if we play our best cricket, we'll be right up there.
And you've seen the international boys come back into the fold now. Matty Parkinson, you've got hopefully James Anderson back. Saki's back in the fold now. So that really adds to our strength. Yeah,
definitely. You know, you've got Sak and Parky, as you just mentioned, along with Jimmy. Having someone like Jimmy in your side is, well, I don't know, it's a bit surreal, to be honest, seeing him running at you. I've not played against him before in first-class cricket, so the other day when he was having a bowl at me, it was the first time that he's done so, and it is quite surreal, actually, you know, being around him almost. You know, he's a Test legend, and his record speaks for itself, so it will be good to have him back.
Salty, all the best for this coming season, mate. Everyone's rooting for you. Welcome to the fold, and good luck. Back to Paul in the studio.
Well, Phil Salt seems to have settled in quite nicely. We're expecting great things of Phil. I mean, he's a quality pedigree player, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to improve Lancashire, I think, in all formats, isn't he? I know we're going to look ahead to the one-day stuff in the T20s later on, but I don't really see how he doesn't make Lancashire better, really. I mean, and I think perhaps for him it's a challenge, certainly red ball cricket, for him to develop his game as well. The addition of keeping wicket is a huge bonus, isn't it? But I mean, you get, before every season, you think about who you're going to look out for and potential players that might catch the eye. It's also some of the new recruits which are exciting to see for the first time. It's obviously a little bit of Phil play, but looking forward to seeing him, especially if he does bat 5 or 6, what it would be like with the gloves and batting there.
Hassan Ali has just landed this week. Have you seen much of him?
Only bits on television, yeah. I don't think I've seen him live yet. I was thinking about that on the way in, whether I have. I don't think so. His record's outstanding, isn't it? What a smart signing that would be. I mean, in theory, he looks like he has the game to benefit and to play well in England.
Well, I think Glenn Chappell's always on the lookout for quality seamers, and he's a pretty good judge. So I think this is probably a Glenn-inspired signing, to be honest.
Well, if he's good enough for Glenn, then he's good enough for the rest of us, as you say. He knows a bit.
Just looking on at the rest of Division 1 then, who do you see the main threats to Lancashire being?
I think Hampshire, and I know we've got the benefit of hindsight to a little degree because obviously we've had a round of fixtures already, but Hampshire pressed Lancashire and indeed Warwickshire all the way last year. I see no reason why they wouldn't do that again. In fact, if anything, I think a little bit like Lancashire, they're probably stronger. I think the signing of Ben Brown is a really smart signing. I think that will help balance their team a little bit and maybe get them to play a spinner as well. So I think if you've got a bowling attack that has Barker and Abbas and Abbott, they're going to be a threat. So I would say Hampshire. Warwickshire are the defending champions, but I was listening to Paul Farbrace the other week, and he admitted he doesn't think that they're the best team in the country, even though they are the county champions. So how well they will do defending their title will be quite interesting. And Essex have been excellent now, haven't they, for a number of years? I think those will be the four teams. I think. Yeah.
I don't think there'll be too many easy matches, though. Will there be in the division?
Absolutely not, no. I think Lancashire are playing Hampshire just once, which might be quite handy. Conversely, maybe a bit of a shame that if those two teams are going to be two of the better teams, they only play each other once, but both sets of players might be quite pleased with that. But you're right, I don't think in Division 1, certainly, you get many easy games.
Lancashire being tipped in various quarters to be county championship contenders come September. Do you see that coming to fruition?
Yeah, I would be most surprised if Lancashire were not challenging for the title, and I'm basing that not just on kind of blind faith. I'm basing that on the fact that there's a very good squad of players. They played excellent cricket last year and they were terrific in 2019. It just feels like this particular group of players, with the addition of one or two others, plus one or two that have come through, I would be more surprised if Lancashire were not challenging for it, and I think perhaps the dressing room down below us would be more surprised if they were not challenging for it.
Yeah, they're really enthusiastic about the upcoming season. Who do you see specifically, if you wanted to see a really good season and have some real fun and enjoyment watching Lancashire? Who are the guys that are going to really come to your attention?
Well, the exciting thing about that is that it's actually perhaps more of the unknown that's quite intriguing, because you could put all the names in the hat, pull it out and say, if this player has a really good season, that wouldn't be a massive surprise. So it's a degree of the unknown which excites me. You always sometimes get a player coming through that you don't expect. I know we've touched on Josh Behan, and I think he will have a really good season. I'm really intrigued to see how Tom Hartley progresses in his career, George Lavelle likewise when he gets given a chance. And then there's other players in and around it, the likes of Rob Jones, who hopefully will have a good season, and perhaps struggled a little bit last year, and fingers crossed this could be his year.
Exciting times. Let's hope you have a good summer, Scott.
Well, I can't guarantee that.
Well, let's sincerely hope that Lancashire have a good summer. Everything gets underway county championship-wise as far as Lancashire concerned down at Canterbury on Thursday, and you can follow all that live on all the club's social media channels. And you can also follow it with Scott live on the BBC. He'll be there. We'll see you next time. Bye for now. Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for this first day of the County Championship match between Lancashire and Gloucestershire. First session done and dusted, and Gloucestershire, having won the toss and decided to bat first, have played really well. They're 101 without loss at lunch. I'm delighted to say David Lloyd's alongside me again. David, we've seen some fine batting this morning.
I think they've been terrific. This pitch is excellent. It's very, very dry, very blustery conditions and a little bit chilly, although the sun's been out. But I think the qualities, the defensive qualities of these two opening batsmen has been exemplary. This is a tasty attack, as we mentioned right at the beginning. There's not been any swing. You've got to bowl that full length, which they've tried to do more often than not. A little bit rusty at the beginning, but you take nothing away from Gloucestershire. They'll be very, very pleased with that first session.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson, of course, in his return to first class and championship cricket, and Saki Mahmood and Hassan Ali. How will they be feeling at lunch?
Well, they'll be thinking, how do we get a breakthrough and get James Bracey in? And there's not a great deal happened in the pitch, which is understandable. It's like a test match pitch, is this? And we keep mentioning it's in April, and you're always looking at the telltale signs where the bowler lands. Is there any moisture? No, there isn't. This is absolutely dry. it's a batting paradise, to be honest, and expect a high-scoring game.
Yeah, it is. Chris Dent and Marcus Harris played really well, both on 46 not out. And to be honest, there's been very little of cheer for Lancashire. The ball has not gone past the bat very much, as you say. There's not much swing, and no real incident to give Lancashire's bowlers much encouragement.
Well, there's one incident where Jimmy Anderson was the bowler and Hassan Ali was the fielder, and he threw it for 4 overthrows, which didn't impress Jimmy Anderson. But no, you've got that first session over with, so Lancashire now, who do we open with? You always say, well, get your best 2 bowlers on. So I'm going to go Hassan Ali and Jimmy Anderson for a burst just after this break.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. That gives the opportunity of getting them through a couple of spells in the afternoon. And you'd hope that maybe with the ball still having a bit of shine on it, I'm hearing, though, that it's gone soft quite quickly. But with a bit of shine still there, maybe the ball will start to swing.
Well, I think it's too cold to swing and it's very blustery. And so you've got to think of other areas, and that'll be the leg spinner. But Harris, Marcus Harris, as soon as Parkinson came on, he took the game to him, came down the pitch and hit him high into the stands and so on. So there's been some lovely batsmanship from the pair of them, playing very, very straight. But the thing that's really impressed me, defensively, really solid, very, very solid. No, as you said, there's been no alarms, there's nothing flashing past the outside edge, no drop catches. It's been good batting.
I was quite impressed with Saqib's spell.
Yeah.
I thought he was good. Obviously had Danny Lamb and George Balderson to bowl as well, but the pitch, there is no pace in this pitch, is there?
No, it's an easy pace pitch. I wouldn't expect it to get any quicker. Just knowing Old Trafford, it'll depend a bit on the weather and the heat. If it just bakes the pitch, it should spin later in the game. So you're looking at passages of play, in my opinion, that Gloucestershire should be on course to get a big score first innings. Lancashire have to match them. And so your first innings runs are very important, but you've got a pitch.
Lancashire very dynamic in the field, and especially after a session like that, Dane Villas will get all the boys together. How can Lancashire make inroads into Gloucestershire's batting now?
Well, I think you've got to be disciplined and get sort of line and length bowling, but with aggression, and hit the pitch. You've always got to hit the pitch here at Old Trafford, and you're always looking for a bit of magic. Get to work, break the partnership, get a new batter in.
So conditions have been superb for batting, and players out in the middle now, ready to resume. The 2 Gloucestershire openers, Chris Dent, Marcus Harris, both on 46 not out. And it's time for us to get downstairs and join Scott Reed for his commentary.
Yeah, welcome back to our commentary box for the afternoon session. It is an absolute stonking day, isn't it? What a beautiful first day. And what a fascinating morning session. Brilliant from Gloucestershire with the bat. What can Lancashire do with the ball after lunch? Harris and Dent have put on 101 for the opening wicket. We're going to see Saqib Mahmood to open up after lunch from the Jimmy Anderson end. It'll bounce up and down on the spot, shake of the hips, and he'll come tearing his way back in. 2 slips in place, Harris on strike. Here we go then, first ball of the afternoon session. He comes in and bowls, and that's steered down just backward of point where Bohannon fields, and there is no run. Good afternoon, Ed.
Good afternoon, Scott. Good afternoon, everyone. And well, I mean good afternoon this time, with the weather being as it is, and obviously from the Gloucestershire point of view, they'll be hoping it's as good an afternoon as it was morning, because they couldn't have asked for anything more than that. They scored well, with freedom at times, saw off some tricky periods, mostly from the bowler coming in now,
which is Mahmood. Harris on 46, and that's carefully back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Balderson seemed to find his rhythm quite well towards the end of that session, but it was Mahmood who combined the accuracy with the real threat, and in that one over in particular to Marcus Harris, he certainly would have felt as if he should have had a wicket. But to give these two credit, any time they have played and missed, which hasn't been that often, they seem to have put it right out of their minds and just got back on with it.
Yeah, it's been a rarity, hasn't it? Any kind of false shot. And Harris covering up and playing away safely into the offside, and there's no run. Dane Villas comes up from extra cover to field. And
it just really, with these two, and then Bracey as well, if they've seen off the new ball period, and it just means that the likes of, potentially the likes of Van Buren and Hammond, Higgins as well, that they can just come in against an older ball, potentially a slightly tiring attack as well, and they may be able to cash in. It's just, it's so valuable when your openers can do what these two have done.
This is down the leg side by Mahmood. Harris shapes to kind of flick it down towards fine leg, but into the gloves of Sultan, there's no run.
But equally, they'll know that there's going to be threat at all times from Lancashire, because not just from the seam attack with Anderson, Hassan Ali and Saqib Mahmood, but Matt Parkinson is always gonna, well, if not necessarily get turn, his ability to flight the ball could well cause issues, regardless of what state the pitch is in or what state the ball is in.
Mahmood bowls to Harris. That's just flicked off the pads out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, so you know, tidy start from these two, but equally, if you lose 2 or 3 quick wickets, all of a sudden, just sights have to kind of be reined in a little bit, and until that happens, Gloucestershire are really quite comfortable at the moment, but they hold one brings two business.
Final ball of the first over after lunch. Mahmood in and bowls. And Harris punches off the back foot away into the offside for no run. So Mahmood starts with a maiden. The first over after lunch. Both batters 4 away from reaching 50.
Well, it looks as if it may well be Hassan Ali to open the bowling from the Brian Statham end. Wondered whether it would be... I mean, you kind of felt from the way that Saqib Mahmood had bowled this morning that he probably deserved to open the bowling after lunch, but then who was going to bowl from the other end? And it does look as if it is going to be Hassan Ali from round the wicket. And still those two left-handers, of course. It's, well, we assume Van Buren is going to come in at 4, so that'll be the first right-hander. Hassan Ali then in and bowling to Dent, and that's outside off stump and left alone. Through to Salt behind the stumps. 2 slips in a gully, a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Pretty standard field, really, at this stage. Lancashire not wanting to go straight on the defensive, obviously. Want to try and catch these two napping after a good lunch. Here comes Hassan Ali, bowls down the leg side, and is there something on that? No. Steve O'Shaughnessy doesn't, again, as with another strangle down the leg side quite early on, just looks completely disinterested right away. So if there was a noise, who knows? Back clipping pad, potentially pad. Either way, it didn't look particularly right for the strangle down the leg side, it's got to be said. Hassan Ali running away from us, and bowls. Forward goes Dent and defends. Maybe just a stride outside his off stump there, and possibly a few reasons for a shout or two behind the stumps.
Just welcome back to our Sports Extra listeners into the second over of the afternoon session. Saqib Mahmood bowled the first one, started with a maiden, and we're halfway into Hassan Ali's first over after lunch, and again he sent down 3 dot balls so far.
Hassan Ali in, inviting the drive, and it's squirted through wide mid-on from Chris Dent. He'll get 2. They'll think about 3. Again, the fielder, this time it's Anderson, almost expecting the ball to slow up, and then it just doesn't as it gets towards the rope. And as a consequence, I think he may have been thinking it was just a comfortable 2, and then just a third taken really quite easily, both on the arm and also because the ball hadn't quite been picked up yet. I think they're just, you know, the outfield is so quick, they just almost can't believe it. 104 without loss, so Dent on to 49. And who's going to win, potentially, the race to the half-century, as Hassan Ali bowled very wide, and Harris has absolutely nothing to do with it. Not sure whether that was deliberate or not, but it was quite similar to the delivery that Harris almost pulled something in his back or shoulders or somewhere, swinging out this morning at one point.
It was so out of context, what we'd say. Yeah. Before it and after it, this loose swing of the bat.
So you just hadn't seen anything like that from him in that first game either. That short and cut and dropped potentially at slip. It's Wells who I think has put that down, and they come through for 2 runs. Well, again, he threw a lot at that, but it did seem to me on first glance that the ball was actually there to be hit. He just maybe was a bit late on it and carved it, and down it went. 106 without loss.
Yeah, it went quickly to Wells, didn't it, at first slip? I think probably about maybe shoulder height, something like that, burst through the fingertips. Sharp chance, because he went at it so hard.
Yeah, it was why I was sort of almost hesitant to say dropped, just in case it was one of those ones that had, you know, almost hit the hands. But the first definite chance, and Marcus Harris with another loose shot outside the off stump, and that might be the a bit of the wake-up call there.
Here's Mahmood to Dent. Just dropped into the onside for no run. So every season we look out for the first batter to get to 1,000 runs, and that kind of that big moment. Can you get to 1,000 runs in the County Championship? A big highlight for any player. How about Ben Compton's now faced 1,000 deliveries?
Wow.
First to pass 1,000 balls this summer, maybe. He's still batting for Kent in what has been an extraordinary start to the season for him. Dent's 49 not out. That's pushed into the onside. There's no run.
Wasn't he playing in Zimbabwe over the winter as well, I think I heard, yeah. Perhaps more should follow his path. Go out to play for the sides like that. I think they've got sides like the Mountaineers.
That's who he was playing for.
He was at the Mountaineers.
He was playing for the Mountaineers, yeah. It was his stint with the Mountaineers that kick-started his career. What's the score? Kent are 100 for 1, and Compton's 27 not out from 101 balls faced. There's Mahmood to Dent. Played a little upper sleep behind square. Just eased off his hip. Come back for a couple. He's got himself a 50 here. 51 not out. It's a proper examination for Dent. Facing high quality bowling. But 51 from 106 deliveries. And 7 fours for his half-century.
Yeah, certainly an innings that, well, especially having just come off the COVID isolation period, I'm sure that will be extra meaningful.
Forward he goes, squeezing the ball away into the offside. Dane Velas comes up from extra cover to field, and there's no run.
Because as I said, he'd looked in good touch in the second innings against Northamptonshire before being adjudged LBW. And so I think potentially just to have that time off where not able to do anything, I suppose you must wonder a little bit whether the form that you probably felt you were in is going to carry through. So I'm sure he'll be pleased to have got this far, but equally knowing that he wants to go on much further.
There's Mahmood for Lancashire around the wicket this time to Dent. He's Sit firmly in behind this delivery, just playing it back to the bowler. And there's no run. It's a great opportunity, isn't it, for these two now? Couldn't really have dreamed to be in a more ideal position. You win the toss, you know you're going to face some high quality bowling. There's 3 international seamers Lancashire have got in Anderson, Mahmood and Hassan.
Should be an international spinner.
Surely just a future international spinner to deal with. Dent defending from the crease, just dropping it into the offside for no run. End of the over. Well, these two got through that morning session without too much alarm, really. And what a chance now on the glorious blue sky on what looks like a cracking pitch. Try and score big in their first innings if they can, Gloucestershire here. 51 to Dent. Harris is 2 away from a half century as well. Gloucestershire 108 without loss.
And of course this is what's desired as well, isn't it, in county cricket. We've been a lot of talk over the winter. We want these pitches. I mean, this is a pitch that you turn up on the morning of a test match, first morning of a test match, and you'd expect to get this. Hassan Ali in round the wicket, and Harris defends back to the bowler, who then kicks it about a bit, and he almost kicked it back to Harris for a second go around, but not that it would have counted, of course. But yeah, just, you know, most test matches where the sun's out, especially on the first day, you'd expect to turn up and win the toss and bat.
Yep.
And that's exactly what Gloucestershire have done here. And it's, you know, you don't really want to be seeing sides when it's sunny turn up and bowl first, because they think actually there's still going to be plenty in the pitch. Hassan Ali in and bowls to Harris, who's just rising up a little to play this one, just wide of Hassan Ali, who fields in his follow-through.
No, this looks like just a really cracking Old Trafford pitch, which is what you would tend to see here. It's one of the things that I know that Saqib Mahmood has talked about with regards to making his test debut, that because he's bowled so much here, having to find ways to take wickets and bowl sides out, and it's tough to take wickets here and force victories. That kind of stood him in good stead for England, I think, what he was saying.
Hassan Ali in, well wide of off stump, and Harris this time has nothing to do with it.
So yeah, it looks like a really kind of, I know Bumble and Paul Alec are going to join us a little bit later on, so we'll can always ask those two as well, who've seen a lot of cricket here over the last few decades, but it looks to me like a typical Old Trafford pitch. Should be set up really for a terrific 4 days, and Lancashire will know as well as anybody to win here is difficult. You've got to bowl well. You've got to bowl really well to knock teams over twice.
Hassan Ali in down the leg side, and Harris has a flick at it but can't get any bat on it to send it away fine for runs. Yeah, and you wonder whether it's going to turn at all as the match goes along. I think that'll be, you know, because it's not going to. I mean, you don't get the impression at the moment, and I know it's pretty early to make that call just after lunch on the first day, but uneven bounce doesn't look especially likely as Hassan Ali's in wide delivery. It's driven by Harris through the covers for 4 runs, and that's his half century, brought up with his 7th 4, and it's come in 95 deliveries, and he also hit that 6 over long off against Parkinson. But a really yet another indication, if we needed it, of how good this surface is for batting, because again, just nowhere near a half volley. That was driven on the up, and if you're Hassan Ali, I think you've got to be thinking, well, if you want to keep driving me off that length, then please do. But as yet, hasn't got Harris into any difficulties, or, well, it has, but not the biggest difficulty of all, as a delivery is bowled on off stump and defended back to the bowler. 112 without loss. Harris 52 and Dent 51. Harris, of course, dropped on 46. One of a couple of loose shots that he has played well outside off stump, but it's difficult to know if you're Lancashire. Do you keep bowling for that? Because if you do, you might just either bowl him into some even better form, or he might just actually decide, I am just going to leave this alone and move on.
It's an absolutely terrific way to bring up a 52, wasn't it? It's a gem of a shot. We've seen a few of them so far today. Both relatively equally matched too, aren't they? 109 deliveries for Dent, 96 for Harris. Wheel around the wicket to Dent. Dabs the ball up towards Josh. Parkinson rather, at mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things they've done as well as score boundaries is they've rotated the strike quite well. They've been able to get those singles, particularly to balls that have just been a little bit straight. And that's just allowed them, like you say, they've shared the strike fairly evenly, but it's never been really a case of a bowler being able to build up pressure on one batsman.
Yeah, it's been a really proper opening partnership, hasn't it? That's the key thing, the partnership. It's hopping back there, Dent, and defending once more, no run. Lancashire just not been able to build up a sense of pressure. There was probably a period where maybe, I suppose, just in the middle of the morning session, Mahmood and Hassan managed to just tie Gloucestershire down a little bit. You felt like just starting to get a bit of a stranglehold on it. Lancashire and Gloucestershire were finding it difficult at that little period with 3 or 4 overs where they could really get away, but there's no concern shown by Dent and Harris. He just got through that. To capitalise now, a kick of frustration on the ground by Mahmood. This is just eased off his hip for a pretty comfortable single for Dent. It's down towards backward square leg for 1. Takes him to 52. Gloucestershire move on to 113 without loss.
It's been pretty amazing to read about Saqib Mahmood and turning down an IPL deal even to further his test chances, which I'm sure would have won him the hearts of not just every Lancashire supporter who probably already had the hearts of, but county cricket fans around the country as well.
Mahmood to Harris. Dabbed straight back down the ground, and it's just an inch or so from clipping the stump at the non-striker's end. A little forward press from Harris, and there's no run.
I mean, the world actually, not just English cricket, but the world cricket knows what Saqib Mahmood can do with the white ball. We saw him bowl magnificently in the BBL. I thought, you know, Australian commentators were taking all sorts of pleasure out of watching him bowl that well, whilst what was going on in the Ashes was going on. Seeing him bowl quickly, get movement even with the white ball.
Mahmood bowling wide of the crease actually from around the wicket, angling in towards Harris, who defends comfortably enough towards mid-on, and there's no run.
But if he were playing out in the IPL, there's a fair chance that he actually wouldn't be playing. So I don't know, it's of course, if you are good enough to get a deal in the IPL, you absolutely want to play in it, and I think we're past the stage of the idea of trying to stop people from going. But you know, it can't be easy going out there just to sit on the sidelines.
Yeah, I guess it's a big decision for him to make, isn't it? As Harris plays at this, there's a rarity, a play and a miss. We've barely seen that this morning and so far this afternoon, but that's a genuine play and a miss from Harris, and not too far away from a little snick through to the keeper. And further frustration for Saqib Mahmood. 113 without loss, Dent 52, and Harris on 52, and Mahmood completing his 3rd over, I think that, isn't it, after lunch?
Yeah, it is a decision which, who knows, we might actually see more people making, because if you're, I don't know, if you're going around the circuit, particularly in the winter, you're probably earning a fair bit of money from those leagues as well, as Hassan Ali's in and bowling to Dent, who's looking for a single as he just pushes it to mid-on, but there is no single there, just didn't get it quite wide enough of Anderson at mid-on. But I don't know, maybe it is something that we'll see a little bit more. I mean, I suppose the IPL is just so lucrative that even sitting on the sidelines in it might seem an attractive proposition. Hassan Ali in and bowls. Dent looking to dab it this time and doesn't get a huge amount of bat on it, but then he wasn't meaning to, but doesn't get it into the gap, and it's fielded at gully.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for him to make that, isn't it? Because as you say, he's so established now with the white ball in the various domestic competitions around the world. There's clearly an opportunity for him now at Test level. The door is open for him at Test level, having done so well in the Caribbean.
Yep. Hassan Ali is in and bowls. Defended by Dent, out to cover this time off the front foot relatively easily, and no run. Yeah, I guess it's, you know, it is quite a mature decision to make, and in some ways it is a brave one, because you're certainly very much bucking the trend and you're turning down considerable amounts of money, but at the same time there's, like you say, there is that gap in the team for him at the moment. He's exactly the kind of bowler that England seem to be after. That's a bouncer from Hassan Ali, and it's, well, I'm not going to say it's ballooned over Chris Dent's head, but he did duck underneath it. But it did just seem to take off quite considerably, that one, and I'm not sure it would have troubled Dent too much, even if he'd not seen it particularly early. Hassan Ali putting a lot of effort into that delivery, but not really getting too much out of it. They've got the deep square leg back for the pull shot. Mistimed hook as Dent defends this one off the front foot, and it's fielded by Hassan Ali. But yeah, I mean, in theory, he's an answer to a problem that England have got, but of course, at the moment, it's not a case of just one person solving the many issues. But it's certainly pleasing to see the Test ambition of Hassan Ali, as that's another short ball from Hassan Ali, and this one doesn't get up very much. I think it's fair to say it. Dent ducked underneath it and was not quite in danger of getting struck on the body, but yeah, that's two short balls bowled in that over, one of which has ballooned way over his head and another which has kind of died, so not really looking at the moment like a kind of a pitch where short pitch bowling is going to be too much or going to bring too much joy. 113 without loss after 36 overs, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, Bumble this morning when he was with us was encouraging the bowlers to bowl a little bit fuller. Here's Mahmood. Again around the wicket. Ooh, and that's Harris leaning back and helping it up and over the slips and down towards the boundary for 4 runs. It was banged in by Mahmood and just deflected off the face of the bat, up and over the slips and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that's an odd one. It wasn't almost, and I didn't think so live either, but you just wondered the way that it flew off. It didn't seem to be a kind of a deliberate uppercut necessarily. He just kind of put the bat there and it flew off it. I don't know exactly how he managed that, but it wasn't quite a fend off the delivery out of, you know, getting done by the short delivery, but at the same time it wasn't really a genuine uppercut either.
Mahmood in, this comes off the inner half of the Harris back, trying to force the ball away through the offside, deflects back down towards Saqib Mahmood off his own bowling, and there's no run. It's just slightly quirky though, it's kind of stuck in between the two, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, just almost like a back foot defensive shot that was played with an angled bat and then looped over the slips. Well, I say looped, it flew over the slips, yeah. More than looped.
2 slips in there, Luke Wells and Stephen Croft. And there's a gap to gully where Lammy's fielding. Mahmood in, bowling, it's glanced down towards fine leg. Hassan Ali comes up to complete the fielding. Little thin edge on the bat. And the score moves on to 118 without loss. Harris moves on to 57 not out.
He has looked a little impatient at times, Harris. And I'm not going to necessarily put that, whatever that sort of slip glance kind of shot was, in that category, but so far Dent has looked the calmer of the two and has been in the less difficulties.
Short again from Mahmood, and Dent has to drop his knees and sway backwards. That ball loops into the gloves of Phil Salt.
So I don't really think that was English, the sentence I just
understood.
said there, but there we go. It sort of did its purpose.
He did, yeah. Got the message out there, didn't it? In a roundabout way.
Yeah, well, he's looked very calm in defence, and even actually when he's attacked, he's had, I would say, probably particularly those deliveries that he had off Danny Lamb, he's had the easier deliveries to put away.
Forward goes Dent, defends to extra cover, and there's no run.
And they really cashed in on that period, didn't they? It was just, they'd just seen off that second spell, like Anderson switched ends, Saki Mahmood was bowling well, and they'd just seen that off. And with Lancashire's change seamers, if you like, with less pace on the ball, they didn't quite get it right, and Gloucestershire really kind of, therefore, because of that period, stamped their authority on the morning session.
Mahmood bowls again, it's short. It's the third one of the over from Mahmood. And, Dent is a little easier this time, just to sway back, doesn't have to kind of react as sharply, doesn't need to bend his knees and duck underneath it, just leans back, allows it to go through. Completes Mahmood's over, 118 without loss. Harris has 57, Dent unbeaten on 52. Live from Emirates Old Trafford, the first day between Lancashire and Gloucestershire. First time seeing Hassan Ali for the home supporters, and there's a good number in as well, having a wander out to the middle at lunch, the spectators.
Yeah, it's great to see that, isn't it? The outfield games of cricket taking place, and I suppose whilst the outfield is in such terrific shape, get them out there while you can. Here comes Hassan Ali in and bowls to Harris, who defends quietly back to the bowler. Yeah, before, well, I don't know, I wonder who's coming to Old Trafford this year concert-wise, but it does tend to be the effects of that felt, I think, after it. I'm sure if we've got, well, I wouldn't even like to say who, but I'm sure there'll be the usual concerts around the cricket grounds, but the stages tend to leave their mark on the outfield a little bit, but it's absolutely beautiful at the moment. Short ball, very short, and pulled away by Harris, or more hooked really than pulled, but he's got it down, but not between the fielders at deep square and fine leg, so it's a single as deep square leg can move across. 119 for no wicket.
The Killers are here in June, followed by Harry Styles.
Oh, that's a bit of a break with tradition, isn't it?
It's an unmissable show, is this?
Wow. Hassan Ali switching over the wicket now to Dent, and he's in and bowls on middle stump, defended, and Hassan Ali rather needlessly goes into a slide and picks the ball up. It would have been no run anyway.
Then the Red Hot Chili Peppers. So yeah, Harry Styles sandwiched in between the Killers and the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Does that count as well, I don't know, it's sort of a strange old sandwich, that, isn't it?
It's a Harry Styles sandwich.
The name of it.
Yeah.
But oh well.
Sold out.
What a programme. Hassan Ali is in and bowls. That's edged and juggled and taken at second slip. Stephen Croft had 2 goes at it, but he's hung on, and Gloucestershire have lost their first wicket. Hassan Ali has got rid of Dent, and how often does that happen? One batter looks in more trouble than the other, but it's it's the one who wasn't looking in so much difficulty that gets out, and he just probed at a delivery away from his body. Pretty regulation outside edge, but 2 attempts. They've already dropped one in the slips with Marcus Harris going down on 46, but this one was not going down, and Dent makes 52 but has to depart. 119 for 1.
Breakthrough for Hassan then. Juggling catch from Croft. He's a pretty safe pair of hands, though, isn't he, Stephen Croft? Took 2 attempts for it. With a good knock from Dent. He's got his team off to an excellent start, and this is a great position for James Bracey to come out in the afternoon. Runs on the board, good start by the openers. Sure, Dent will be a little frustrated that he has not been able to go on there and turn that 52 into something a little bit bigger. Look well set. An important breakthrough for Lancashire.
Yeah, and I think really Hassan Ali has just shown the key on this. It was full. It was tempting Dent into playing at it, which he didn't have to. But I think that's what you're going to have to do. I think you've got to bowl quite straight, but you know, I don't think you're going to take too many wickets by bowling bouncers, and you know, we've seen what's happened when you do bowl bumpers on this. And maybe, you know, the delivery which Harris sort of helped over the, or encouraged maybe, over the top of the slips. I suppose if you're going to bowl it short, you need to make sure it's kind of directed in that kind of area. But I think in general it's just probably patience which is going to pay off here. And yeah, you're right, Dent will be pretty furious about that, because it was one of the few poor shots that he played. I think I can remember one other where he'd done something similar to that and played away from his body, but
it's kind of a nothing shot, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I'm afraid he didn't really move his feet towards the ball, but obviously at the time he felt he did have to play at it, but he didn't, as it turned out. So Bracey on strike then, and defends the first ball back to Hassan Ali, who then underarms it in the air back towards Bracey, who just leans out of the way of it. Bracey taking a couple of steps back to his crease quite quickly, but yeah, I think you could say it was just about justified in throwing it, and it wouldn't have counted as dangerous anyway, but still. Hassan Ali making his presence felt out there to James Bracey. Last ball of the over. Hassan Ali in, and Bracey defends. Slightly skewed flat angle down on that one, but he's got it into the ground and out into the covers. And understandable applause for what was a successful and tidy and incisive over from Hassan Ali. 119 for 1 after 38 overs. Lancashire have made the breakthrough from their point of view at last.
If you're coming to watch the Red Hot Chili Peppers in June, they're supported by Thundercat. Now, I used to watch Thundercats as a kid, but I think there must be something different.
Right. No, I can't say either the group or... What is Thundercats?
Thundercats was like a little...
I've heard of Thunderbirds, but not Thundercats.
It was a cartoon on the telly when I was growing up. I think it's probably something different supporting the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Mahmood into Harris. Played off the front foot, actually. They kind of think about the idea of a single, because it beat Villas at short extra cover, and needed mid-off to come around to complete the fielding, and they decided against taking the single when they were kind of halfway down, and there was a little bit yes, no between Harris and Bracey, but wisely declined it.
Featuring a fictional group of cat-like humanoid aliens.
They were great, Thundercats. I can actually hear the theme tune in my head. I'm trying my best not to sing it. I mean, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do.
Give in.
I want. That's a belting programme, that, to come home from school and watch Thundercats. Mahmood to Harris. Runs here, flicked away off the hip. Towards bowls in the deep square leg. Gets through for a single. Moves to 59, 120 for 1.
So who's supporting Harry Styles then?
Oh,
is the
I don't know.
The next question. Or does he not need any support?
Mitski.
Sorry?
Yes. Mitski is with Harry.
Oh.
And it's sold out. Can't get a ticket. It's a popular boy, isn't he, Harry? Oh, you can get a bit of hospitality. That's still remaining. And if you want a balcony in the hotel, that's still remaining, apparently. I'm reading this off the website.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I didn't imagine you were entirely up to date with the ticket sales, but I'm sure it would have been very impressive for a while for those listening.
They're your summer concerts. Bracey's on strike, so Bracey to face Mahmood. Got runs last week for Gloucestershire. 2 slips in the gully behind him. There's Mahmood over the wicket, balls to Bracey. Right in behind and defends back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, they're buzzing a bit more out there, Lancashire, now that they've taken that wicket. There was considerable noise after pretty much every ball that Bracey defended in the last over. Well, both, I should say. Can't really be every when there's been 2 of them, but this one as well. Certainly trying to get in Bracey's ear. Know that if they can get another quick wicket here, then all of a sudden things start to look far better for them. Get into that middle order.
Mahmood balls and Bracey defends again. Fields off his own bowling and there's no run. Mike, who's operating, one of the team operating the electronic scoreboards at Old Trafford, sent me a link on Twitter to a little GIF. And that's Thundercats. Oh, I could just watch that now. It's a tremendous program, that. The plots were very interesting.
Where's the cat?
Well, I think he's kind of like,
business there.
Well, I don't think he was the. I don't think that was the cat.
Ah, okay.
Or maybe they were kind of human slash. I mean, that was about 8 at the time. Here's Mahmood balls and Bracey up onto his toes. He's off from running with this, a single which he turns out towards backward square leg for 1. 121 for 1.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of
cat
there, no, but I'm sure.
I think it was kind of
sure there is some cat.
Part human, part cat type thing. All sorts of special powers. They were very clever. 1 ball left for Mahmood. Harris back on strike. He's bowling from the Anderson end. And he's running in towards us. Shadow follows him as he comes up past the umpire and bowls short again and left. And Harris watches it sail past him and into the gloves of Phil Salt. That's the end of the over. 121 for 1 after 39.
I tell you what other Thundercat I do know though. I think there's such a thing as Thundercat racing. I think it's like, you know, as in catamaran, because right. I'm sure when I went, because there was a match at Scarborough last year between Gloucestershire and Durham, and I'm sure as I was reading through the article on the well-known encyclopedia of all things on Scarborough, it was host to the World Thundercat Racing Championships.
I'm looking at the website now.
Scarborough. Here comes Hassan Ali starting a new over, and that's defended firmly down the ground. In fact, it's defended so firmly, Bracey almost couldn't believe it, and he's had to set off quite late for the single in the end. Anderson then hurls the ball in rather ugly fashion. It bounces about 3 times before it gets to the bowler, and that was a rather strange old throw, that, from Anderson. And Bracey's onto 222 for 1. So he kind of hurled the ball in, and I'm not exactly sure what was going on there. If he wanted to scuff up the ball, I'm not sure that was the area to land it on. It's a weird one. Hassan Ali in and bowls to Harris, who defends solidly up to mid-off, and there's no run as it's fielded by Saqib Mahmood. Yeah, I don't think I fancy Thundercat racing, I've got to say. It's a little bit too high adrenaline.
Looks a bit ferocious on the pictures I'm looking at.
Yeah, I think there's sort of, well...
I mean, you're half out the water, you can see the...
Yeah, exactly.
The propeller.
A catamaran type thing. I'm not sure whether what they're really made out of. Here comes Hassan Ali, and that's driven down the ground and stopped half stopped by Hassan Ali in his follow-through with his left hand, but what he did do was deflect it to Anderson to make sure there were no more runs added. So yeah, when you said Thundercats, my thought went to a racing boat.
Mine went to a cartoon.
And yours went to a cartoon, yeah.
And neither supporting the Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's something completely different.
Imagine that. Here comes Hassan Ali, past umpire O'Shaughnessy, and bowls full. And Harris with a firm push down the ground, but won't get runs for that either, as Saqib Mahmood does the fielding. But I suppose if the outfield were to become waterlogged, and I'm sure there would never ever be that amount of rain in Manchester, but if it did, then maybe they could have some Thundercat racing around the outfield in Old Trafford. 3 or 4 days of rain might do it.
I think they'd want their refund on their new posh drainage system if it was that bad.
Mind you, finals day 2 years ago. Here comes Hassan Ali, and he's tried to leave that one as Harris, and it's just deflected off the bat that he left dangling there. It dropped well in front of the slips. So another moment of slight fortune there for Hassan Ali. One delivery remaining in this over. It's been a tidy start, this, for Lancashire since lunch. As you'd probably have imagined, they probably have had a bit of a stern talking to, or talk to themselves sternly about the morning. Hassan Ali bowls, back foot drive, beats backward point, and that may well go for 4. The outfield is quick enough, and it does go for 4 as it crosses the rope now. So kind of a similar shot to the one that he'd attempted, an inside edge this morning off Saqib Mahmood, but this one was a lot closer to him and didn't get as big on him. And he's driven it away. Probably could have been stopped again at backward point, but no such luck for Lancashire. And 126 for 1 Gloucestershire. Harris on to 63.
Quite sure we've gone on to cartoons and and the like, but maybe we should move from it. It's a shame. Quite enjoying chatting about Thundercats, reliving my childhood.
Once a child, always a child.
Well, exactly. 126 for 1. Saqib Mahmood, top of his mark. 2 slips in place. Gully, point, extra cover, mid off, mid on. There's a deep backward square leg and a long leg. Mahmood balls to Bracey. Up onto his toes and steers a ball just behind square on the leg side. Gets through for a single. He moves to 3, 127 for 1.
Just seen a message on Twitter from Ian Edwards. You're making me feel old if you haven't heard of Thundercats. And then has tagged somebody called Anxious Lion O, who has whatever that is, the Thundercat, Chief Cat of Thunder, as his profile picture. Oh dear.
Was it like, I remember it being like a 1990s thing. Is that before you? There's Mahmood into Harris. Ball just deflects off his thigh pad into the offside, no run.
Well, I would have been 8 in 2001.
All right, so it's a bit before you.
2001 to 2.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You're definitely after Thundercats. Well, you've missed a treat. You need to get back on YouTube and watch it all.
This should be my evening's homework.
Mahmood's 11th over now. Tears his way back in balls again. Forward because Harris pushing off the front foot. Can't find a route past Dane Villas, who is just at the edge of the square at extra cover. There's no run.
Yeah, I guess he's kind of alternated between keeping and not keeping for a fair amount of time now, and I think even back before he came over here for his South African franchise, as was then, I think there was a bit of toing and froing with the gloves and without the gloves, but what a cricketer. I mean, just pretty much ask him to do anything and he'll do it. Don't know about bowling, but
Mahmood to Harris, sorry, again, who's forward and defends to mid-off for no run.
But I meant more in terms of with the bat.
Yes.
You know, you can put him in a situation where he needs 10 and over, and he'll find a way. But equally, if you just want somebody to play, you know, in a T20, for example, and you're chasing a fairly low target, I can imagine you just sitting there, well, inwardly smiling, of course, to yourself with Dane Villas out there, because he'll just play it so sensibly.
Mahmood to Harris, it's full, it's driven, this time it beats Villas. May have got just a little touch on it, but it reaches the rope, and that's 4 runs. Harris moves on to 67. Score moves on to 131 for 1, and this time managed to get it underneath the body of Dane Villas, who went hurtling after it. As if he was convinced he could catch it up, but the ball was always beating him.
Yeah, it's almost like a subcontinental outfield, this one. If it gets through the infield, forget it.
It is quick, isn't it? It is bone dry. Looks absolutely terrific, though. We've got a great view from the commentary box. Peering down over the top of Phil Salt, the keeper. He's down the leg side. Oh, he's given it! Mahmood picks up his first wicket, and Harris has been caught down the leg side. Big appeal from Salt and Mahmood. And umpire Illingworth took his time and then raised his finger. And Harris has to depart for 67. Caught by Salt down the leg side of the bowling of Mahmood. 131 for 2.
Well, one has brought 2, but not probably in the way it was drawn up. But that is, I mean, if Dent was angry about the way he got out, Harris is going to be apoplectic about getting caught down the leg side. And with so many runs to be had out there, just not the way you want your innings to end. He batted well for his 67, but just a couple of times when he got away with something a bit loose, in the end, well, that's just one of those things, isn't it? A number of times that you flick away down the leg side and don't get anything on it, but I said it took Richard Illingworth quite a long time to raise the finger. I sort of got the impression that he maybe thought that Harris was going to walk and just waited a little bit longer, because Harris took quite a determined step backwards, but then wasn't going, and I almost got the impression that that was when the finger was raised. But another frustrating thing about that is that they'd almost seen off this period of, well, of tight, good bowling after the lunch break between Hassan Ali and Mahmood, and I guess James Anderson may be coming on soon anyway to keep that going. But they almost got through that spell, and that may even be the last ball that was bowled between Hassan Ali and Saqib Mahmood. But to lose the wicket at that point in that fashion, Harris is going to be livid with that. Balderson then, George Balderson back into the attack from the Brian Statham end, so that's it for Hassan Ali for the moment, as he's in and bowls to Bracey, who defends back to the bowler. So Miles Hammond has come out at number 4. That is the other thing which needs to be mentioned, and Graham van Buren, who had been batting at 4, has slotted himself down a position further. I saw Hammond listed as 4 on the card, as Balderson is in, and on leg stump flicked away by Bracey, and that is going to just be stopped. Yeah, long leg with a really good effort round from the boundary. Had a long way to go, and we've talked about the pace of this outfield a fair bit. Really threatened to race away from him, but it was a good effort from That's Parkinson way away in the distance there. Long way to move, but kept it down to just the 2 runs. Bracey onto 5, 133 now for 2. Just moving deep square out already now for James Bracey. Some deep square and a long leg. That's Balderson comes in past umpire Shaughnessy and bowls. Bracey drives, kind of jabs at it really, and goes out towards cover, and the throw's hurled in on the bounce just in front of Phil Salt. There's no run, and it's a very good afternoon to David Lloyd.
Well, yes, Ed, both opening batsmen I thought played terrifically well. So the response from Lancashire is to get the breakthrough, get another wicket, get 2 new batsmen in, so it just lifts the team.
Balderson in, and a full delivery is driven hard down the ground. Oh, almost takes a horrible spin on Villas, who had lurched away to his right and then had to dive back to his left to make sure he stopped it. It was a one-handed stop in the end. That was something out of nothing.
He did remarkably well.
Yeah.
And he's no spring chicken either.
Oh, Bracey had been eyeing up a bonus boundary for a moment there. So strange happening. I can't really see what caused that to happen. Next delivery has bowled him! On the inside edge, Bracey propping forward, and Balderson now gets a wicket, and Gloucestershire lose their 3rd, and that's a huge scalp for Lancashire. They got rid of the openers, and now they've got rid of James Bracey. 2 centuries in 4 championship innings this year, but he's gone for 5 here, 133 for 3.
Well, it's a terrific response, is this, from Lancashire. It is a big wicket. He's in great form, James Bracey, and he just pushes forward, and it hits the top of middle and off. It's a perfect place for a medium fast bowler. It's George Balderson. And so Lancashire, having toiled this morning, I thought that Gloucestershire was splendid, their opening batsman. The response has been from the quicker bowlers and young George Balderson, and suddenly Gloucestershire are 3 down.
They just seem to kind of lifted it in general, just the energy. I mean, I know that the wicket's obviously going to do that, but it's just felt as if Lancashire have kind of looked at the morning session and sort of thought maybe do better, and they have done.
I think that Gloucestershire played so well, but I think just look at that last dismissal, and it's just clipped the top and middle and off. So that really at medium fast is your perfect line and length. And you look at the shot that he played, Bracey, it's just a push forward defensive shot, and it's gone through that defence of a player who's in prime nick. So when you look at the break and 2 opening batsmen and no wickets in your first session, you're thinking, right, looking like 450, 500 again. Now you look at the score, 133 for 3, and 2 new batsmen, you get to work.
Yeah, from 0 down to 3 down in a flash, and Gloucestershire skipper Graham Van Buren finds himself out in the middle. So in the end, it hasn't made any difference as to whether he came in at 4 or 5, because Lancashire now have 2 players out there who've not faced a ball, and they're just making Van Buren wait a little here. So the first right-hander for Lancashire to bowl at. 2 slips and a gully. They're in so close there. Balderson to complete the over. In and bowls to Van Buren, who's in behind it and defending with relative ease out to cover, and there is no run. So 42 overs gone, 133 for 3, and warm reception for Balderson after that over. And it's been a case of, well, Saki Mahmood and Hassan Ali had a terrific spell from both of them, but now for Balderson to strike early in this spell as well, it just kind of sets up another potential period of tricky line and length bowling for Gloucestershire to have to face.
Well, there's been a real lift from Lancashire. You just watch at the end of that over, and there was a sprint from the wicketkeeper and the slips to get into position. I noticed that Saki Mahmood was just chatting through George Balderson, the last delivery. In the background, Jimmy Anderson was doing some looseness. Jimmy Anderson he's back into the attack.
And from his own end. So Hammond to face without having faced a ball. I'm sure at lunch would have yes, probably wouldn't have been probably wouldn't have taken being out there facing his first ball to Anderson less than an hour after it, but it's a mark of how relatively quickly this is turned here as Anderson is in and bowls full, and Hammond drives but doesn't really time it, and it goes straight to cover and there's no run.
It's a wonderful name, Hammond.
Well, yes. When he scored his first century for Gloucestershire, I think back in 2018 at Cheltenham, I think there was understandable pleasure taken from those that make the headlines in terms of Hammond scoring a century for Gloucestershire. Now, what have we got going on here?
Don't know what's happened.
All of a sudden, everything's just stopped.
It's boot gate.
His boot's broken.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson's boot, his right boot, looks like it's falling apart.
Almost looks like he's got a Velcro boot there from the way that's flaps kind of hanging off it now.
I've got to tell you a great Hammond story. It was going way back on Test Match Special when Brian Johnson, the great Brian Johnson, asked Fred Truman, who was his summariser, who was the most difficult batsman who's the most difficult batsman that you bowled against, Fred? And Fred, he straight away said, "Oh, the great Wally." Brian Johnson said, "Which great Wally would that be?" Well, he's obviously talking about Wally Hammond. So Bill Frindle Sharp, he said, "That's quite extraordinary, Fred, because you never played against him."
Yeah. Oh dear.
Do you know, I think we're talking about Jimmy Anderson's boot. I think he's just smiled there.
Yeah.
He did, Anderson. There was a smile from Jimmy Anderson there.
Well, maybe they managed to find. I mean, I'm sure it can't have been too difficult, but they managed to find one that fitted, obviously. So I would have been pleased about that. Anyway, he's tying up his shoelace, and this long hold because James Anderson's boot broke has just allowed things to calm down a little bit after what was a fairly frenetic few moments with Bracey bowled by Balderson for 5. I can say that at this stage, but probably ask me to say bowled by Balderson at 6 o'clock tonight, it might be a bit more tricky. Anderson then to resume to Hammond, who leaves that bat there for a little while. Yeah, it wasn't too far off that little schnick off the ball that you're trying to leave, or sometimes it can even go onto the stumps. There doesn't seem to be a huge amount of movement out there. It's just that Lancashire are hitting their straps and hitting their spots now, which they weren't earlier on so much, but also 2 new men out in the middle. Hammond looking to drive and can't beat the fielder at cover, and there's no run. Hammond so far this season 15-1 against Northampton, 20-2 against Yorkshire, so he could do with some runs. And I would have been so interested to see Ben Charlesworth picked up a foot injury, and so Gloucestershire haven't had their top batting lineup theoretically available to them yet this season, as Anderson's in bowls full and defended by Hammond quietly up to mid-off, and there's no run. So with competition for places, which is always a good thing, but it does mean that Hammond's one of those ones out there seeking runs, and Lancashire, I'm sure, will know that as well.
Yeah, and especially with 3 down and 3 quick wickets, a batsman who's just a little bit out of nick, you would say, or not scoring runs in the first 2 matches, he'll be quite careful.
Anderson bowls to Hammond, who's forward and quietly pushing this one out into the covers for no run. Yeah, and actually Van Buren, skipper himself, 5 and 5 against Northants, and 21 and 24 against Yorkshire. He got off to a couple of starts, but couldn't go on. So, you know, Lancashire have seen off the 3 names that jump out at you the most off the Gloucestershire scorecard now. Anderson bowls to Hammond, angled across him, and Hammond this time will leave. A maiden over from James Anderson. Mind you, he'd only bowled 1 in his opening 2 spells, which was rather a surprise, but it's certainly not one to see him start off this spell with a maiden and 133 for 3.
Well, he's been quite enterprising, Villas, in taking the wickets and changing his bowl. He's very quick to get Anderson back into the attack. It's young Balderson that made that last breakthrough and got the wicket. But again, with Hammond, if he's shorter runs and he'll look at the captain, who's not in great nick, he's going to play. The captain's always going to play, so he'll know that if there's somebody who's waiting in the wings who's going to come straight back in, I need to get some runs to make it difficult for Gloucestershire to leave me out.
Yeah, and it's been a tricky one for Hammond as well. I'll come back to that as Balderson starts his 9th over. He bowls to Van Buren, who defends to mid-on, and there's no run. Hammond has often kind of switched between opening and middle order, and he had a decent run at opening the batting at the end of last year, and when he first really broke into the side, he was opening as well. But now switching back to the middle order, as Balderson in to Van Buren, who's forward and defending once more off the front foot back to the bowler. I'm imagining it can't be really the easiest thing to do, to keep kind of switching between opening and batting in the middle order.
And knowing that there's another player ready to come back.
So not only are you, and I don't know, I haven't actually ever flat out asked Hammond, would you like to be opening? But I suspect the answer to that might, in his heart of hearts, be yes, as Van Buren gets a delivery on his pads and he clips it away quite firmly, but he can't pierce the field on the leg side, and he's clipped it straight to Stephen Croft, who's positioned himself at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. But yeah, it's got to be a tricky situation for him to be in for multiple reasons, but I guess equally, if you are able to score runs in a situation such as this, then they count for a lot more. As Balderson is in, and Van Buren once more looking to clip the ball leg side for some runs, but can't find a gap. Lancashire just keeping this pressure that they've built with the wickets on, still yet to get off the mark, both Hammond and Van Buren. Balderson having got wickets in the first match as well. He bowled well before lunch too. He looks to be confident in what he's doing out there as he bowls on off stump, and once more Van Buren just having to cover up in defence. And I guess it must be a boost for Balderson himself too, in that there are several bowlers who could be bowling now, but Villas has thrown the ball straight back to him.
Well, he's going to be a terrific cricketer for Lancashire. He's England under-19s player. He's a very local lad, just lived down the road.
Balderson bowls to Van Buren, who once more is right in behind it, playing it to extra cover, no run.
You know, I just wonder whether he's got an opportunity because Keaton Jennings is injured as an opening batsman, but he's a bowler as well. 133 for 3.
Yeah, and you talk about competition for places, which, again, talking about it from Gloucestershire's point of view, but from Lancashire's perspective, if you're winning matches, which have started off in winning fashion this season, and there's still competition for places, I guess that just only further boosts a side which expects to contend for the championship.
Well, Tom Bailey not playing.
Yep.
Luke Wood not playing. Plenty of options.
Anderson over the wicket to the left-handed Hammond, who defends once more out into the covers. So real stranglehold on here from Lancashire. And of course, bowlers who took part in what was not far off being a championship winning run last season, a terrific run in Division 1 as was. Anderson in, bowls to Hammond, who drives and once more has only found the fielder at cover. This has got to start to get a little bit frustrating for Miles Hammond. He's played 3 drives, each of them picking out cover. Are you in the camp that's glad to see it go back to 2 divisions? Of course, we've heard a fair bit about potential for 3 divisions of 6 throughout the week. Where do you stand?
3
Right.
Division 6. Yeah.
Here is Anderson. Past the umpire and bowls. Forward goes Hammond and pushes quietly to point. No run. And then, of course, this idea, which may or may not happen, about this cross-format business, the idea of 10 T20s, 10 first-class matches, 10 one-day matches, and you have a trophy for individual competitions, and then another overall, which certainly not something I saw coming, but floated as a possibility. Anderson bowls and Hammond drives in flourishing fashion and finds cover again.
Well, all through, I've had a 50-over competition to start the season, straight knockout, including minor counties. When you're out, you're out. After that, you play county championship in 3 divisions, 1 up, 1 down. You've got to find room for the other 2 competitions. T20 Blast is a super competition, always has been. What a day that is. The finals day.
Oh, yeah.
I used to dread it coming round, but it was a great day.
To keep the voice fresh for the entire year beforehand. Now we've got a short straight mid-off here, as Hammond looks to clip leg side. There's a shout for leg before wicket, but umpire Illingworth was not interested. And he'd imagine probably pitching outside leg stump, or maybe heading down the leg side, but still no run. Yep, of course, not only the mascot derby, but the compulsory leading of Sweet Caroline.
Well, I mean, that mascot derby, I've not a clue what's been going on for about 15 years. Longer.
Here's Anderson, he's in. Hammond pushes quietly to that fielder at short straight mid-off. The Matthew Hayden position from the 2005 Ashes. Ends the over, 133 for 3, so that's 3 maidens and then the 1 ball since the wicket of Bracey, and Gloucestershire have yet to add to their score. Of course, Alfie the Gorilla, Gloucestershire's mascot, very successful in the mascot derby. I think he might even have had back-to-back victories not so long ago.
Well, you know, I wouldn't know that. I have not a clue what they are, who they are. They're going running round. There's an animal running round in front of another, and he's in the net and over the this, and oh dear.
Balderson starting another over, bowls to Van Buren, who will get a run. In fact, he'll get more than 1 as he flicks it away fine, heading towards the boundary. Dive comes out, really good stop down on the fine leg rope. They'll come back for 3. There's not too many grounds where you can clip the ball away as fine as that and time it as well as that and pick up 3 runs, but that's what's happened here. Good work from Parkinson, 136 for 3.
Matt Parkinson, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Parkinson, the fielder, a brilliant piece of fielding. He's been told to work on it. I made my blood boil that. He's got to work on his batting and his fielding. And I immediately thought of Abdul Qadir, what a fantastic bowler. Couldn't bat, couldn't field. Mushtaq Ahmed, not a great batsman, not a great fielder. He got people out. They just get them out. That's what Parkinson does, gets people out.
Yes, you've got to be multi-dimensional these days. Deep square leg is coming up for Hammond. And here comes Balderson round the wicket, and he bowls, and that's driven right into the ground by Hammond. It was a real, well, balloon as it, well, so ballooning shape of the ball, I should say, as it went into the ground and went out into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, they've got stuck. Gloucestershire. Hammond is none from 13. Captain Van Buren 3 from 8. Lancashire just with a ring field, 3 saving 1 offside, 3 saving 1 leg side.
Balderson is in, and Hammond drives and skews it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. He really just wants to get one away, but he just can't do it.
As a pair, you've got to really work something out as you could, right, let's rotate the strike, so it's not easy. What have we got? We've got a great pitch. It's not doing anything. And Lancashire responded with this ring field. They're keeping it really tight and challenging that single.
Balderson bowls full and defended firmly by Hammond to mid-off, treating that one with respect.
And the other thing is that young Balderson, he's only a young kid, he's responding and he's just bowling a line and a length. Nothing clever, but there's no runs. The runs have completely dried up.
Hammond's, well, he's had 3 deliveries or so that he could drive, and it hasn't got him away. He's forward in defence this time, up to mid-off. But it would be a mistake, I think, to look at Hammond and think about his one-day batting prowess and think that he is a one-day player. But equally, I don't think he's the kind of person that would really love to be naught off 16 balls. I'm not sure anyone would, as Hammond defends once more. Back to the bowler, and the end of Balderson's 10th over. He's bowled 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 23, and after 46 overs of Gloucestershire's innings, they're 136 for 3. The run rate for the innings has dropped below 3 and over. It was nudging 3.5 for most of that morning session. But yeah, I mean, it's a tricky situation to be in. 17 balls faced, haven't scored a run. Even it's not for the lack of trying, but what can you do? Can you afford to take a risk at this stage? Not really, with the 3 wickets that have gone down.
No, I don't think it's anything about risk. I think it's a response from Lancashire, particularly these 2 bowlers, have bowled to the field. Anderson, of course, is going to do that. But Balderson has bowled to that ring field and not allowed that single. Exactly what they want is a single, get away, rotate the strike. It's not been allowed.
Anderson start his next over with a delivery well wide of off stump, and it goes through to Dane Villas. No, it doesn't. It goes through to Phil Salt. That's a force of habit, that. Was Phil Salt with the gloves. One thing also I wanted to get your opinion on, having a lot of discussions at the moment, I'm sure, behind the scenes, and there's certainly plenty of discussion in the media about 1 coach or 2 coach.
2
coaches for England. You're in the 2 camp. Here's Anderson in to Van Buren, who drives and, well, comes off the outer half of the bat really and goes straight to point, and there's no run. So 2 coaches because they are effectively 2 separate sides now.
Yeah, and different formats. And looking at the one day, the white ball team, the chap who, in my opinion, has run the show is Owen Morgan. And you've got to get him on board, officially get him on board.
Anderson into Van Buren, who is pushing this one off the front foot to cover, no run.
Has there ever been, I can't think, well, there must have been, player coach. There's player secretary. I mean, Trevor Bailey was player secretary at Essex. Tony Brown at Gloucester.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. Yeah, I think so. Just from distant memory. That would be some call. Anderson bowls, and Buren plays down the ground, looking for the single, but is that Parkinson again at mid-on? So it is. Diving away to his left, tumbling fashion, he picks himself up somewhat, having lost both cap and sunglasses, went absolutely flying, as did he, but he's stopped the ball.
And he got 2 taps. He got a tap from mid-off and a tap from Anderson.
Oh, it's National High Five Day today.
Oh, no.
Here comes Anderson to Van Buren down the leg side, and there's an inquiry, but this time umpire Illingworth is not convinced. That would have been something. Two strangles down the leg side in the space of a few overs, but you see batsmen do that quite a bit. Is it really bad luck?
Asking them both, he says 2 edges. There's an inside edge and an outside edge. I'm not bothered what it is. So he didn't say it's a strangle. He's unlucky. He said inside edge, gone.
Yeah, because I'm certainly in general not in the camp that it's unlucky. Anderson to Van Buren, who the high elbow and getting everything behind that, including the middle of the bat, plays up to mid-off, and that is the end of another maiden over from Anderson. So he had 1 in the morning session, and he's bowled 3 on the bounce to start off his work this afternoon. Gloucestershire 136 for 3 after 47 overs. The wickets to fall. Dent caught by Croft at second slip with a juggle off Hassan Ali for 52. Harris caught behind, strangled down the leg side off Saqib Mahmood for 67, caught by Salt the keeper, and Bracey bowled by George Balderson for 5. A beautiful bit of bowling that got through the gate and knocked off the top of the stumps. Bracey out for 5, and we've only had 3 runs in the 5.1 overs since. As Balderson resumes, and Hammond once more drawn onto the front foot and defends. I don't know, do you think it's something that we're seeing more, strangles down the leg side, or is it something that's just always happened?
I think they've always been there, and they're horrible for the umpire. I used to umpire.
Oh, yes.
You know, it's down as it flicked the trouser, that dull glove, as it just flicked a glove, and it's a dull noise, and you don't really know.
Balderson bowls on leg stump. Hammond tries to flick it away, but has picked out mid-wicket this time. No run. Yeah, I mean, even as somebody who's umpired at recreational level, just the absolute worst.
Yeah, down the leg side, 80 miles an hour plus. I know it's hit something, but I don't know what it is.
And then, of course, it gets slowed down into sort of hyper slow motion. It's how could you possibly see an edge there, or vice versa? Hammond once more in behind it and playing to mid-wicket, no run.
I used to have a classic line when I was umpire, anything like that, and, you know, big appeal, and you say he's not out, and you go to square leg, and the player comes, and what's wrong with that? What he did something, I don't know what it is, I'm not sure. If I had to give that out, I'd be guessing. I'll tell you what I'll do, I'll start guessing when you're batting. All right, yeah.
Balderson in, and Hammond once more gets a ball which he could clip for runs, but he's got a lot of bottom hand involved in both of those attempted clips, and as a consequence, with that tight ring field, there's no space to get it through. Oh dear. No, the other thing when I was umpiring, wides, always, because of course you don't have the guidelines or anything. Balderson slightly wide of the crease, just looking to spear that one in, but Hammond negotiates it and defends to mid-off. Because there's always a gripe about wides, isn't there? And there's the odd one here or there. You know, you're supposed to be held responsible for exactly what your colleague decides is a wide as well.
He's going to tell you the ball, that's never a wide. You just tell him, look at that scoreboard, look, there it is, it's just gone up 1.
Balderson in, Hammond driving, but Stephen Croft called into action at cover, and that is another maiden over. 136 for 3, and Hammond still yet to get off the mark. He's faced, what is it now, 23 deliveries, and Van Buren 3 from 14.
Well, this is excellent for Lancashire, just keeping it very tight, just bowl maidens and see what Gloucestershire can do. 136 for 3.
So Anderson start his 11th over. It's amazing how, I said this morning, run rate 3.5 and over or so, and now after probing spells from all 4 Lancashire bowlers. We've got all 4 economy rates now well under 3. Hassan Ali at 2.7, Saki Mahmood 2.3, Anderson and Boulderson both 2.1 and falling. Anderson to Van Buren, forward and defending firmly out into the covers, and there is no run. So Gloucestershire's captain trying to guide them through now this tricky session, and there's still a long way to go until the next break. We've got 16 overs left until the tea break, or 15 after this one, I should say. 2 slips in a gully. Anderson bowls tight to the stumps, and tight to the stumps at the far end, but able to be left alone by Graham Van Buren. So Anderson continues to probe away in what is still just a delightful day. What a day to be watching cricket in April still. Hard to believe. Here comes Anderson then. Bowling to Van Buren, who defends very quietly, and that's almost dribbled back onto the stumps, just went wide of them. But Van Buren, well, I can't exactly know where that was going. David Lloyd is taking a break, and Paul Allott alongside me. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ed. Nice to be here. It's a glorious Manchester day in mid-April, and quite surprised actually that the weather's this good.
I'm glad you can say that. If I'd said that,
well, no, I wouldn't have let you say
come
that.
down on like a ton of bricks on me.
I'd have said it's always like this.
Van Buren forward and finding a gap between point and cover and setting off for a quick single, which he'll make. 137 for 3. Van Buren on to 4.
Well, those 3 wickets have just made this afternoon session and the day a little bit more intriguing. Lunch came and went, and I thought that it was going to be a really hard slog for Lancashire. It still is. But 3 quick wickets always give you a little bit of impetus and a little bit of a renewed hope. And now, of course, with Jimmy Anderson available to bowl, Lancashire looking to make further inroads.
Anderson round the wicket to Hammond, who still can't get off the mark because Anderson's bowled him a full delivery on off stump, which he's got to defend, and gets it up towards mid-off. And no run, so 1 ball left in this Anderson over, and then Scott Reed will come in to replace me, so it's a
fleeting meeting.
And Anderson's going to draw it out a bit because he wants deep square leg to go out for the last ball of this over. So Hammond possibly seeing that, and Anderson probably wants him to think about playing potentially across one, which he shouldn't do. I doubt he's going to bowl the bouncer, but you never know. Brief false start.
Still bluff and double bluff.
Yeah.
You never know.
Here comes Anderson then. Bowls round the wicket, and Hammond plays down the ground. He's going to go for the quick single here. It's actually quite well judged because mid-on was a little bit wide, kind of because of the deep square leg having to cover 2 jobs almost. So Hammond gets off the mark after 24 deliveries to his 25th. 49 overs have gone, 138 for 3. Scott Reed will take up commentary in a moment.
Thanks, Ed. Very impressed with the Gloucestershire openers earlier today. Dent and Harris thought they batted beautifully through that morning session in the face of some pretty accurate Lancashire bowling, and high quality attack that it was too, with James Anderson, Hassan Ali, Saqib Mahmood, Matt Parkinson. So Harris eventually going for 67 and Dent for 52, and a brief stay from James Bracey, just gone for 5. Bowled by George Balderson, who's in again now. Scott's here now.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This looks lovely, doesn't it? First home game of the season. Could not have asked for better conditions. Pitch looks a belter.
Does look good. We'd have liked a little bit more pace in it, I think. The bowlers would, probably the batsmen too. But it's a good site, isn't it? The pavilion's well populated.
It's Balderson around the wicket, and Hammond steers it safely away into the onside for no run.
I like the atmosphere away to the Stretford end, which, I mean, I know it's a little bit stark because there's no stand there, but part of it's been filled with trestle tables and benches, and there's a couple of three vending units there, and I know there aren't that many people there, but it lends a better air to the place, I think.
Balderson in again. It's Fullish ball, which is driven away, one bounce, and stopped by Rob Jones, who's on his 12th man at extra cover. There's no run. This is a new addition, that, isn't it? The little wooden benches.
Yeah,
it's quite cute.
Well, it is. It takes the attention away from the building site. The old Red Rose Suite has gone, and there's going to be replaced by a very smart new stand and some hotel rooms. Not overnight, of course, but sometime during the next 12 months or so.
Balderson in, Hammond drives, and Anderson fields at mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, we're back to the background sound of diggers and work being done. And this is effectively the final stage of the development, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Building of this.
Yeah, there'll be no plans to fill in the gap at the Stretford end. I think this is the final piece of the jigsaw.
Balderson brings Hammond forward in defence, and that's played out to extra cover, and there's no run.
I'm just saying before you came on, Scott, you're impressed with the two Gloucester openers and the Lancashire bowling attack, and we all know what to expect from James Anderson and Hassan Ali. Quality international bowlers. Saqib is on that pathway now. He bowled nicely this morning. I thought he was perhaps the pick of the seamers.
Balderson in down the leg side. Little flick at it from Hammond, taken by Phil Salt. End of the over, 138 for 3.
But I think another standout is the way that George Balderson is bowling. He bowled nicely down at Canterbury on another very flat, docile pitch. And he's got figures of 12 over 6 maidens, 1 for 23 so far today. So that is a real bonus for Lancashire. He's always had ability with the ball. He's a genuine all-rounder, and he's obviously got ability with the bat to be opening the batting. But to be able to bowl 12 overs of medium pace on the first day, steadily and accurately, and threateningly at times, is a huge bonus for Lancashire.
Yeah, in the end, he was a bit of a game changer last week at Canterbury when he came into the attack. Anderson starts a fresh over, sends his first delivery down. Van Buren leaves it through to Phil Salt, and there's no run. I mean, he's going to open the batting for Lancashire, George Balderson. So clearly his primary role is with the bat, but if he can develop and further offer something with the ball, you can never have too many strings to your bow, can you?
No, the way this side is set up with Danny Lamb as one of the all-rounders, George Balderson very quickly now becoming another of those all-rounders, it gives you plenty of options.
Anderson to Van Buren, but it's wide of off stump, it's left, and taken by Salt, and there's no run.
Danny Lamb's only bowled a handful of overs today, a little bit expensive, but he can come back again sometime later on today. Matt Parkinson only bowled a handful, there's no turn for him. It might be worth another go for Parky, I think. And of course, concentrating the batsman's mind continually is this Lancashire attack, and in particular James Anderson,
who's back in again from his own end and bowling to Van Buren, striding forward, lifting the bat out the way. Ball through into the gloves of Phil Salt.
Not been many bad balls bowled, have there? I think I can count those on probably the fingers of two hands through 50 overs, which is really good. There's been precious little movement for the Lancashire bowlers, either through the air or off the seam. And they've generally, though, been deadly accurate, nothing loose.
Anderson to Van Buren. This is cut, and it's well stopped by Josh Bohannon, just backward of point. A little bit of width there for him. Went after it, sliced the ball away, but nice stop by Bohannon, who's excellent in that position for Lancashire.
Anderson always likely to throw you in that tempter when he's nagged away on and around off stump, ball after ball. Just throws one in a little bit wider quite deliberately.
Yeah, I think they've well, as you'd expect from 3 high-quality seamers, led by 3 high-quality seamers, they've stuck at this really well, Lancashire, and I think they've got some rewards for it this afternoon. Forward goes Van Buren in defence, laying it back down to Jimmy Anderson, and there's no run.
Talking about the quality of the bowling attack, David Lloyd's words to me this morning on entry to the ground were, this has got the propensity to be the best Lancashire bowling attack of all time, which I thought was an astute comment. I'm not quite sure. I think 1 or 2 people might argue with it, but you know, Lever, Statham, Higgs, pretty good 3 seamers there.
Anderson to Van Buren again. It's left. He thought perhaps just for a fraction of a second of playing it up onto his toe, gets the bat out the way. End of the over. Anderson probing away from the Jimmy Anderson end. Van Buren negotiates that over. 51 gone in the Gloucestershire first innings on this gloriously bright blue sky and sunny day at Emirates Old Trafford. Gloucestershire 138 for 3.
Yeah, no wickets yet for Jimmy, none for 23.
Yeah, some suggestion, isn't it? From
well, it is. I mean, you add Parkinson into the mix as a leg spinner, and there've been precious few of those around Lancashire's ranks over the years. I mean, some, but not many. You know, it's not a bad shout, to be honest.
It's a pretty impressive looking attack that they come in with. This is driven by Hammond, 1 bounce straight to Croft, an extra cover. There's no run.
Akram Chappell Martin, pretty good, with Watkinson in reserve as a seamer spinner at the time. And no, there's probably not much to choose between them, to be honest, but in terms of Anderson with his seniority and the number of wickets he's got at international level, and Hassan Ali taking his test wickets at 23s.
Balderson, and it's driven nicely by Hammond, just in front of square on the offside. They shuffle through for the first, come back for the second, think of a third, and they get a third, but no need to run actually, because the ball is beyond the reach of the man chasing after it towards that deep point boundary. 4 runs for Hammond. Score moves on to 142 for 3.
Good stroke from Hammond, and this outfield is clipped to within an inch of its life. It's pretty quick. Most of that shot had time to speed across the square as well. An extended square here at Old Trafford, Emirates Old Trafford this year. A couple of extra pitches put in by Matt Merchant at the end of last summer.
Balderson around the wicket, defended by Hammond into the onside, no run. As we look, are the 2 to the far right?
Yeah. They're the ones that are cut, but they won't be used till next year. And they're there. The idea was that they would give more pitches for use by the women's teams, the age group teams, club cricket, if we can ever squeeze any more cricket into the place, and also for practice on the full ground.
Balderson to Hammond. It's defended out into the onside, picked up by Velas at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, with the addition of the 100, as well as international cricket, the 4 domestic competitions, it's quite a lot to get in, isn't there?
Resources. Well, it's a finite resource, the ground that we're looking at in front of us, and there are I think 13 pitches that we can use for first-class cricket or international cricket. That's all.
Bollison to Hammond. It's defended solidly up towards... well, in the end, it's Croft who cut it out. It was heading its way to mid-off, but Croft came across from extra cover to stop the ball. No run.
So that's restricted by boundary size, basically. So, and as you've mentioned, the amount of cricket that we have, international cricket, etc., means that there is a constant demand for pitches on the square. We've got a very good net area here at Emirates Old Trafford too.
Back of a length, this delivery from Bollison, and Hammond off the back foot trying to force the ball away into the onside at Villas Fields. End of the over, 142 for 3. Hammond 5 and Van Buren on 4.
So basically you're trying to squeeze a pint into a quart pot all the time in terms of using the resource, and so a couple of extra practice pitches, stroke pitches that you could play possibly second team cricket on and whatever. I was always very keen on trying to get the second team to play a championship game or two here. I think that's almost gone out the window now, but I think it's important that you get your academy sides and certainly the women to play on this ground here, but it's becoming more and more tricky in terms of the fact that there just aren't enough pitches. You reduce that number of 11 but to about 5, I think, for televised matches as well, because of the size of the gantries at either end of the ground for cameras. So Matt has his work cut out trying to schedule all the games that he has to on this ground.
I see a bowling change. It's Saqib Mahmood replacing Jimmy Anderson. Mahmood 11 overs, 1 for 25. Van Buren on strike. Cries of catch. Has he got a little glove on that? The umpire raises his finger, just trying to help it round the corner. Salt takes the catch. Mahmood takes the celebrations and the high fives. And Lancashire pick up a 4th wicket. Van Buren given out, caught behind. Maybe a little glove on that, perhaps, Paul.
Yeah, well, as a bowler and a batsman, you need a bit of good fortune, and the good fortune there has gone to the bowler. Saqib, I don't mean with the umpire's decision, I mean with the fact that it was a bit of a loosener, short and down the leg side. Van Buren having a flap at it and getting a glove on it through to Phil Salt, who took another comfortable catch. 2 wickets from Mahmood today, both caught down the leg side by the keeper, but you're grateful for everything that you can get as a bowler on a flat pitch, and if the batsmen want to gift you a wicket, then you take it with open arms.
Well, the morning session dominated by the bat for Gloucestershire. Has turned in the afternoon session so far, as Lancashire pick up 4 wickets. Feel an awful lot better about things now. 100 for 1, 101 without loss at lunch, 142 for 4. An hour and a half or so later.
Yeah, 119 without loss, and now 142 for 4 is a really happy position for Lancashire, and Gloucester batsmen may be just asking themselves some questions after they were given such a brilliant start, a good start on a good pitch, good batting pitch, conditions ideal for batting. And Lancashire will be heartened by this, because there were some not harsh words said at lunchtime, but there would have been a team meeting, and I know that Dane Villas is very keen on getting everybody around him, all the team around him, when they've had a session like they had in the morning, which again wasn't too bad from Lancashire's point of view, but wasn't very profitable in terms of wickets, or totally unprofitable in fact. So the message would have been stick at it and keep going. We bowled accurately, we bowled well. Let's more of the same. Let's have more of the same.
Gloucestershire need to find another partnership. Higgins, a new batter, just pushing away defensively into the offside, bouncing out towards Bohannon, and there's no run. 2 for 25, Saqib Mahmood, after that excellent start by the openers. Harris and Dent, I think they should have fought back. It's probably a little bit more like what Dane Villas was expecting to see, the scorecard now, 142 for 4. especially with the quality of the attack that Lancashire have got.
Yeah, there's always a thought that this pitch at Old Trafford, whilst it looks fantastic on day one, just assists the bowlers a touch on the first day.
Moved in, just worked off the hit by Higgins and caught just backward of point, stopped just backward of point, and there's no run. I was going to ask you about that actually, because had Lancashire won the toss, and they might well have batted first. I mean, obviously got Parkinson in the team, but I don't think it would have been as straightforward as that, would it? Lancashire do tend to quite like to bowl first here, don't they?
Well, put it this way: if Lancashire lose the toss and have to bowl first, they're not desperate about it. You know, it's a situation that they don't disapprove of, as Mahmood bowls one that's wide of off stump, taken by Salt, no stroke offered there. So no, it's not a major issue, but I think it's been so dry, hasn't it, over the last probably month. And I mean, you look at the square and the ground, everything's pristine and perfect. I think they probably would have liked a little bit more grass on the pitch, but whether that be live grass or let the grass grow longer and get rolled into the surface as white grass, I don't know.
Mahmood balls left by Higgins, taken by Salt, and there's no run.
But I know that the philosophy within the team is they're going to produce. Know they're going to be playing on really good pitches here, where it's going to be hard to take wickets. So this isn't a surprise, and they know that if they're going to do well in the county championship this year, they're going to have to keep taking wickets and spend a long time in the field. Good sides spend a long time in the field because they've got to take those 20 wickets. It was the case at Kent, the first game, and you know, this has been a really good hour and a half, 2 hours after lunch.
Mahmood balls, and Higgins off the back foot, just pushing away into the offside, no run. End of the over. A wicket maiden that for Saqib Mahmood. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 25, 142 for 4. Just on that point, Paul, and I spoke to Dame Velas at Canterbury on Sunday night, and obviously Lancashire had to work really hard on that fourth day to bowl Kent out and win, come out and bat, but to bowl Kent out and win the match. And I suggested, actually, would the team benefit from not just rocking up on Sunday and knocking Kent over in an hour and a half, 2 hours? And I appreciate everybody would like an early finish and a nice, comfortable win, but actually having to stick at it and go deep and get over the line. Balderson starts afresh over to Hammond, that's defended, there's no run. I wonder how much the team would benefit from that.
Well, it stands you in good stead, doesn't it? And it guards against complacency. If there was any complacency around on that Saturday evening, thinking, oh, we've only got to take 4 wickets tomorrow and we'll be off up the motorway, that serves as an early season start reminder to take nothing for granted. And I think if you can take that through into the ensuing games and sessions, and just actually...
Balderson balls to Hammond again, going to defend out towards mid-wicket, no run.
Just as has occurred today, you know, hard session, hard morning session, met by 2 batsmen showing a great deal of resolve and skill and temperament. But let's not get downhearted. Let's go out there this afternoon and try and chip away. Bowling point under the belt already, plus another wicket. So it's been a great session for Lancashire.
This is driven by Hammond and driven nicely along the ground, out through extra cover, and Bohannon sets off quickly, determined to try and catch up with it, but that ball was beating him, as we've seen all day. As soon as it gets through the infield, it has got plenty of legs on it to reach the rope for 4.
Plays that shot nicely, Hammond. 2 cover drives now by him for 4, and just benefiting from a little bit of width from Balderson, persisting round the wicket. Already got a wicket from around the wicket.
And again to Hammond, straighter delivery, which he is forced to defend, and there's no run. Not been that much width there for him to use off Bolson so far this afternoon.
No, well, that's the point of bowling round the wicket, of course, to try and attack the stumps. And Hammond's been in for 41 balls now for his 9. Just 2 boundaries in the last 2 overs have got him moving a little bit.
In again, Balderson. Forward goes Hammond. Almost a carbon copy, really, of previous few deliveries. Just defending up towards mid-on this time, where Anderson fields and there's no run.
Yeah, I just wonder on flat pitches whether persevering with a round the wicket line is a good thing, especially to batsmen who are stuck, a little bit stuck, and left-handers, particularly. Obviously, I think you know, where there's not much movement, maybe better to come over the wicket a little bit and take the ball away from the left-hander. That was again on off stump, and Hammond plays it back to the bowler. It's the end of the over, 54 bowled and 146 for 4. With Hammond on 9, Higgins yet to get off the mark, and Lancashire with a sprightly step.
Helped by a few wickets in the afternoon session.
Yeah, the bowling round the wicket at the left-hander continually, just on a pitch like this, which is flat, and especially when a batsman's been stuck, not getting away, I just think that perhaps coming over the wicket and angling the ball across can have its benefits. We saw Dent undone by a poor shot. He'll think it was a poor shot because he played at a ball that was way wide of off stump to get himself out.
Mahmood starts a fresh over, a bit of width this time, cut away by Higgins and stopped again. Just hit cover point by Josh Bohannon, and there's no run. He saves plenty of runs there.
He has, yeah, just on his knees momentarily there. I thought he might have damaged a finger or something. Nasty bouncing ball for him to stop.
I suppose it's slightly different fielding there in April compared to fielding in that position in September at the end of the season when the pitches are hard and they've been used. It's a little bit of a slightly softer fall. Higgins defends into the onside and there's no run. I'll leave you with that, Paul. Head's going to come back in with the score at 146 for 4.
Yeah, not only that for Josh Bohannon, or the fielders at cover and mid-wicket. Nice lush green square here. So ball should run fairly smoothly towards you.
Saki Mahmood then into Higgins, who defends on the bounce back to the bowler. Well, I leave, another wicket falls. I was actually just missed the wicket, unfortunately, just as I went to refill my water. But
well, it was
another catch down the leg side.
It was, yeah. It was a loosener. Saki Mahmood's first ball of this spell. Bit of a half tracker down the leg side. Van Buren flapped at it, tried to working it away or pull it away down to fine leg. Got a glove on it.
Mahmood then to Higgins, who drives down the ground, and on the bounce Mahmood is able to field off his own bowling. I guess in a way though it's what a bit of extra pace can do sometimes, because you're not going to get out like that to a medium pacer so much, are you?
Well, no. I mean, I said at the time you need a bit of good fortune in this game, whether a batsman or bowler, and Saki had the good fortune because it was a loosener, and Van Buren would have thought, I've got to try and hit this. He'll be sitting there in the pavilion now thinking, why didn't I just let it go?
Saki Mahmood into Higgins, who pushes firmly, but only as far as mid-on, and there's no run to be had there either.
Now, Ed, I was reading about Ryan Higgins the other week and his quest to better himself, and there was a piece, I think it was in the Times, that he had England aspirations and he was really keen to improve himself as an all-rounder.
Yeah, I mean, certainly when you look at people who've, I should be able to remember this stat because it's come up enough times, but in terms of people who've scored a certain number of runs and taken a certain number of wickets over the past 3 or 4 years, Ryan Higgins is right up there with anybody. Saqib Mahmood then into Higgins, who defends and plinks it into the pitch, and it's picked up by Saqib Mahmood. Another maiden over from him. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 25. Well, he's certainly somebody with England aspirations as well, and he'll realise them. In fact, he already has realised them. But as far as Higgins goes, I think he's...
Where's he going to fit? Where's he going to fit in?
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? His batting, I think he needs to have a good season, 2 really good seasons with the bat, because his batting is going to have to get him into the side as well as his bowling. Because the danger will be that you'll look at Higgins' pace that he bowls at and think there might be some surfaces when maybe he's a bit less effective because he doesn't have the pace to...
Well, maybe here for a start.
Well,
which
we'll
is,
see.
Look, it's a test ground, isn't it? Test pitch. Yep. I think this is a really good advert for county championship cricket. We've seen plenty of them around the country. I'm not just saying that because this is Old Trafford, but you know, we've seen plenty of runs and good high-scoring games around the country, which flies in the face of the perceived wisdom that county cricket's rubbish, the pitches are hopeless and the batsman can't play. I really do get fed up with all that being trotted out just because England lose a few test matches.
But it's the easy target in a way.
Which is wrong as well.
Yeah. Hassan Ali then from the Brian Statham end, and that's left by Hammond as he angles it across him, and it bounces before it gets through to Salt behind the stumps. But yeah, and I think Higgins has shown more than enough times in his career so far that he can get wickets on these surfaces. I mean, the pitches at Bristol do not offer you very much at all. You know, you tend to win the toss, bowl first, because that's the time when it's going to offer you the most, and then as the 4 days go on, it flattens out.
Becomes a bit dead.
It becomes difficult to manufacture wickets.
As in the last
Higgins, game. Yeah, exactly. So you'd much rather be chasing on the final day, really. Hassan Ali bowls, and Hammond drives, and a good tumbling stop cover by Croft prevents any runs. But Higgins gets wickets on those surfaces, and he gets, you know, he doesn't. You know, he does what James Anderson does on surfaces which don't offer him a huge amount of movement. He'll bowl 25 overs, probably bowl 6 or 7 maidens at least, if not more, and he'll go at 2 and over until he does take a wicket, and then worst case scenario has ended up with, you know, the number of times Anderson's done that, 1 for 35 off 20 odd overs.
It's hardly a poor philosophy. I think a lot of that has gone out of the game, to be honest.
Hassan Ali round the wicket, and Hammond drives pleasantly, but only as far as Croft once more, no run.
Adhering to the basics of line and length, it's not a bad starting point for anybody. Freely admit that you need to be able to do something with the ball. You have to swing it or seam it, or bowl wobble seam as it's called now. Or if you're a spinner, you've got to give it a rip and turn it. And you've got to be able to apply those variations when you need to.
Here is Hassan Ali charging in and bowls on leg stump and clipped firmly by Hammond. Oh, he's been sent back, but the ball was not picked up cleanly by Anderson. I think it probably, because of the fact that Higgins never moved, would probably have had difficulty affecting a run out there anyway. But a mix-up. Hammond almost ran a full single. Higgins was never interested in the run, and yeah, I'm not sure Anderson would have been able to get that ball to the striker's end.
Got a pretty serious arm on him still, Jimmy, even though he's nearly 40. If he picked it up cleanly, it would have been an interesting occurrence, I think.
Hassan Ali to Hammond, who pushes this one out to point this time. There's no run. Well, these two have certainly batted together enough across all sorts of formats, and I suppose again it shows you a little bit of the pressure that Gloucestershire are under out there. A bit of indecision, but yeah, and I think though that Higgins needs his batting to be consistent over a couple of seasons, because the batting needs to help press the case. Hassan Ali in, and Hammond defends. Back to the bowler to end the over. 146 for 4 after 56 overs. Hammond 9, and Higgins yet to get off the mark. He had a terrific year in 2019 to help get Gloucestershire promoted. I mean, a really terrific season in which he scored, I think it was 4 centuries, averaged almost 60, Yeah, 4 centuries, 350s. But then the last couple of years, and in fact, particularly since he moved up a spot in the order, the runs hadn't come. But then 139 in the first match against Northamptonshire, with Gloucestershire way behind in the game, and they would never have drawn that match were it not for him. But I think he would feel, and that's probably one of the reasons why he wanted to move up the spot in the order, that he needs the batting to help him, you know.
Yeah, well, if you're going to improve as an all-round, you need to try and bat as high as you possibly can, and bowl when the opportunities arise. You know, take the new ball if necessary.
Saki Mahmood in, short ball pulled, and it's not been stopped at square leg, and because of the outfield, that's 4. We've just got no chance if it's not quite stopped cleanly on the infield. There's a few slightly, well, there's a set of crossed arms at mid-wicket, and I think they may have felt that one ought to have been stopped, judging by the body language, but it's gone for 4.
It was George Balderson at square leg, just behind the umpire. Hit powerfully and straight through him, to be fair.
Yeah, it wasn't the best delivery that Saki Mahmood has bowled. He's bowled plenty of really good ones, but Higgins able to get off the mark. 150 up for Gloucestershire as Saki Mahmood is in once more and defended back up the pitch by Ryan Higgins. I suppose whilst we're talking about Test cricket, in terms of potential for one-day cricket, Higgins would figure that in that his batting has been up there with his bowling as well, because he's a fast scorer in that form of the game. Both 50 over and T20.
Well, I think you know, there are going to be opportunities over the next 12 months or so for more than 11 players to represent England. I don't mean, you know, they're going to play the same team every time they play.
Keep a move bowls, and that's pushed firmly into the covers. Won't be a run.
But the fixture list is looking congested, and there will be overlaps. So there'll be times when you're going to have a red ball team playing and need a separate white ball team. So that could provide an opportunity for the likes of Higgins to get into the England team, and it's all about taking your chance and your opportunity.
Yeah, and I think, well, actually, you've got the tour to the Netherlands coming up this summer, haven't you? With the white ball team having to be separate from England's Test side, which is playing at the same time. Higgins drives, flowing drive, but it's fielded just about with a juggle and then a dive backwards at point. Good bit of work from Bohannon there to prevent runs. But yeah, and I think it's, I guess for Higgins, it's not really his thing to worry about in a way, about which format he's kind of.
No, he's got to carry on scoring runs and taking wickets and see what happens, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's a tremendously skillful bowler as well in white ball cricket as well. He's got all sorts of slower balls and execute the wide Yorker, etc. Gets a delivery which kind of comes back in at him, and he played that one as if it kept low, but I doubt it did. I think he was just a little bit flat-footed there as he defended into the leg side.
A bit of wishful Gloucestershire thinking. Uneven bounce on the first afternoon.
I don't think so. I don't think it was. I think it was just what happens with pace. And Higgins faced Harris Ralph last week for Yorkshire, and probably won't want me to talk about what happened. So got a short mid-wicket in place as Mahmood bowls, and on the back foot it's more bounced straight into the pitch, and it's just about half stopped by Saki Mahmood in his follow-through. Slows it down for mid off to field. End of another over, 150 for 4. We have still 7 more overs remaining until the tea interval, so 10 past 4 for your tea.
Well, over 8's not where Lancashire wanted, is it? Just trying to see whether they're plus or minus.
Interesting, there's nothing actually next to where it says over 8 at the moment.
No.
But then they don't always update it until a break, so it could be that, well, I say it could be. I mean, you think, given the fact that we're having tea at at 4 would mean that we're a bit behind. The Hassan Ali to continue into his 12th over. He bowls, and that's an edge and gone. Hammond flashing away at a delivery well wide of off stump, was nowhere near a half volley, and he's got one through to Salt, and his vigil comes to an end. 50 balls he's faced for his 9, and it's 150 now for 5, the trademark celebration of Hassan Ali coming out with that punch towards the ground and then coming up towards the sky. Hammond trudges his way off, having made 9.
Well, it just shows the virtues of bowling line and length and nagging away. There's Hassan Ali. We see on the replay doing that trademark punch in the air. Hammond will be really annoyed with himself, having done an awful lot of hard work and having got to within sort of touching distance of tee. He's just flashed at a wide ball there. That's not done an awful lot, to be honest. It was perhaps too inviting for him, having just played 2 extra cover drives, and he's got a flashing outside edge which gave Salt a comfortable catch behind the stumps. And Hammond has gone for 9. It's 150 for 5.
Tom Lace coming out at number 7, and he's a proper player, Tom Lace. And he's going to need to be, because Gloucestershire are on a surface which you'd have said, especially watching this morning's cricket, you'd have said you've got to be scoring 400 on this.
Well, I think that was the aim, especially when they got to lunch at 100 without loss. You know, they'll be desperately disappointed to be 5 down for less than 50 in the afternoon session. I'm going to leave you, Ed. Very nice to talk to you.
Indeed.
And we'll talk again, hopefully.
Yeah. So Hassan Ali in, and Lace is struck on the pad and given out first ball. 150 for 6, looking to play to leg, playing around that front pad, and Tom Lace has departed for a golden duck. It's 150 for 6.
Just decided to hang around for a minute. Plum LBW playing right round that. He knew he was out as well as soon as the ball hit his pad. Standing on roundabout off stump and trying to whip his first ball through mid-wicket. Never advisable and not necessary either on a pitch like this. But he knew, had that sinking feeling as soon as the ball thudded into his pad. So 2 in 2 for Hassan Ali, and Lancashire in the ascendant now with Gloucester at 150 for 6.
Well, extraordinary collapse. 119 without loss, Gloucestershire were in the 38th over, and it's now 150 for 6. And I'm afraid for Tom Lace, he was out LBW first ball to Harris Ralph in the first innings of the Yorkshire match. So back-to-back leg before decisions against Pakistani quicks in first innings of back-to-back matches, and out comes Zafar Gohar now, and he has been leaned upon, I think it's fair to say, probably a bit too much as far as Gloucestershire's batting is concerned. He scored a 53 against Northamptonshire in the second innings, also rearguard action, the 40 that he made against Yorkshire, that was also second innings, but you can't be relying on your number 8 to be digging you out of holes like this too often.
Well, no, you can't, but you can obviously play, and I'll just hang around for the hat-trick. Is that all right?
I think
Scott's waiting in the wings here, but I'll just hang around, see what happens.
Well, he's going to be bowling to somebody I suspect he knows pretty well. Zafar Gohar played 1 test match. I'd actually looked to see whether Hassan Ali was in that or not, but we've got a little bit of a delay because Helmet's coming out for a short leg, so I've probably got time to have a look. And in fact, he wasn't playing in that match. Even so, I'm sure they'll know each other from their tussles over the years in the Qaid-e-Azam Trophy in Pakistan. So Zafar Gohar, another left-hander, and there will be the short leg. There'll be 2 slips, a gully, understandably cover left wide open in case Zafar Gohar does want to have a drive first ball, the hat-trick ball, and the crowd getting into this as the hat-trick ball comes. Hassan Ali around the wicket to Zafar, who defends almost, not quite nonchalantly, but he wouldn't necessarily have known that it was the hat-trick ball from the way that he played it. But warm reception from the crowd as Hassan Ali's hat-trick bid comes up short, but 3 for 27 in his 12th over.
Yes, fine effort. Rule number 1, and when you're on a hat-trick ball, make the batsman play, bowl it straight. He did that. It's pretty comfortably defended by Gohar.
Here is Hassan Ali. He bowls a short ball which Zafar tucks underneath. And
not seen many of those, have we, today?
No.
I thought we might have seen a few more at times.
There was one point when, I think it was Hassan Ali actually in his opening spell, just towards the end of it, tried a couple. One kind of ballooned well over the head of Dent, and the other one actually wasn't too far off hitting him, even though he ducked it. So just didn't necessarily have the effect that he'd hoped for. Might be getting a few more now, though.
Might be.
Leg gully in place.
Yeah, a bit more of an aggressive field now.
So 2 slips, gully, leg gully, short leg. Hassan Ali in to Zafar, bowls one on off stump, and that's defended off the front foot out towards point. No run. Well, it's exciting cricket. Sure, Gloucestershire won't be too excited about the way that it's gone of late, but
no, they shouldn't be excited.
It's been good to watch.
It has, from a Lancashire fan's perspective, that's for sure. You must know something about the way Gohar plays, because there's a sort of short mid-off in as well, not silly mid-off, but short, level with the stumps.
Hassan Ali in, and Zafar just angled back, plays to backward point, and that's a double wicket maiden for Hassan Ali. 12 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 27. Can't ask for too much more than that.
You can't. It's been a good performance so far by Hassan Ali, and 2 wickets in any over, something to shout about, but on a pitch like this, really worth the acclaim. So 150 for 6, Gloucester. I am going to go now, and Scott is going to join you.
Just hoping it's going to result in another wicket.
Nice to be with you.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we shall reconnect at some point in the next few days, and it will be Saqib Mahmood to continue into his 15th over then, as Higgins faces up. Just 2 slips and the gully as Saqib Mahmood bowls to Higgins, and that's worked away quite comfortably by Higgins out to deep square leg for a single, and 151 for 6. Higgins on to 5. He could not get 2 more different sessions. Gloucestershire absolutely cruising this morning, and this afternoon it's felt really as if anything that Lancashire have touched has turned to gold for them. A couple of strangles down the leg side. Sometimes you need a dismissal like that just to open things up, and that's exactly what has happened here, really. Dent played a shot which he hadn't played, but then it was Harris getting out right afterwards that really opened things up. Zafar Gohar looking to drive, can't beat backward point. There's a shy at the stumps as well from Balderson, but Zafar was back in his ground. Scott Reed.
Good afternoon. We're spoilt for choice today, aren't we? In terms of, well, Dane Villas is spoilt for choice. Who does he? Which one of his Test match bowlers does he turn to next?
Yeah,
it's Hassan who's been outstanding, hasn't he? But I think it's been a terrific performance as a bowling unit.
Saqib Mahmood in and defended with the front foot to backward point, no run.
Yeah, it's been spoilt for choice, Lancashire, in terms of the options that they've had. But Hassan Ali's 3 for 27, Mahmood 2 for 30. And the afternoon session has completely kind of spun around, hasn't it, for Lancashire after a morning dominated with the bat by Gloucestershire.
Yeah, and it goes back to one of probably, not quite one of the worst cricketing adages, especially to do with Test cricket and County Championship cricket. Here comes Saqib Mahmood, and that's defended. I'm sort of looking to drive that actually, Zafar Gohar, but he didn't get any timing, and it's gone to mid-off for no run. You can't win a game in a session, but you can lose the game in a session.
Wise words said. Wise words.
But, you know, and I'm not saying Gloucestershire have lost this yet, but this is starting to feel like a total which is well under par on when we saw it this morning. It just looked like an absolute belter. And really, this afternoon, it hasn't been a case of really of anything too much changing. It's just been Gloucestershire losing wickets as Zafar drives, and they've put the fielder out at deep point, so perhaps wanting to bowl Zafar Gohar, and he'll get off the mark with that. 152 for 6, 1 ball left in the 59th over.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's just a kind of a reflection of if you're consistent enough and putting the ball in the right areas enough, and you do it often enough, you're probably going to cause enough problems for the batters.
Yeah, that's been what's happened really. It hasn't been a case of the ball doing a huge amount. Saqib Mahmood to Higgins, who defends to mid-on. Certain cry of anguish there, but fair amount of bat on it. 152 for 6 at the end of over number 59.
We've got some very high-tech technical support in the commentary box, which we're very grateful for. One of the greatest technical minds in broadcasting, actually. And his job is to hold this wire, which is excellent. Well done. And you're doing a great job, Colin. Just holding the wire. You just stay there for the next 4 days, and we'll be all right. It's a key wire that you're holding. We're not too far away from tea on the first day. 152 for 6, and this excellent spell from Hassan Ali is going to continue. He's bowled 12 overs today, 6 maidens, 3 for 27. And this is a little battle within the battle, isn't it? 2 international teammates. Still got this short mid-wicket. There's a long leg, 2 slips in a gully. And this is pushed across. Zafar and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
This is almost, it's almost like a form of torture, isn't it? Having to hold that,
I mean,
thing up.
I do like you, Colin, but you're very close. It's a good job we're not socially distancing anymore, isn't it? You're doing a very good job. I'm worried about that finger going into cramp, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. You know, it is almost a form of torture.
Yeah.
We've got four overs left after this until tea.
Hassan balls, forward goes Zafar in defence, and there's no run. Is there a particular reason why you're holding that wire? Okay, right, okay.
Ah,
right. It's a very important wire. Without that wire, we couldn't possibly go on with the game. It does happen to be my wire as well that's faulty, which will not be a massive surprise. Hassan in, balls, and put off the back foot by Zafar out through the offside. Bohannon fields at point, and there's no run. Collins left us. Thank goodness for that. It was getting to be very awkward with that. That was far too close for comfort, really.
Have to get some sort of a device to hold it up now, will we?
Why was he being held up? Do we?
I don't know.
I don't know. He just came and just knelt down and held the wire up for some bizarre reason. Worked off the pads to the left of bowler's news at mid-wicket. And he gets 1 run.
Yeah, crowd are enjoying everything now. Bits of fielding, wickets falling, good bowling. It's just a real sense from the crowd that they can add to the feeling of being totally on top of Gloucestershire here, which Lancashire are now. Got a fairly easy paced pitch at the moment. It's not moving about very much. Outfield like glass.
Here's Hassan back into Higgins. Now this has come off an edge. She's not got that too hard, I don't think. Just a one slip in place, and that's gone down towards the deep third boundary for 4 runs. See on the replay here that he's pushing at it, but not perhaps forcing at it too much. 157 for 6.
Yeah, I suppose on a really fast surface you might get in trouble doing that, but not on this one. It's just easy paced enough. I'm not going to say slow, but easy paced enough that you can do that. Lancashire just reinforcing that slip cordon now, though, having seen that.
Yeah, second slip in. Stephen Croft. Final ball of this over. Flicked off the pads. And perfectly timed. The sound of the ball coming off the bat, because a little flock of pigeons all flutter away at the sound of the ball connecting with the bat. Gathered at mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. We've got 4 to go until tea. 157 for 6, Gloucestershire.
I'm almost tempted just to push that wire up myself, just to see whether anything... Exactly. I'm almost tempted, but I'm not going to do it.
He might just come running back in and,
exactly,
and start screaming at us.
Exactly. So I'm not. That's the reason that I'm not going to do it. Equally, I just want to hear if there's any difference.
Just in his mind, I think.
Parkinson.
Bit of leg spin.
Back from the James Anderson end. So replacing Saqib Mahmood, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 31. And he's admittedly, yes, Van Buren out to a catch down the leg side, and Marcus Harris also out to a catch down the leg side, but he certainly could have had a wicket earlier on this morning. It's certainly one in particular feels like just rewards for the way that he's bowled, because he has been very impressive. As of Lancashire this afternoon, whilst I think Gloucestershire would look at some of the things that have happened and certainly feel that there were certain things they could have done differently, particularly those 2 strangles. But, well, I think we've seen the quality of Lancashire's attack come through this afternoon as well, just even in a period of the game where you'd have felt that Gloucestershire could have really run away with things, having seen off the new ball. 2 opening batters going along really not entirely without incident, of course, but 2 quality opening bats having seen off the morning session. But it's unravelled since then. So Parkinson to Zafar with a short leg and a slip as he moves in over the wicket, and Zafar quietly defending back to the bowler. He has shown against spin that he likes to use his feet, Zafar. Whether he does here, I don't know, but he struck a couple of defiant blows at the end of last season against Simon Harmer. And he's going to just work this one up to mid-on. There's no run. Stayed in his crease, but he just got the sense from the way that bat was picked up there in the backlift that he had a think about going after him with something a bit more aggressive than that. Parkinson bowls on leg stump and flicked away, but fielded at mid-wicket. They've got the same field as they had for the couple of overs that Parkinson bowled in the morning session, 3 overs in total. So the 2 fielders in that mid-wicket area really making it hard to score. As forward goes Zafar and plays quietly. Slip pounces out. Luke Wells to make sure there's no run there. So just, I guess, partly also because Lancashire want to get through a couple of overs at this point. Zafar lays back and plays that one rather late and down towards third man, but there's only going to be a couple of runs, just use the pace of the ball, but then Parkinson doesn't bowl with very much pace, so as a consequence, didn't go anywhere near the boundary, but nicely played by Zafar. Moves up to 459 for 6. Past 4 o'clock, and still 3 more overs left after this until tea. Parkinson bowls, forward goes Zafar, and just defends to point. And the end of the over, 157 for 6. Just those couple of runs off the over from Parkinson. But yeah, I think it's a kind of a dual reason here. Maybe try to tempt Zafar into something, but also get through a couple of overs. And because that Lancashire have taken 6 wickets in the session, they can afford to do that. They don't really have to think too much about, oh, what if he gets hit for a couple of 6s, because at this point it's not 10s that Gloucestershire are looking short by.
This fiery spell from Hassan continues, and Higgins defends into the onside, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, really. These two, even if, you know, best case scenario happened, you'd think, well, even if these two did manage to put on 100, let's say, I still think Gloucestershire would be short of probably. I mean, perhaps I'm making assumptions too early. I don't know.
This is wide by Hassan and through to the keeper, Phil Salton. There is no run, but it feels that way on the basis of what we saw in the morning session, which is would be obviously a concern for Gloucestershire, that those two batted so well. I mean, they were tested and the bowling was accurate. It was, and Lancashire, I think, had plugged away with some high quality bowling and asked as many questions as they could. I don't think they bowled that many bad balls in the morning session, but it was such a golden opportunity, wasn't it, at lunch, to try and build on. Hassan to Higgins, wide and cut, picked up at point, and there's no run.
Yeah, and that will be a great source of frustration, and it's the middle order has been a problem for Gloucestershire so far this season. They've had runs from the top, Harris, Dent, Bracey in particular. There was the partnership at Northamptonshire between Higgins and Lace. Zafar Gohar's contributed some runs, but in the first innings in particular, that's where the problems have lain. And today, as Hassan Ali is in, bowls wide and cut away by Higgins, there'll be 4. Got it behind point, just 2 points left, but no chance to stop that one. Doesn't have to be that short or that wide for Higgins to bring out that cut shot, but wasn't too much risk in that one, really. It was kind of sitting there and was right there for the treatment. 163 for 6, so Higgins moves to 13.
Back into Higgins, who's defending, and there's no run.
Might have been a bit of reverse swing on that. I thought it looked as if that one might have speared back in towards Higgins, and you'd think, potentially with the surface being a bit abrasive, you'd think the reverse swing would come into play, and Hassan Ali and Saqib Mahmood to exploit it. That was always going to be something to watch today.
Balls again to Higgins, who pushes away off the front foot. And there's no run. It's the end of the over, so 2 to go until tea. 1-6, 3 for 6. Higgins 13 and Zafar on 4. 3 for 36, Hassan Ali, from his 14 overs today. And let's see the Parkinson to continue from the Jimmy Anderson end. It is a really dry, potentially even abrasive outfield as well, so that might come into the equation as the game progresses.
Yeah, I mean, it's not absolutely easy for us to say for definite, but it's certainly, especially from the way that Higgins played it, it certainly looked as if it came back in at him. Parkinson then into his 5th over and bowls one on leg stump, and it's turned to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Bohannon. Luke Wells doing a few warm-ups. Wonder whether Luke Wells has got the nod for the last over before tea, or whether he's just trying to put it in Phyllis's mind. Got a silly point in place now, as that's short and wide, and it's been cut fine by Zafar, and that will go for 4. Yep, crosses the boundary rope now. Not entirely sure whether or not Zafar meant to get it quite that far. It didn't quite look like a late cut, but actually what it's almost a wristy cut. He's kind of sliced the ball down to third man. It wasn't a open the face and run it down there. It was a real slicing cut shot, but it worked. So he moves to 8, 167 for 6. Parkinson is in and left alone. Well wide of off stump there. Certainly not too much in terms of a hint that the ball is turning out there.
Which you wouldn't expect, would you?
No,
really,
exactly.
On the first day.
Yeah. Parkinson's just hoping for an error of judgment as Zafar reaches for that one a bit and tries to drive, but only succeeds in squirting the ball up to mid-off. And because of the fact that Parkinson doesn't bowl the quickest and the surface potentially isn't the absolute quickest, then that's something that can definitely happen. You threw the shot too early, go lunging at it and chip the ball up into the air. So another reason why Lancashire have got that short mid-wicket in place. Parkinson bowls, good delivery, just nudged into the point region by Zafar, and there's no run. Another warm-up from Wells. I think it's going to happen.
Double leg spin before tea.
Yeah.
Classic tactical move.
Leg spinners union. So second slip now in place instead of the silly point, and Zafar has beaten the second slip anyway. He just ran that one quietly off the outside edge, neatly played, and he'll get 2 runs as Wells runs back from first slip. So Zafar into double figures, and Gloucestershire 169 for 6 with 1 over left in what has been a slightly calamitous afternoon session for them.
It has. It's probably a combination of a couple of things, isn't it? It's a calamitous afternoon with the bat, slightly calamitous afternoon with the bat for Gloucestershire. But you look at the names on that card there. Mahmood picked up 2 wickets, 2 for Hassan Ali. It was a really intense spell, wasn't it? I mean, high-class bowling from Hassan, backed up by Mahmood in the afternoon session. And, I think Dame Villas will be grateful for the options that he's got today on this particular surface. That he has got an unbelievable luxury to. I mean, Jimmy's not taking a wicket. He has, you know, albeit I'm sure he'll dominate most of the end of day reports. I think he'll be the main story, won't he? But it's not actually so far been about Jimmy, has it? It's been about the way that Hassan Ali's ball has been about the way that Saqib Mahmood bowled, certainly in this afternoon spell. We are going to see leg spin. He bowled a bit last week at Canterbury, did Luke Wells. So Wells in final over before tea as Higgins just tries to work it away into the onside. For a second, it might just come off a leading edge and loop back down the pitch towards Wells, but it bounced short enough. Slip in place and a short leg, tossed up. Big puff of dust comes up as Higgins looks to try and force the ball away again, but with no timing.
He's trying to toss it up even more than Parkinson, isn't he?
Was a much taller man than Matt Parkinson is Luke Wells. Towers in past the umpire, just drops a little short perhaps there, but Higgins is watchful in defence and pushes the ball away. This will be the last 3 deliveries of this afternoon session. And Lancashire have picked up 6 Gloucestershire wickets. Higgins works the ball through the leg side. Gathered by Bohannon at mid-wicket, there's no run. The breeze blowing into his right-hand side as Luke Wells. Been strong breeze all day. It's a nice shot by Higgins. He drives off the front foot along the ground through extra cover. He moves to 14. The score moves on to 170 for 6. Final ball of the session. Two contrasting ones. The morning dominated by Gloucestershire with the bat, and the afternoon has been dominated by Lancashire with the ball. 170 for 6. 101 without loss at lunch. As Zafar off the back foot safely sees through the over, and that is tea on day 1. And the applause around the ground for the way that Lancashire have fought back after lunch. Two very contrasting sessions, Ed.
Yep, certainly. And I think, like you said, quite rightly, it's been a mixture of things. Lancashire have stuck to their task. They've had bowlers with a bit of, for want of a better term, as it's a bit of a cliched X factor, but there's bowlers with a bit of extra pace and who can make things happen on tough surfaces to bowl on, and particularly in Hassan Ali's case, are used to having to bowl on surfaces which aren't offering very much. You think back to that Pakistan series recently, almost nothing in the surface for him there. So yeah, they've applied, in particular Hassan Ali has applied his experience, and he's put Gloucestershire to the sword in this afternoon's session, and then it's been a mixture of that and a couple of dismissals Gloucestershire will want to forget in terms of shots they wish they hadn't played. I think that's the case actually with a few of them, despite having said what I've just said. So it's a real mixture, and Gloucestershire now finding themselves very much chasing this game now, which I'm afraid to say they've been chasing every game so far this season, so this one's no different really. And it feels as if they're going to need a dream evening session in order to turn things around. Potentially, even if they do get bowled out, it'll be the case that they'll have to take 2 or 3 Lancashire wickets quite quickly early on this evening to feel that they're back in this, because at the moment this feels a long way short on what seems to be a batting day and a batting pitch.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens in the final session, but Lancashire will be thrilled with how they've responded with the ball. 170 for 6 is the tea time score on day 1, and 3 wickets for Hassan Ali, 2 for Saqib Mahmood, 1 for George Balderson. Higgins on 14 and Zafar on 10 will resume in around about 20 minutes for Gloucestershire here on the first day at Emirates Old Trafford.
Ton for Villas in excellent captain's knock. Kent returned to the Spitfire ground in Canterbury, having found some form with the bat against Essex, albeit in a drawing effort packed with runs. Their opponents Lancashire are playing their first game of the LV County Championship season and would choose to start their campaign with the bat. But the hosts struck early. George Balderson thought he got away with one, only for Gilchrist to remove him with the very next ball. Robinson clinging on to the edge this time. Despite the departure of the opener, Lancashire regrouped well, Luke Wells leading the scoring as they made their way past 50 after a little more than an hour. But his innings would come to an end, Gilchrist continuing a potent spell, Wells unable to withdraw the bat in time, gone for 39. Josh Bohannon would only add 19 before he was trapped in front by Milnes with the score on 80. Kent had pegged back their visitors, enough that when lunch was called with a score 89 for 3, they would have been the happier of the two sides. And they were quickly up to 3 figures after the break, reaching the mark thanks to good hustle from Villas and Croft. With 2 behind square, Croft took the value of the 4th wicket partnership to 50 runs. It was a concerted effort from them, and Villas had reward for his good work, his 50 coming off 57 balls with a boundary off Kadri. Croft wasn't far behind and duly joined his captain on half-century, reaching the mark with his 6th boundary of a 118-ball effort. The 4th wicket pair looked to be key for Lancashire, a fact they confirmed when with another single off Kadri, Villas took the value of the partnership to 100 runs. Kent was struggling to find a way to separate the two, and the visitors took advantage, up to 200 runs when Villas advanced down the track. By the time they reached tee, Lancashire had recovered from 89 for 3 to 229 for 3, an electric session by the visitors. The joy went on for Lancs after the break in play. Villas, the first of the pair to go to 100 runs with a delicate shot to the ropes for 4 off Kadri, a real captain's knock taking his side to 250 in the process. It was the skipper too that brought up the 200-run partnership, a single sufficient off Kadri this time, the visitors starting to tighten their grip. With his partner on 99, Villas would finally fall. Milnes found a leading edge, Compton took the catch, and the captain had to go for 124. Croft joined his departed captain on 3 figures. Bird turned into the leg side for 1, the bat raised after 235 balls faced. There was more to enjoy for the visitors, up to 300 runs with Salt's first boundary. It was quite some shot to open his account with. He brought the fireworks to the middle, scoring at a runner ball, almost exclusively in boundaries as the day wore towards its end. He'd finish unbeaten on 33, Croft still there on 113 when time was called on the day. Lancashire up to 344 for 4 and enjoying themselves in Canterbury. Kent showed last time out that they have what it takes to go big, but they won't want the visitors to get too far out of reach when they return to the middle on day 2. Parkinson rocks Kent with 3 key wickets. Twin tons from Stephen Croft and captain Dane Villas gave Lancashire a lightning start to this match. They were up to 344 for 4 at the end of the first day at the Spitfire ground. Croft unbeaten on 113 overnight, alongside Phil Salt, whose late cameo earned him a quick-fire 33 off 37. And he started the second day in great touch, quickly adding to his overnight total and beginning to think about 50, with Croft quietly chugging along at the other end. It wasn't long before Salt had the half-century, up to the mark off just 62 balls. The 100-run partnership came soon after, and then, with another Salt boundary, Lancashire were up to 400 maximum batting bonus points in the bag. Croft had found his way to the cusp of 150 and duly reached the mark with a single off Kadri, getting there off 325 balls. His side were now well on top. Croft was finally dealt with by Kadri, well held by Robinson behind the stumps, out for a marvellous 155. The flashing blade of Luke Wood found the 2 Lancashire needed to reach 450 soon after, and Salt found his way into the nervous 90s. He would still be there at lunch. Lancashire heading in with the score 466 for 5, Salt 3 short of a ton. But he couldn't find those runs. He was looking to reach his 100 with a boundary, but only found Bell Drummond in the deep. Kent had found a bit of a groove. Kadri had taken a bit of punishment, but was now picking up wickets with increasing regularity. Wood gone by way of an edge through to Stevens in the cordon. Bailey was his 4th scalp, outlofting a drive down the ground, straight into the waiting hands of Jordan Cox. With the very next ball, Kadri had a 5-wicket haul. Ali out caught after a few bites at it by Zach Crawley. Lamb and Parkinson mounted a bit of a counter-attack with 1 wicket left. An edge that could have flown into the hands of the slips, found the boundary and brought 500 runs up for Lancashire. Kadri would finish the innings. Lamb the 6th to fall to the precocious spinner. Stumps splayed. Lancashire all out for 506. A good showing with the bat from the visitors, led by Croft's 155 and Villas with 124. A word too for Phil Salt, who was so unfortunate to end without 100. Kadri's persistence in the face of some aggressive batting had to be applauded. He ended with new career best figures of 6 for 129. Compton and Crawley got Kent off to a decent start with the bat, neither man in any real hurry, but taking their time to build a solid base for their side. They found their way to 50 with little to worry them, the Canterbury surface being just as kind to Kent as it had been to their visitors. The pair wandered off for tea, at 51 for none. It was just as fruitful for Kent when they returned for the evening session, Crawley punching Lamb and then Wood to the ropes as they made their way towards 100. Crawley's excellent work was rewarded when he swept Parkinson away for 4, 50 up for the England international, scored off 102 balls. Compton joined him on 50, reaching the mark for the 2nd consecutive innings, clearly enjoying life in his new pastures. He'd lose his partner though, Crawley bamboozled, stumps left in a mess by Parkinson. And he had another prize wicket, Bell Drummond undone by the turn, bowled for 2. He kept up the pressure. Mayeye looked to present the pad to the spinner's delivery, only for Parkinson's loud appeal to be granted by the umpire. That would be the final wicket to fall, Lancashire turning the screw with the ball as Kent limped their way through to the close of play at 133 for 3, trailing by 373. Parkinson had showed just what can be achieved with attacking spin bowling and had capitalised on Lancashire's dominant showing with the bat. Kent will hope to halt their momentum on day 3 and will be quietly confident, knowing that they have the characters in their dressing room to do so. Kent in trouble despite Compton unbeaten 100. Lancashire's Stephen Croft hit 155 to help guide his side to a mammoth total of 506 before Kent responded. A good platform provided by Compton and Crawley's top order 50s, but it crumbled as Parkinson took 3 key wickets late on day 2. And they soon had a 4th. Night watchman Hamidullah Qadri bowled by Tom Bailey for 10 early in the day. Jordan Cox would contribute the 2 runs to take Kent through to 150, but nothing more. His leave was ill-judged, off stump taken out of the ground by Hassan Ali. Kent were under the pump now, Robinson and Compton desperately trying to regain some control, but they were struggling to push the score along. They started to find some joy. Lancashire denied as the session wore its way towards lunch. Parkinson, though, had other ideas. Robinson out LBW for 27, with 10 minutes to go until the break. Compton was still there, though, and into the 90s before lunch. He'd taken his side through to 200 before the break. They reached it at 204 for 6, still over 300 behind. Stevens would fall after the break, trapped in front by Ali for a return of just 6. Balderson came into the attack and picked up a wicket with his 13th delivery. Milnes only able to add 22 before he was caught behind. And it was 2 in 2, Gilchrist out and Kent down to their last wicket. Could Balderson end the innings with a hat-trick? Not if Jackson Bird had anything to do with it, flicking his first ball to the ropes to bring up the 250. After being marooned on 99 for almost 10 overs, Compton finally played his way to his 100. Back-to-back tons sealed with a single off Parkinson, up to the mark of 287. His season was off to a flyer. A final boundary from Compton would be the last scoring shot of the Kent innings. Bird was Balderson's 3rd, the Aussie bowled for 9. Kent all out for 260, still trailing Lancashire by 246. Compton's 104 not out was by far the highest score. Crawley 50 runs behind him with 54. Little else to enjoy for the Canterbury crowd, with just 3 more scores of double figures. Parkinson had produced some lovely bowling for his 4 for 66. Kent were back out in the middle, Villas enforced the follow on. Crawley and Compton back at it, but not for very long. Crawley out for 5 to Balderson, Salt's reflex grab, quite a sight to see. Bell Drummond too would fall cheaply, more good work from Salt to get across to the leg side. Compton and Mayeye added little to the score before tea. Lancashire in control, the score 28 for 2, their hosts still trailing by 218. And the visitors tightened their grip after tea. Mayeye picked out Croft off the bowling of Bailey to go for 17. Parkinson then struck in the next over. Prodigious turn on show from the England spinner, bowling Cox for 1. Compton and Robinson managed to drag the score past 50, the young opener showing a different side to his game. The run rate dropped off a cliff, survival the aim. A target Robinson wouldn't hit, out LBW to Hassan Ali 8 overs from the close. And Stevens also couldn't stick with Compton, pinned in front by Parkinson for 1. The hosts reached the close at 81 for 6. Compton still there with 20 off 132 balls, but Kent were in real trouble, still trailing by 165 with just 4 wickets in hand. Lancashire will be confident of picking up the win on day 4. Their attack has been potent throughout the game. It looks to be only a matter of time before they pick up the last wickets, but Kent, and Compton especially, will look to start the day in stubborn fashion.
Lancashire win despite Ben Compton masterclass. Heading into the final day, and Lancashire were looking to wrap up a convincing win against Kent at the Spitfire ground, Canterbury, with the away side needing just 4 more wickets for victory, with Kent 81 for 6 and still 165 runs behind, having been forced to follow on. And 4 wickets for victory quickly became 3, as England hopeful Matt Parkinson struck in the very first over of the day, the leg spinner now with 7 wickets in the match. Kent's opener Ben Compton had been the home side's main source of resistance, and he continued his form in the morning session as he took his score on to 27 as the home side finally passed 3 figures. Hamidullah Qadri had joined Compton at the crease, and the pair put on 50 together, Compton the main scorer in tough batting conditions, with Parkinson a constant threat. Compton would finally reach his half-century just before the lunch break, a landmark which had taken him 215 balls to reach as the opener continued his fantastic start to the season. Compton and Qadri's fine partnership would take Kent all the way to lunch and past 150, Still 93 runs behind, but some respectability to the score being added. Compton on 51 not out, and Kadri a career best 38. After the break, it was Hamidullah Kadri who took control of proceedings as he raced to a maiden first-class 50 with a flurry of boundaries. And the pair would bring up their 100 partnership with yet another Kadri boundary, with the home side now just 50 runs away from making Lancashire bat again. Kadri's resistance was finally ended in the 104th over as he was bowled by Hassan Ali for 77. A fantastic innings and partnership that had added 139 for the 8th wicket. Ali would also clean bowl number 10 Nathan Gilchrist for a duck to leave Kent 9 down and 21 runs away from forcing Lancashire to bat once more. But Kent's Ben Compton refused to be moved as he brought up his second century of the match and his third in 2 matches for his new county. The 28-year-old has played just 12 first-class games, and as of January this year, he hadn't made a first-class ton. He now has 5 in 10 innings. And another record was also in sight for the opener. Having carried his bat in the first innings, Compton was just a wicket away from becoming only the 3rd opener in county championship history to carry his bat in both innings. But number 11 Jackson Bird wasn't for moving either, as the 10th wicket pair put on over 50 to take their side into tea with a lead of 33. Lancashire would have to bat again. But shortly after the tea break, Compton's mammoth resistance finally came to an end, as the delivery from Balderson kept low and struck him on the back pad. Lancashire delighted, but most of all, relieved. The end of Compton meant that Lancashire needed just 33 runs to win, a scenario that had looked wholly unlikely at the start of the day's play. But the Compton and Kadri show had kept Lancashire waiting. Hassan Ali and Parkinson the pick of the bowlers with 3 wickets apiece. The chase got off to the perfect start as Balderson tucked Milnes away for 4, and the away side showed no wobbles in the small chase, knocking off the runs for no loss and in just over 7 overs. The result was a winning start for Lancashire, who came second in last year's competition and may well be boosted by the potential return of Jimmy Anderson and Saqib Mahmood when they host Gloucestershire at Emirates Old Trafford next week. For Kent, they welcome Hampshire to the Spitfire County Ground next week as they continue their search for the first win of the season.
Hi, I'm Keaton Jennings, a batter at Lancashire Cricket Club, and we are here on the sportsbreak.com terrace at Emirates Old Trafford. And as you can see behind me, we're really close to the pitch. We've got sofas, park benches, and a lovely bar in the corner. Emirates Old Trafford will be absolutely bouncing during every game day, so come down with sportsbreak.com and enjoy your day.
To Emirates Old Trafford, Ed Seaborn here in the commentary box. Scott Reed will be along in a moment, and the first ball of the evening session is pulled to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Higgins getting a short ball from Saki Mahmood to start off the evening session, and it was Saki Mahmood and Hassan Ali who were the two chief architects of Gloucestershire's demise in that afternoon session. Gloucestershire losing 6 wickets for 31 runs, and 5 of the 6 falling to Hassan Ali and Saqib Mahmood. 2 for Mahmood and 3 for Hassan Ali. As here comes Saqib Mahmood in to Higgins, who pushes towards mid-off, and there's no run. Higgins on 14 and Zafar Gohar on 10. Something of a recovery, but Gloucestershire are going to need a big partnership between these two, and they'll need some serious rearguard action from those that are to come as well. Josh Shaw will be due in next, Jared Warner, and then Ajit Singh Dale, but certainly fair to say the majority of the batting is already back in the hutch. Run you through what's happened in a moment. Earlier on, as Saqib Mahmood in, driven by Higgins pleasantly through the covers. There'll be at least 2 here. Might think about 3, but they're not going to get it. So the fielder goes into a slide from mid-off, and Higgins to 16, 172 for 6. It was an ideal first session for Gloucestershire, 101 without loss at lunch. Marcus Harris and Chris Dent going along nicely. Was a chance offered up very early on in the afternoon session, with Marcus Harris dropped at slip on 46, but as it turned out didn't prove too costly. Saqib Mahmood into Higgins, who defends towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. First scalp for Lancashire was Chris Dent, caught by Croft in the slips off Hassan Ali for 52, just played a little away from his body and got the outside edge. Marcus Harris followed soon afterwards, caught down the leg side by Salt, the keeper, off Mahmood for 67. George Balderson then got into the act the very next over, getting rid of James Bracey. Lovely ball, if I can speak. And he had him bowled through the gate for 5. Break off for a moment as Mahmood is in, and Higgins just dropping that one into the offside, and no run. Graham Van Buren, Gloucestershire skipper, was the next to go. A shortish delivery down the leg side, and I think Van Buren will scarcely be able to believe that he got out to it almost. It was sort of a glove down the leg side, I think. Another catch for Salt behind, off Mahmood for 4. Miles Hammond next to go, flashing at a wide delivery, caught behind once more by Salt off Hassan Ali for 9, and Tom Lace fell the very next ball, playing around his front pad at LBW. Higgins defending, on the bounce, back to Saqib Mahmood, and that is the end of the over, 172 for 6, and the 2 runs off the over. I think we might be in for a bit of a late finish tonight. One way or another.
We do have 3 international test match seam bowlers. They don't tend to go at a particularly quick rate.
No, it's -3 in case you're interested on the over rate at the moment.
Jimmy's going to have a go from the Statham end after tea. 12 overs for 23, Anderson. Been breezy all day, hasn't it? You can see his shirt and his trousers still being billowed by the wind, which is blowing into his right-hand side as he runs away from us here, running towards the pavilion. Still remains an absolutely picture-perfect day. It's probably a little chilly in the shade, mind you. We're being deceived, I reckon, because of the bright sunshine. Here's Anderson starting, and Zafar off the back foot, just slice the ball away. Finds Bohannon at point, and there's no run.
Yeah, it was certainly deceptive in the first match of the season at Northampton, where we're actually indoors now, switched ends at Northampton, so we're actually inside the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre in the box that Sky use when they're there.
You're sealed in there as well, aren't you? It's Anderson to Zafar again. One just comes back into it, and he plays it out into the offside for no run.
So there, you know, you're sitting there talking about, oh, well, sun's out for a couple of days, isn't it? Really, really nice out there. And then, you know, you go outside for your post-day interview and you're wishing you brought your gloves and warm hat along with you. But I don't think it's quite that sort of temperature here.
No. Angle down to gully where Lamb fields as Anderson sends it down from over the wicket, and there's no run. That breeze could be chilly though. That breeze could be take the edge off.
I think he's, especially those sitting underneath the point over there, where the majority of spectators actually are. You're now in the shade as the sun's made its way around, and you've got that breeze coming onto you.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not much sun, is there, to be to be had in the afternoon session, because the stand below the hotel, Anderson bowls again, and Zafar tries to work it out towards mid-wicket, just jabs it back down the pitch, and there's no run. That's closed. They're obviously doing some building work. As we mentioned this morning, the old Red Rose Suite has been demolished, so the stand there to the right of picture, below the hotel. That's the key stand for the sun lovers, really. That's where you get all the sunshine. But
there are two security guards enjoying it.
Yes, they've got a bit of sunshine. Got lots of seats to pick from as well. Anderson in, a little bottom edge from Zafar, trying to force the ball away again. It just cuts it down. It bounces to Croft. He leaps away to his left-hand side from second slip. And there's no run.
I reckon the best area to be at the moment is that little area just to the left of those seats, just in front of the hotel, where it's sort of a bit milling about. It looks a little bit sort of, well, I don't know, afternoon garden party going on down there.
Got a bit of AstroTurf, I think, down, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's you've got the fake grass.
You pay extra for a bit of AstroTurf, wouldn't you? Another £3 on your ticket. Zafar defending into the offside, and there's no run. End of Anderson's first over after tea. He starts with a maiden, 172 for 6.
It's very popular.
It is popular.
It's very popular nowadays. I mean, Gloucestershire have got some over on the Hammond roof. There's now a new roof terrace just to the side of it. Be a great place to bring your afternoon beverage up onto and watch the game, get a bit of height close to the bowler's arm. But it's definitely though the fake grass that makes it, you know.
It just takes
certain
elevates it, doesn't it, to a different level.
Mahmood starting his next over and starts Higgins off with a delivery which he works leg side, but can't beat Anderson, who's at short mid wicket and there's no run. Yeah, it just reminds you of a sort of high-end corporate event or whatever, you know.
Very similar.
Your classic canapé options, your smoked salmon, asparagus with bits of bacon wrapped around it or something like that.
Probably more meaty potato pie over there.
Here comes Mahmood, bowls very wide, and Higgins has got some bat on it. He's managed to cut it away. Not going to get 4 for it though, because he was probably towards the toe end of the bat really. He was struggling to reach it. Picks up 2 runs as the throw's hurled in from Bohannon out at deep point. 174 for 6.
He replaced his divot as well, didn't he, Bohannon?
I'm surprised it's taking anything out of this outfield.
Me too.
Must have really dug that foot in there, or the knee. Actually shaking out that ankle a little bit. Higgins to 18 as Mahmood bowls, and Higgins forward and defending quietly out into the extra cover region, and there's no run. So these two really have to bat all evening, almost. You'd think they've just got to. I suppose Gloucestershire have got to get to something like 250, and then say, well, we're probably going to have to bat an awful lot better second time around. But if we can at least get to 250, might give us a fighting chance. I suppose that'll be something they could aim at. So yeah, you could see he was going to lose that, lose that run. I almost thought for a moment that he was actually going to bowl the delivery anyway, which could have been quite entertaining. Could have gone anywhere, but Saki Mahmood pulls out of the run up just at the last moment. Yeah, I mean a score of even just scraping over 200 wouldn't really feel as if it would give Gloucestershire any kind of a fighting chance not to be way behind in the game as Higgins defends on the bounce back to the bowler. And there's no run. I suppose the other thing is that before too long, Lancashire are going to be taking that second new ball potentially, even if they can see off the next 14 overs, 13 overs after this one. So it's not going to be an easy task. There's not always the guarantee that the new ball does too much, the second new ball, but I think there's a chance that it might today. Mahmood in, out, bowls. Higgins lays back and tries to cut, but he can't get it through the gully region, and it's stopped by Danny Lamb. Right idea, I think, from Higgins. He plays that cut shot. It doesn't have to be particularly short. It doesn't have to be that wide of him. He's just quite good at kind of, I guess, keeping the elbows in and playing that cut shot. But with the gully in place, it reduces the area that you can hit it into. Last ball of the over from Mahmood. He's into Higgins, who's forward and just watchfully playing to mid-off. End of the over, and 174 for 6 after 67 overs. Gloucestershire, Higgins 18 and Zafar 10.
Elsewhere, as we just look at that scorecard at 174 for 6, dominated by Marcus Harris and Chris Dent, 67 and 52, but Gloucestershire hoping that Higgins and Zafar can put together a partnership now, try and push Gloucestershire towards a batting bonus point. Everybody playing across Division 1 and Division 2. No interruptions, the weather is fine. There's some balls to Zafar, that's turned out into the onside, and there is no run. Somerset have scored their highest total of the season to date. They've reached 197 for the loss of 3 wickets. Tom Abel, the captain, is 79 not out, and James Hildreth is unbeaten on 45.
I'm sure that's well, for Somerset supporters, a really welcome return to form for Tom Abel, because I saw his scores recently, and yeah, there weren't many of them.
No. And there's some balls to Zafar, left and through to the keeper, no run. Towards the back end of last season as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Quite a lot last season.
I think you could kind of argue, really, as Tom Abel went, so did Somerset's batting lineup in general.
Yeah, good to see Tom Abel back in the runs. Impressive character, isn't he? I think he captains Somerset really well. I think he's a really good role model, a good ambassador for the club. Nice to see him scoring some runs. So 201 now for 3 Somerset at the Oval. Anderson back of a length to Zafar, up onto his toes, and that's defended. And there is no run. Kent to 225 for 3. Daniel Bell-Drummond 140 not out. Again, good to see him in some runs. He's been in pretty struggling form of late.
What a turnaround for Hampshire as well. I mean, one match in being crowned county champions by a lot of people, and
Anderson over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that comes off the inside edge as Zafar just plays forward and deflects down towards fine leg. He gets through for a single. He moves to 11, 175 for 6.
just on this one, Anderson, he must be feeling he's pretty close to beating Zaffa on the inside edge. He's had a couple of deliveries which you could tell they're feeling as if they're quite close to getting through him, and then that one kind of was just, he got enough of an inside edge that it didn't go fine and onto his stumps.
He's got Higgins on strike now with 2 slips in the gully. And some balls, and Higgins hops back and turns it across his pads down to long leg for 1 run. It takes him to 19, 176 for 6. This battle between Anderson and Zaffa will continue. Essex have been bowled out for 168 today, with 4 wickets for Danny Briggs.
He's taking a lot of wickets lately, isn't he, in the Championship, having been kind of pigeonholed as a white ball player for a long time. He's gone to Warwickshire and has been a big part of their success.
Anderson bowls, and Zaffa leans into it and pushes away. Ball deflects down towards Danny Lamb in the gully, and there's no run. End of the over, 176 for 6. So Essex 168 all out, Warwickshire in reply, a 33 for 1. Alex Davis making his Warwickshire debut. The wicket to fall for 22. At Yorkshire, 249 for 7. They're playing Northamptonshire at Wanties Road. David Malan making 64. And Harry Brook, 84. So Yorkshire 251 for 7 now.
Yeah, both those two looked in really good touch last week. Harry Brook with a century, Milan with the 65, I think it was, to help see Yorkshire home. Mahmood starting the next over, flicked away by Higgins off his hip. He'll pick up a single out to deep square leg. 177 for 6. Higgins on to 20. Yeah, Harry Brooks, another one who's been, as people are, touted for England. You know, nowadays, especially with constantly searching for answers in terms of the Test side, anyone who scores 1 century, never mind 2, is going to be touted potentially for England. But yeah, whether we were kind of discussing with Jonathan Deutsch last week, who certainly know better than I would, as Mahmood bowls to Zaffa, who drives quite pleasantly, but only as far as mid-off, and there won't be a run. But it's, you know, it's as with a lot of players in that kind of zone, you know, they need time, really. And Brooks, somebody who's already in England's plans in terms of T20, 50-over cricket, but you know, it just feels as if you need time for these sorts of players to develop, and there's a danger that you can reach too early for solutions outside what's already there, when that just harms them rather than hurts them. That's a good ball from Saqib Mahmood to Zafar Gohar, back of a length, really awkward delivery to face, and Zafar, I mean, understandably, he's no mug with the bat at all. He's getting towards the stages where you might say bowling all-rounder, average of 23, round it up, but you don't want to be facing a delivery like that. You know, even a top-order player. We saw, I think it was, I can't remember whether it was Harris or Dent got one like that from Saqib Mahmood earlier on, and even with the way that they were seeing it, had a difficulty or two, as Zafar is looking for a single, which certainly isn't there to cover point, and then gives the thumbs up to Ryan Higgins as if to say, yeah, no, there wasn't a single there, and Higgins, I suspect, probably saying, you don't need to tell me that. Having a chat and a laugh with Richard Illingworth, and on striker's end. Really personable chap, Ryan Higgins, but he is very competitive, and he's also, I think, quite hard on himself. He's somebody who doesn't take his own perceived failures lightly. Mahmood into Zafar, who leaves this time. It's a good leave, and he holds the bat behind the body to make sure everything's out of the way. Lancashire weren't counting correctly and all went herring off, but there's still one ball left in the over. There hasn't even been a no ball or anything to throw anyone off.
They went in unison, didn't they?
They did, all of them.
That's it. Over. Oh no.
They'll be blaming the one person who's, you know,
got
who
them all
moved
going.
first,
Yeah,
or who's supposed to be, not really supposed to be counting, but you know. Two slips in the gully. Mahmood into Zafar, and that's defended into the short mid-off area. Again, Zafar hoping for a single, but it's not there. And all this is doing is just making sure that the board's going to be kept tight until that second new ball at this point. It's just, even if they are still there, which Gloucestershire will really hope they are, it effectively gives them two. It's not quite the case of two new balls that you might say over the course of, you know, first evening and second morning or something like that, but they're effectively given themselves two really good periods to try and get these remaining Gloucestershire wickets. 177 for 6.
It's a good over, that, wasn't it, from Mahmood? It's a really good working over of Zafar. And there's some balls to Higgins, who's playing forward in defence, and there's no run. Really challenging Zafar Gohar, who did follow one, but it was a sharp delivery from Mahmood. It had pace, it had bounce, movement away from the batter.
Yeah, and you know, that is really, I'd say that is the reason Zafar is batting at number 8, because, and he actually in his last dismissal against Yorkshire, that was how he got out, just chasing a ball a little bit.
Anderson over the wicket. Oh, it's a short ball. And Higgins rocks back and drops his hands.
Well, everyone seemed to enjoy that, didn't they?
It did, yeah. You should often see it from Anderson, that, do you?
No, I suppose. I mean, it's also a little bit unfair in terms of, oh, look at this old crock of a chap who's just tried to bowl a bouncer, but you know. I'm sure it wasn't meant like that.
Anderson again, and full of ball, and plays with straight bat by Higgins. Deflects it back past Anderson, to the right of Anderson, to the right of the umpire, and mid-on comes round to complete the fielding. There's Saqib Mahmood. Captain Dame Villas with polishing duties. Anderson having to go from the Statham end, look, the Anderson end and the Statham end, to iconic Lancashire bowlers of different generations. Wide this time and cut by Higgins, and a fabulous stop by George Balderson. Just a backward point. Higgins probably felt that was 4.
Well, yeah, it's been one of the only balls that Anderson has bowled since this morning, which you could say was a 4 ball. So the fact that Higgins has missed out on it,
yes,
yeah, he's got to make sure that he doesn't play a rash shot in the next few deliveries to try and make up for the one that he's missed out on.
Higgins defends a straighter delivery just on off stump and plays it back towards Anderson, of course, who started the day with bowling a wide. I was going to find out whether or not, ask maybe Andrew Sampson whether or not has he ever bowled a wide with the first ball of the match. Is it a first for the great man?
It feels as if it should be. But
yes. One ball left for Anderson's over. Push a little fuller again, just on off stump. Higgins right in behind it, meets it with the full face of the bat. So very resolute forward defensive from Higgins. Remains on 20. And Gloucestershire at 177 for 6. We've got 10 overs until, as Ed has been describing, that second new ball becomes available for Lancashire to use. We've got 26 overs remaining in the day.
yeah, and actually, I really do think Anderson as well has got this ball reversing just a bit. It's not at the moment been enough to cause too many significant problems, although I think probably that delivery which Zafar inside edged is probably the one that really has caused issues because of that reverse. But I think there's just a hint of it out there. So Mahmood to continue and bowls a short ball which Zafar ducks underneath. It's been quite watchful really as Zafar has hit one boundary, and that was off a late-ish cut against Parkinson. In fact, Anderson, so this is just typical of Anderson, 15 overs in, and even though he maybe didn't bowl absolutely his best spell this morning, he's conceded one boundary in 15 overs. And since this morning, it's been difficult even to get singles off him. Here's Mahmood over the wicket to the left-handed Zafar, who drives pleasantly through extra cover, and that will be 4. Just pitched up a little bit more from Zafar, from Saqib Mahmood, and it just invited the shot, and this time Gloucestershire were able to find the gap. So 181 for 6. Zafar 15 to his name, so his second boundary. Not too much of a change to anything for the moment, though. Not going to be too bothered about the odd drive. Saqib Mahmood in, round the wicket, defended off the back foot by Zafar towards cover, and there is no run. 31 partnerships worth between these two now. Been together for 23 overs. No, 13 overs. It feels as if it's been 23 overs, but it's only been 13. But it's been heavy going. At the moment, though, doing a vital job for their side just to try and give them something to bowl at. Saqib Mahmood in and defended to cover for no run off the front foot by Zafar Gohar, and Scott Reed has just left us, and David Lloyd is back alongside me. What a difference 2 sessions make. Pretty much dominance from Gloucestershire in session 1, and then a serious collapse in session 2, Lancashire on top.
Yeah, Lancashire sort of dried the game up. They bowled to a plan, they took wickets, and they had a real wobble, Gloucestershire, but these two are just dragging it back. It's a watchful partnership, is this? It needs to be.
Mahmood in to Zafar, who angles that one, but can't beat point, and there's no run.
It just looks, you know, winning the toss and batting first, and he's done nothing. It's an easy pace pick, so you're thinking that it's 400, 450 minimum. Well, they're a long way from that. In the 71st over, just coming to the end of the 71st, and the bowlers need to just push on in this last session. It's always that last session, you look at it from a coach's viewpoint, we've got to be real strong in the last session. We've got to be fit.
Last ball of the 71st over. Here comes Mahmood. He bowls, and defensively on the front foot, playing to cover is Zafar Gohar to end the over. 181 for 6 after 71 overs. Yeah, and I guess from Lancashire's point of view, they've taken enough wickets that you would think this, looking at it, yes, Josh Shaw's scored useful runs, Jared Warner likewise when he's played, but you'd be looking at this and saying if you just get one more wicket here, just be patient for the one more wicket, and then I think Lancashire would feel as if they've got a good chance to wrap this up quite quickly.
Do you know, I think then that the leg spinner comes right into it. If you at 8, 9, 10, 11, the spinner who can bowl and spin it both ways should be right into a tail. So this partnership really important.
Anderson to continue, and that's defended by Higgins. Back to the bowler.
Reverse swing.
Yep.
71 overs, reverse swing, Anderson there. That telltale sign as a bowler would run up, Anderson in this case, and he's hiding the ball, but it's definite swung. In. It went in definitely, and it shouldn't do on that breeze. The breeze is howling across the ground.
Here comes Anderson. He bowls to Higgins, and Higgins prods into the covers and says no straight away. Yeah, it's almost the most it's done in the air consistently all day. I mean, the new ball did swing for a little bit, but it seemed as if that potentially it got scuffed up. I don't know what happened, but it didn't swing after the first few overs, and I've been kind of waiting for it to start reversing, but it's taken a bit longer than I thought it might. Anderson to Higgins, who once more is playing softly out into the offside, tumbling stop by Danny Lamb at gully, and there's no run. But I just from watching the Championship over the last couple of years, it seems to me, and maybe it's just because the bowlers don't necessarily have the skills to bowl reverse swing, but it's felt as if once the shine's gone off the new ball, the period that reverse swing happens seems to have been a lot earlier than you've necessarily got used to seeing it. Anderson bowls short, it's pulled away by Higgins, but he's not got a great deal of timing on it. There's a fielder out at deep square leg anyway, so it's just the one. 182 for 6. Higgins on to 21. But I don't know if that's say it could just be because of the skill level of the bowlers and maybe even the knowledge to keep the ball in the condition that it needs to be kept in.
I think they can all do it, but if you look at the square, it's very lush green, and at Old Trafford usually it's rough and it's bare, and then it starts to reverse. It's very lush at this stage, so it's just started in this late 60s, 70s. And he'll seize on it, Anderson. They watch the ball, don't they? All the bowlers are looking at it, looking. Right, this side, now let's see. Now we go to work. It's definitely reversing.
Anderson round the wicket to the left-handed Zaffer, who tries to cut, and he's kind of chopped it through the gully, and that's 4 runs. So that's just the second boundary that Anderson has conceded. I don't know whether Zaffer initially intended it to go that far behind square, but it's worked for him. He's reversing the defensive shot now, so that might give you some sort of an indication, but he won't care too much because it's brought him 486 for 6. But yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's the square, because it's just, and actually, you know, isn't it surprising? After what, about 20 overs, Lancashire were already thinking about just putting it into the umpires' minds about maybe the ball needs changing. They're definitely not going to want this changed now, the way it's started to move. Anderson in, and Zaffer just plays quietly out into the point area, and that is the end of the over. So 8 more left until the second new ball would be due. 186 for 6, 21 for Higgins, 19 for Zaffer, and I suppose you're thinking with Anderson, how many more overs are you going to give him? Because you'd think he'd take the new ball, but maybe he won't.
Well, he's shrewd enough. He might just say to the captain, look, just keep me going for a couple, it's reverse swinging, and then the other 2 guys can take the new ball if necessary. We've seen a first, or I've seen a first, it's the first day of county cricket, but the Anderson stomp. As Zaffer eased that ball down to third man, that was the first Anderson stomp that I've seen. He just turned abruptly round and marched back, muttering something.
Something unbroadcastable, perhaps. Danny Lamb replacing Saqib Mahmood from the Anderson end. That's driven straight by Higgins just to the onside of the stumps, and the fielder, understandably from what we've seen from the outfield, has given that up quite quickly. Dane Villas, nice shot from Higgins, and he moves on to 2,590 for 6.
Well, this is a super shot, straight past the umpire, just to the right of umpire Illingworth. And we've talked about Anderson with reverse swing. Now let's get back to what you said. Is Danny Lamb an exponent? Is he able to do it?
Here's Lamb Bowling back of a length, and Higgins on the back foot playing to backward point. There's no run.
Got to be fuller than that. Got to get much fuller than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the case really in general, hasn't it? I know Van Buren's dismissal was probably a bit shorter of a length, but it has seemed to be a case of the short stuff hasn't really done a great deal. Lamb in, that's short and wide, has been cut away, beats backward point, and there's a chase on, but it's already once again been given up quite quickly this time by Bohannon, and 4 more to Higgins, 194 for 6.
It's important for Danny Lamb, and he's tried reverse swing there. He's bowled a little bit fuller, but he's actually just put it there. He hasn't snapped his action. You've got to get up there as a quick bowler and then zip into your action. It's almost as if he put it there and trying to make it swing a bit.
Lamb to Higgins, very full, and dug out towards mid-off by Higgins. He won't get a run for this one, though. Yeah, he conceded a couple of boundaries in his first over earlier on. Danny Lamb, his figures at the moment read 3.4 overs for 30. I suppose if you know that you're not going to get too many overs with the likes of Mahmood, Anderson, etc., as that's cut by Higgins, this time fielded on the bounce by Croft at point, and there's no run. But again, short and wide, and he's kind of got away with that one, really.
It's a nothing delivery at that sort of pace. Short and wide and not quick.
They've got the deep cover point, really it is, as Higgins defends the last ball of the over watchfully to mid-off, and the end of the over. So a couple of boundaries in that one, 194 for 6, and Higgins is the kind of player who you don't have to give him too much for him to be aggressive. It's rare, really, to see him scoring at a strike rate of under 50, as you get a look into the inner workings of the of the stream there. But yeah, he's not going to miss out on deliveries that he thinks he can score off at this stage. So onus is on Lancashire not to give him those deliveries.
And Anderson's out of the attack. It's Balderson from the Statham end. Just a young lad. Just see if we've seen Anderson just with a bit of reverse. Now then, George Balderson, he's got an action that could reverse it. Let's see.
Bowled well earlier, and he's in now to Zafar, who's rising up onto the toes and defending to mid-off for no run. 14 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 31, but he took, I mean, you could almost argue that Bracey's wicket was potentially the most important, because they'd got rid of the openers. The openers had kind of done their job, but maybe somebody else could have come in and scored big. Bracey getting out, Gloucestershire all of a sudden lost all of their 3 best players in one go, as Zafar just jabs this one in defence out into the covers, and no run. And actually, of all the dismissals, I think that's the one that you'd say, what Bracey would say, well, I got a good one, top of the stumps, and it was early on in the innings, and he just couldn't keep it out. A lot of the other dismissals were balls that either didn't have to be played at, or ones on leg stump which they found a way to get out to, as a full delivery defended off the front foot by Zafar to mid-off, where Villas does the fielding. So just a passage of play here, which Lancashire are going to want to continue to keep things tight as they have been. Balderson has done that in his spell so far today, as he is in and bowls full, and Zafar kind of squeezes that one out to point, and there is no run. But I guess both Higgins and Zafar will know that at this stage it's a period where potentially they could look to move the scoring rate on, but equally they can't they're in a tricky position of not really being able to go after it too much, because another wicket here and we suspect what happens. As delivery on middle and off, full, and defended out towards point, and there's no run. Got a large flock of starlings down there as well as pigeons. Sure, the ground staff won't be too pleased about their presence.
That's usually at the Oval, isn't it?
Yes, the Surrey pigeon.
Residents.
But there's now a resident pair of pigeons in front of the commentary box at Bristol. Balderson in, clipped away, heading towards leg stump, and just turned away leg side by Zaffer. They'll be able to come back for a pretty comfortable 2 as deep square leg moves across. 196 for 6. Zaffer moving into the 20s now as well, on 21. So the effects microphone picks up all sorts of noises. Absolute pests. Find any sort of a corner to nest in, and no matter how precarious the position, they'll still make the pretense of picking up bits of twig to build a nest, even though the nest's already been created for them. 196 for 6. Balderson completing his 15th over, and here's Lamb to start his 5th, and that's down the leg side, flicked away by Higgins, and that will be 4 more. So Higgins to 33, and that's the 200 up for Gloucestershire, which does mean a first batting point for them as well. Polite applause from the Lancashire dominated crowd.
Time for the leg spinner. Just coming up to a new ball option. A bit of attempt to get a leg spinner on.
Lamb past umpire Illingworth, defended off the front foot by Higgins up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I was thinking there was a group. They weren't called flock of pigeons, they were flock of seagulls, weren't they? They were a group, they were a pop group of some...
Is that right?
Yeah, they were called a flock of seagulls.
I had to look that up. Well, that's an extraordinary name. As Lamb is in short and wide, and Higgins has missed out. That's the second one in these couple of overs that Lamb's bowled that he's tried to cut, and I don't know whether he's trying to force it a bit too much, but kind of played it straight into the ground towards point, and there's no run. Ah, yes, a new wave band.
So that must be the 80s. Must be around about the 80s.
Yeah, formed in 79.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Lamb bowls to Higgins, who tries to play deftly and can't beat Gully. Croft yet again in the action. I guess they kind of put Croft where the action is quite likely to be. But he just tried to run that one away through third man towards that sizable flock of pigeons down in front of us. Perhaps a tribute band could be a flock of pigeons. Lamb is in, and once more Higgins playing with a shallow angled bat out towards backward point. There's no run.
Don't mention tribute bands. I'm having the house decorated, and the guy who's doing it is an Elvis tribute.
Oh. Well, are you sure he's not the real thing? I mean,
I'm absolutely certain he's not the real thing.
Lamb to complete the over. That one does come back a bit towards Higgins, but he defends into the leg side, and there's no run. 75 overs gone. It's 200 for 6.
He's a fabulous decorator. Paul he's called. He's a lad called Paul. And when he has his lunch break, he gets in this nice weather. He sits outside and gets his guitar and strums away, and keeps everybody entertained, all the other builders. And well, since my baby left me, he sets off, and he asks everybody to join in, like plumbers, electricians, brickies. Oh, come on, you know this one.
Yeah, there was I think we had a decorator who enjoyed his sort of music hall numbers, and you'd get kind of a burst of something You know, they would only be kind of 10-second bursts.
Yeah, just a couple of lines, yeah.
Just interspersed in amongst a bit of paint. As Balderson continues, that's a no ball to start off this over. So 202 for 6 as Zaffer defends it quietly into the leg side, and there's no run. Well, I remember, I'm pretty sure when we first started these kind of concert series around the grounds, you know, tours being done, it was just tribute acts pretty much that started it off. And now Harry Styles, Lamb in full delivery from Balderson's defended into the offside for no run.
Didn't he play for Man United?
Yeah. Oh dear. I'm sure he'd have liked to.
My jingle.
Sandwiched in between, what was it, the Red Hot Chili Peppers and the Killers.
Really?
What names? Balderson in round the wicket. Bowls to Zaffer, who drives on the up and skews it to mid-off. Kind of looked like it was towards the toe end of the bat, but it wasn't a half volley. And it was not played with a great deal of security. It wasn't too far off the delivery that got Miles Hammond out, actually, just in terms of line and length.
Got a sub on. That's just a glimpse there of Tom Bailey, so Lancs have got a sub on.
Balderson is in, and Zaffer playing into the ground, into the covers. There's no run. So I think he was skipper, actually, wasn't he, last season for a bit when Dane Villas went off to the 100. I think Tom Bailey was captain in the One Day Cup, yeah, because I have a feeling he captained the match against Gloucestershire at Bristol when Villas was called up at late notice for the Headingley-based 100 side, as Zaffer plays with an open face in defence, though, out to point, and there's no run. I'm sure that went down especially well, the fact that Villas went off to the to the Headingley-based side.
Undercover.
Last ball of this over. 70, in fact it's not the last ball, as Zaffer cuts and beats backward point, and that will go to the boundary for 4. Just laid back, played it quite nicely, late, and to the boundary. 25 to his name now, 206 for 6. Wasn't the worst delivery, just a little bit too much length and width.
You know, I think both of these bowlers, Danny Lamb and Balderson, are just putting it there. They know there's a bit of reverse swing. They've seen Anderson. They're not just completing their actions.
Balderson bowls, and that's just push driven this time by Zaffer Gohar to end the over. Goes straight to cover. 206 for 6. There's 4 overs left until the new ball's due.
You know, I can think of 2 great exponents of reverse swing, and they really got through their action with a little bit of a slingy action. Darren Gough was one, and one of the greatest, Wakar Yunis. But you've really got to bowl it. You can't think, oh, it's reverse swing, so I'll just swing it and put it there. You've got to really bowl it. And those 2, Gough and Wakar, they did get through their action and just drop their arm ever so slightly to get it into the breeze to start going away. Now then, this is a good move. Just before 76 overs have been bowled, bit of leg spin, good idea.
Yeah, he's not had a huge amount to do today, Parkinson, just a couple of short spells. He had 3 overs before lunch and he had 2 overs before tea, and he's only going to get 2 overs here, you'd think, but maybe not. We'll see. Takes a couple of wickets. Might be quite difficult to take him off with the tail enders in at that stage, but on the face of it, 2 overs to try and impress. And I know I've been there as a leg spinner, albeit not a good one. It's tricky when you've only got such short spells to try to make your impact. Short leg just getting his helmet sorted, and slip will be in place. Extra cover, short mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, a backward point, a deep cover and a fielder at deep backward square leg as Parkinson prepares to bowl to Higgins on 33. And he's in now, and down the leg side it goes. Not sure that's come off, might not have come off anything at all. It's going to be for some things, and it's byes. So one of those awkward ones right round the pads of the batter, and 210 for 6.
Yeah, the wicket keepers are always a bit unsighted. It's very, very full. The batsman down on one knee and trying a bit of a sweep.
15 extras so far for Lancashire, not a massive number by any means. Parkinson bowls on the money this time, defended by Higgins back to the bowler.
Little bit of drift into the right-hander.
Yeah, I guess breeze just helping to push it in a little bit as well as Parkinson moves in, bowls. Full delivery, Higgins props forward and smothers it.
That's good from Parkinson. It is on that breeze, it's a stiff breeze. Pitching round about leg stump.
Here goes Parkinson. Bowls down the leg side, Higgins pulls away. There's work for deep square leg to do. He pulls out the dive. That's a terrific piece of fielding. That's really good work from Balderson. He's taken a slice out of the turf as well, but he stopped the ball. That was the key, and it's only a single for that. So he's really saved Parkinson there. So that was a drag down leg side. Higgins just couldn't quite get it fine enough. 211 for 6. Higgins on to 34. So the field just switches around a bit for Zafar Gohar, although not much. I think it's actually exactly the same field, just in reverse. Parkinson in and beats Zafar. There's a appeal in both directions, every which way, but not out is the answer. Well, it's a lovely bit of bowling from Parkinson. Zafar coming quite quickly onto that front foot, but it was just on that slightly in-between length. As he's looking to be aggressive with this one, which is pitched right up to him, but he's got a lot of bottom hand involved in that drive, and it's gone straight back to the bowler. So 77 overs gone, to 11 now for 6. 34 to Higgins, 25 to Zafar, so a 61-run partnership now between these two. But in some ways, though, I think all this is doing is underlining how decent a pitch it is to bat on.
It's a 450 pitch. I don't think there's any doubt about that, and so this partnership is vital, very important. Because if I think like 8, 9, 10, 11, the leg spinner should, or a new ball, so there's two options there for lengths. I don't think it's been easy for Villas to give Parkinson a long spell. He's had 2 overs here, 3 overs there. He might only get 2 or 3 overs in this spell. 6 overs, none for 21.
Balderson to continue, and he does get that one to come back a little at Higgins, who defends towards mid-on, and there's no run. But yeah, I think partly because Hassan Ali and Saqib Mahmood had bowled so well, they've wanted to get the extra spells out of them, and Anderson likewise.
You just wonder, looking back, if he could have bowled Danny Lamb's overs.
Balderson to Higgins, who plays on the onside, and picked up at mid-wicket by Villas for no run.
If you've got your 3 gun bowlers, your 3 international bowlers, and Balderson, you should have enough of seam there that would allow you to bowl more leg spin.
I suppose it was I guess they were thinking about the reverse swing at that stage, but then as Balderson's in, that's attempted to be cut by Higgins, but he's chopped it straight into the ground, and then it boings off the pitch up in the air and doesn't go anywhere at all. There's been a few times lately where Higgins has looked to bring out that cut shot and it's just not really got a massive amount on it. Yeah, I guess I guess in hindsight, he probably would have loved to have got Parkinson on for those overs. Lamb 5 overs for 34.
Yeah, yeah.
Balderson has done an excellent job, though, for his skipper as he's in now, and just because I said that, no other reason, he bowls a delivery on leg stump, and Higgins can clip it away quite easily out to deep square leg for a single. 212 for 6. Higgins on to 35. But I suppose if Balderson hadn't bowled as tightly as he did, then potentially Parkinson might have been used a bit more. But I'm sure Lancashire will be thinking of him for the second innings to play a bigger part in this. And likewise, the man on strike now, Zafar Gohar, will assume a part to play as he drives this one through wide mid-off, running towards the rope, but it's going to be stopped in the slide by Hassan Ali, and 2 more runs can be taken. 29 to 27. The scoreboard's already moved over. It's a quick one. 27 to him. 214 for 6. Last ball of the 78th over. Balderson in round the wicket and just drifting onto the pads, but Zafar can't find the gap, and it goes straight to mid-wicket. So 214 for 6. 1 more over, you'd think, from either end, unless something extraordinary happens, and then get the new cherry.
Yeah, is it straightforward just to get the new ball? It might be Anderson saying, come on, let's take the new ball, have a real burst. The captain might think, leg spin for 3 or 4 overs, just see how he goes. It's a great time to take a wicket just before a new ball's due.
Yeah, and in other circumstances, I'm sure both these two would be quite liking to get after Parkinson, mid-off and mid-on, well up. So, can they really afford to at this stage? Not really. Parkinson in to Higgins, who clips that one, but it's stopped by Croft under the helmet on the bounce. Yet again, Croft in the action. Far from putting your youngest member of the side in at short leg, as a flighted delivery is defended on the front foot by Higgins back to the bowler. Sometimes it almost feels that way, but I suppose if you've got your specialist short leg, then put them under the helmet. On leg stump this time, and clipped by Higgins out towards deep backward square leg, and they can come through for another single. To 15 for 6.
It's not the fielding position that you readily put your hand up and I'll do that.
Yeah.
I did it for years, and then I was made captain, so I didn't do it.
Parkinson over the wicket to Zafar, and that's turned quietly to Croft at short leg for no run.
Didn't used to wear any protection at all. You know, you look back at pictures of Brian Close and Tony Greig hanging over the pitch.
Parkinson bowls. Zafar going for a booming drive. He wasn't trying to hit it in the air and didn't. Only got it as far as Saqib Mahmood fielding at mid-off, and there's no run. 1 ball left of the 79th over. Parkinson's there and bowls, and Zafar does come down the pitch and is stumped. So he did lure him into something which he shouldn't have done, and just angled across the left-hander, and Zafar, he just couldn't resist. He thought, this is my last chance to score off the leg spinner, and he's charged straight past it. Salt's done the rest, and it's 215 for 7, and he's barely even in the picture.
Oh, Zafar. He's gone charging down the pitch. It's like the bugle call. Good captaincy, bring him on, tempt him. And it's so out of character with the innings that he's played. He's had an absolute yahoo at that. And when he tries to get back, he doesn't reach. He can't get back in there. Smart work from Salt. That's your breakthrough. So we talked about your 400, 450. They've got to play some now, 7 down. So it's been an excellent day for Lancashire. Gloucestershire winning the toss, batting first on a pristine pitch, find themselves 7 down. Now then, captain, what are we going to do if you're captain? You've got a new ball, you've got international, top-class, world-class bowlers. Do you bring them on with a new ball, or say, my little leg spinner, I'll get rid of these 3?
Everyone's going to be getting in his ear. Yeah, it felt as if he was going to come down the pitch no matter where it was bowled, and credit Parkinson, because he dragged it back enough that he just couldn't get anywhere near the pitch. I mean, he got so far down the pitch, like you said, he couldn't even reach back into his ground, and still he couldn't get anywhere near the pitch of the ball.
It's just the mental aspect of batting. He's played so well, retrieved the situation from 150 for 6, got a real good partnership with assured batting. There's a new ball, it's in his mind, there's a new ball. Is it going to be Anderson? Is it going to be Hassan Ali? Leg spinner, go on, entice him, toss him up. He's charged down the pitch there and missed it by a distance. Suddenly, out you go, 7 down.
Yeah, and the end of a good partnership, 65 between Zafar and Ryan Higgins. But just 1 over until the new ball's due. It'll be Balderson to continue, and Higgins drives out towards deep cover. They'll be thinking about 2 here, and they're not going to get it. It's quite relatively short over that side of the ground, and the fielder was several steps in off the rope, so there was no chance to get back for that second run. Higgins on to 37. I suppose now you're thinking, if you're Gloucestershire, he absolutely won't farm the strike with Josh Shaw, that's for sure. But in any case, now Shaw's going to have to get through a new ball and some fairly rested bowlers. Shaw facing Balderson for now, though, and that's defended towards point for no run. Shaw's had some useful runs in his recent past. Scored a 41 not out to help Gloucestershire avoid the follow-on against Leicestershire last season, so they're going to need something similar to that at this stage, Gloucestershire, if they're going to get towards an average total, I think you might say, as that's worked leg side this time. And there's no run, fielded by Bohannon at mid-wicket. Still shining away at that ball, which has obviously given them some joy in terms of reverse swing, but at the same time it's not reverse swing, which has led to the dismissal. They actually played the reverse swinging ball, I thought, really rather well, these two. Balderson in, that's down the leg side. Shaw can't get a touch to get off the mark, and it goes through to Salt behind the stumps. You can see a great big, it's not even just a grass stain, it's a mud stain on Balderson's trousers, where he went sliding after that ball, which Higgins pulled round the corner. And he went into the slide and saved 3 runs that time. Here he comes over the wicket to Shaw. It's defended to mid-wicket, but definite signs still, even from that ball, that there's a bit of reverse out there, and maybe Dane Villas won't pull the trigger on that new ball, because Parkinson, having just got the wicket, and Balderson still getting a bit of movement through the air, might think this is his best chance to get rid of the tail, as Shaw squirts this one off the inner half down to fine leg, and he'll keep the strike. So a good result there for Lancashire, and 217 for 7 the score after 80 overs. Paul Allott is back in the seat, in the hot seat as it were, and Scott Reed will come into mine in a moment after a few words from him.
Thanks, Ed. Hello, goodbye. Turning into a good day this for Lancashire, I think. That 7th wicket, bit of a rush of blood from Gohar, Good bowling from Matt Parkinson. Saw him coming down through it a little bit wider, and it was a very competent stumping by Salt behind the stumps. So 80 overs gone. Still Parkinson to bowl.
Hi, Paul.
Hello, Scott.
And that was Phil Salt's first-class stumping. And he's crouching down behind the stumps again now because Parkinson's back in and bowling. And Shaw just gets a little tickle on this down towards fine leg. There's a few Lancashire players with their hands on their head as he comes back for 2.
It was a bit of a tentative prod, wasn't it, by Shaw? Not sure that he's particularly confident against Parkinson, although he probably hasn't faced him before.
Slip and a leg slip. And plays forward as Shaw. The ball just deflects away into the onside for no run.
He's unsure, is Shaw.
Unsure whether to play forward or to play back.
Yeah.
I think Parkinson will quite relish the prospect of bowling here, trying to.
Yeah, I think so. It's one of the benefits of having a leg spinner in your side, isn't it? When you get down to numbers 9, 10 and 11. And I'm not surprised. I think given the way he's played these first 2 deliveries, Parkinson wants to add an attacking fielder, a short leg, goes in instead of the leg slip, but I wouldn't be surprised if the leg slip doesn't materialise from somewhere else, or at least be occupied by somebody else.
The way that Shaw's faced these first couple of deliveries from Parkinson is that this has resulted in this, hasn't it? Really?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a tentative approach from the number 9, and it's quite right by Parkinson and Villas to recognise that and to post the extra attacking fielder, so that they're going to be 2 on the leg side. Villas is getting his helmet to field at leg slip. There's a short leg and a slip as well.
Lancashire captain just holding back the possibility of that second new ball. At the minute, he's happy with Parkinson twirling in from the Anderson end. There they all are, crouching round the bat, and he's clobbered that one away through the onside. Out towards that deep mid-wicket, Barry's gone for 6.
Well, attack is the best form of defence when you're a number 9 and you're not sure which way the ball's spinning, or you're not sure what's coming down at you. And the introduction of the leg slip and the extra attacking fielder has resulted in that. A biff over mid-on. It was a good shot as well. Nothing wrong with that.
And in a quirky way, I don't think Matt Parkinson will be too concerned about seeing that. He quite likes it if the batter's going to have a go as well, doesn't he?
Yeah. It's a bit of an, well, it's not exactly an in-out field, it's an infield with people around saving the one, but plenty to catch in the covers.
Gets forward, Parkinson down on one knee as he asks umpire Illingworth if that's out. A little shake of the head.
Well, those forward defensive prods, when you hit on the pad, they're always going to result in an appeal these days. Years gone by, they wouldn't have got an appeal.
And again to short, squirts away through the onside, just to the left of forward short leg fielder. Comes scampering back for 2 actually, he's run well there. He moves to 11, and Gloucestershire to 227 for 7.
Well, things are happening. It's interesting cricket to say the least. Shaw's gone to 11, all in this over. Another change in the field. So short extra cover comes across to mid-wicket to fill the gap.
Final ball of the Parkinson over. It's played back to him. And there's no run. A quirky one, a couple of dot balls in there. That big heave out through towards deep mid-wicket for 6, and a couple of singles as well. Intriguing stuff. 227 for 7, 81 overs gone, with Shaw on 11 and Higgins on 37. But as we see the card there, Lancashire captain has been grateful, I'm sure, for the high calibre of bowler that he has at his disposal, because They really have muscled themselves back into it in the afternoon session. Thanks to Hassan Ali, to Saqib Mahmood. Those two in particular. There was a really intense spell this afternoon. It was good to watch. Last time you were with us, I think Hassan was on a hat-trick, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. Get me interested in the commentary box.
Did.
Everybody here interested as well. Crowd started to drift away now.
It's Balderson to Higgins. Drops it into the offside.
Balderson's had a good day's work in the field for an opening bat, hasn't he? Into his 19th over now. Testimony to the fact that the captain trusts him, and he's bowled well. I mean, he's going at just over 2 and over. Taking a wicket as well. The wicket of Bracey earlier on. Just finish it off with a couple of wickets now. He'll have a great day. Then strap the pads on and bat for 10 minutes.
And balls, that's worked off the pads by Higgins out towards deep square leg for a single. Moves to 38. 2-8 for 7. Picked up wickets last week in Canterbury. Got 4, I think, in the end.
Well, he was the sort of partnership breaker, wasn't he?
Yep.
And that term can be applied to bowlers of lesser ability. And I don't mean that in this case. He's a quality bowler, learning his trade day by day, turning himself into a very good all-rounder.
Comes over the wicket and bowls. Played beautifully straight down the ground by Shaw. That'll be 4 runs. Hit where it came from. Just a fraction, maybe an inch or 2 away from the stumps at the non-striker's end, but a beautiful straight drive from Shaw.
He's played 2 of the best shots of the day in the space of an over. Thump over wide mid-on for 6 off Parkinson, and the straightest of straight drives. Just leant into it, eased it away.
Balderson bounces back in. Shaw turns it through the onside. Hassan Ali gets across the ground from mid-on. Doesn't deny the run, though. Get through for a single. Shaw moves to 16. 233 4-7. He feels, whether he feels this or not, but it feels like Balderson is very much part of Lancashire's first team now. It's been a pretty quick rise for him. His debut season in 2020, that curtailed year. It's forced away by Higgins, doesn't beat the infield, no run.
Well, there's a great degree of versatility about him, isn't there? He's able to bowl as a 4th seamer predominantly at the moment, but the hopes are that he'll improve his bowling, maybe gain a little bit of pace and more confidence, and become an able 3rd seamer. But he started batting lower middle order, and his competence as a batsman has meant that
Higgins defends 2 bowls and no run. End of the over. 233 for 7.
Yeah, that competence has meant that he's perfectly capable of opening the batting. It's a tough task to be a bowler who's going to bowl you 19, 20, 22 overs in a day and open the batting as well. I mean, it's conceivable, quite conceivable, that, you know, if 3 wickets go down now, he'll have to strap his pads on and bat, and that is a tough ask of anybody. But he's up to that. I mean, he thinks that all of this is a challenge, and a challenge to be taken on, and he wants to do it. He's quite happy to open the batting and to bowl. He wants to be in the side, and if that's where Lancashire want him to play and the role they want him to fulfil, he will do it.
Still no Keaton Jennings yet for Lancashire with a calf injury.
That was unlucky, wasn't it? The opposite calf to the one he did at the end of last summer.
Parkinson to Shaw will continue. This is quite intriguing how Shaw will do this. Parkinson's now got a deep mid-wicket, and he swats it with not a great deal of timing, really, out through that onside, and shoots through for a single. There's Bohannon, that deep mid-wicket boundary, which is where Shaw went to go and hit it for 6.
Yeah, this is more of an in-out field. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets down to face Parkinson again, that mid-on doesn't drop back. So you have 3 out on the leg side and everybody else in either catching or saving 1.
Higgins on strike. Parkinson twirls in and bowls. It's pulled behind square on the onside. Balderson deep backward square leg fields. Higgins off the back foot, just dragging the ball around the corner past umpire O'Shaughnessy. Takes him to 33. Score moves on to 235 for 7. And Shaw plays forward. Parkinson brings him onto that front foot, and just a little bit of turn there for Parkinson.
Yeah, and a bit of bounce as well, which is encouraging. It wasn't a particularly positive stroke again from Shaw. It was a bit of a grope rather than a forward defensive, just sort of feeling for the ball.
Turned into the onside slip, or sprint round to from behind the keeper to scoop up the ball, and Shaw gets 1, moves to 18, 236 for 7. Brings Higgins back on strike, 39 not out. Matt Parkinson 1 for 34. And a ball into Higgins, he's forward in defence.
Yeah, well, that's a better way to play a forward defensive against Parkinson. That was committed, it was compact, and no hint of trouble at all for Higgins.
Parkinson from the Anderson end balls, and Higgins will clip it away through the onside just behind square. Balderson fields again. Parkinson pops his cap up. End of the over. He's gone through 19 today, 1 for 50. And just looking around whether Dane Velas has decided that maybe it is time to take the new ball option, because he's having a conversation with Hassan Ali. Maybe the new ball.
Yeah, well, I think if you've got James Anderson and Hassan Ali and Saqib Mahmood in your ranks, even though they've had a fairly strenuous day, I think it's probably time to take the new ball and just see if Lancashire can get these final 3 wickets. Higgins has been a thorn in the side, of course. 40 from 87 balls, played nicely. And Shaw's looking dangerous, 18 from 16 balls, playing like a true number 9, really. If it's up there to be hit, he'll have a go at it. That's fair enough.
Well, this is a whole new challenge, isn't it, though, certainly for Shaw, at the non-strikers end at the minute. But the reintroduction of the bowler of the day in Hassan Ali, 14 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 36. And he's in from the state of the men of bowling, and that's driven away by Higgins through point for a single.
Not taking the new ball yet, I don't think.
No, I don't think they have.
I think there'd be an extra slip in if they had. I haven't seen any signal
me neither.
From the umpires.
Did get this old ball to start reverse
just
swinging.
A little bit, yeah.
See,
No,
Jimmy,
he's warming up, Jimmy. Doing some leisurely side-to-side stretches.
Hassan in and bowling, and that does for show. Ball just dragged back onto his stumps, and he has to depart. The green bail dislodged, lying just behind the stumps, and it only took a couple of deliveries with Hassan back into the strike to see the end of Shaw. It was entertaining for a while, certainly when he faced Parkinson, but his work with the bat today is done. Hassan Ali picks up his 4th wicket as well, 238 for 8.
Yeah, it was a free and easy innings by Shaw. He didn't look particularly safe in defence, but when he played his attacking strokes, played them very effectively indeed, apart from that one, which was just a bit indeterminate, really, looking to push it into the offside. No foot movement, got an inside edge and dragged it on. Just think there might have been a hint of swing in, whether it's, I'm sure it's probably reverse, but a little bit of swing from Hassan Ali, who's got excellent figures. 4 for 37. It's been a long, old, tough old day for Lancashire. They struggled in the first session. Gloucestershire got to lunch on 101 without loss, and then it all changed through the afternoon. Since then it's been Lancashire's day, with a steady flow of wickets. 8 down now for 238 Gloucester.
And Jared Warner, new batter to join Higgins. Smart decision as well by Hassan Ali. I'm sure in conversation with his captain with regards to the ball. The new ball is available for them, but sticking with the old ball, maybe just a little bit of shape back in. Playing his second successive match for Lancashire, Hassan Ali made his debut at Canterbury last week. Here for the first 6 games. You'd expect him to play the bulk of those 6 matches if he's fit.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Glenn Chappell rotates his bowlers, because he's given Tom Bailey a game off. He knows he's not going to get Anderson and Mahmood for every game.
1 on strike, 2 slips in place. And Hassan bowls, he brings him forward in defence, and there's no run.
Just a little bit of late in swing. Just enough as well to beat the bat. It's not significant swing, but just enough. And that'll be the reason why Hassan Ali is still persevering with this old ball. They've got Mahmood and Anderson warming up at mid-on and mid-off. They both want a couple of wickets, you can tell that.
Hassan in, bowls, fires in a Yorker. He's down on one knee, arm outstretched, pleading towards the umpire. Maybe Warner just brought the bat down in the nick of time, got something on it and kept it out. Bit of a wry smile on the face of Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah, surely not impressed with that appeal particularly. Maybe there was a little bit of bat involved, bit of inside edge, bottom edge. But it swung, definitely swung.
Well, of the 2 warm-ups, Anderson and Mahmood looks a little bit more energetic. My money's on him. Hassan bowls to Warner, rocks onto the front foot and jabs his bat down. No run.
2 of England's selectors / scouts here today to watch proceedings, and Jimmy and Saki will have been at the top of their list. Jeff Arnold, former England opening bowler, and James Taylor, I don't know what his title is really now. He's a selector anyway.
He is, yeah,
he's still a selector.
Hassan bowling, and Warner plays forward. And he picks out Mahmood, who might well be into the attack from the Statham end. It's a wicket for Hassan Ali, back into the attack. He's now got 4 for 37. It's 238 for 8. Higgins has 41. And Warner yet to score. He's faced those 4 deliveries of that wicket taken over for Hassan Ali. He's got plenty to watch, hasn't he? Taylor, in particular.
Yeah, well, he has. I mean, I'm sure he'd have been eager to cast an eye over Bracey, who's only got 5 today, bowled by George Balderson. But yeah, I mean, plenty to watch in terms of Anderson, Mahmood, Parkinson in the Lancashire ranks. For Salt, I suppose, as well. I've heard good things about Higgins and his rise up the ranks, and he's played well today. 41 from 88 balls, and he's on strike now.
And it will be Saki Mahmood with a slip in place. And Higgins just trying to run it down towards third man. It's a good stop actually by Luke Wells, who's at slip.
It was a bit Bambi on ice, that, wasn't it, really?
He's a big lad and he can look a little bit like that.
Gangly.
Yeah, it can, yeah.
But it was a good stop.
I think it adds to the charm of it all, really.
What, the characterisation of cricketers?
Yeah, I quite like it.
Yeah. You should go around the field giving them Disney characters that they resemble.
Higgins waits, chops the ball away through the offside. Stephen Croft is out towards that point region, and he fields, and there's a run for Higgins. He moves to really gritty 42 here. He's had to get through this, hasn't he? He's played well for his team here, contributed 42 runs, but he's batted a decent amount of time, faced quite a decent number of deliveries. When wickets were falling at the other end, he's hung around. Done a good job. Field of feels a little bit tighter now. Everyone's crept in because Warner's on strike. Mahmood in. It's left.
I just feel there should be one more slip in to the batsman that's just arrived, number 10, facing England's incumbent quick bowler with a square leg, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off, extra cover. It's just, you know, no third man. They don't have third man these days.
No.
Second slip instead of mid-wicket for me.
Okay. Mahmood balls left by Warner. And through to Salt.
Of course, the counter to that field placing will be that, well, I'm trying to bowl a bit of reverse, and reverse generally into the batsman is the way that the bowlers operate. So that's why the mid-wicket's there, for a chip catch or whatever. If that's the case, you could take the extra cover out and still have a second slip. I'm not talking a top 4 batsman here.
There's Mahmood running in towards his balls to Warner. Leans into it and plays it safely away into the offside, no run.
Always used to annoy me, Scott, giving the batsman runs down to third man. If you bowl a good ball and he gets the outside half or the outside edge of the bat to it, and it runs away between slip and gully, and it goes for 4. I mean, where is the sense in that? I just do not get it. That's where he's supposed to bowl. So if that happens again now to a number 10, he'll get 4. Whereas you can just about stomach giving him 1 with a third man back there.
Mahmood to Warner. It's a little bit too wide this time and left. End of the over, 239 for 8. Is there some kind of statistical reason behind it? Some analytical reason as to why you would not have a third man? Because it is a position that's pretty rare now, isn't it? It feels that way.
Yeah, it's a position that's certainly out of vogue in modern red ball cricket. I think the feeling is that you're more attacking, or perhaps even more run saving, if you have that man in the ring, either at extra cover or mid wicket. It might be to do with the fact that perhaps bowlers pursue more variation in the modern game than they used to, where line and length was such a premium.
Fresh over from Hassan Ali, bowling to Higgins. That's defended to mid-on, no run.
So you've got a classic example of that now to Hassan Ali. You've got a deep square leg and a deep fine leg, and a slip and a gully, well, you've got a deep point. So I suppose that's a halfway house between having a third man, and it is Higgins on strike, who's likely to be a bit more aggressive.
New ball's just been taken as well.
Aha.
So that might change it a little bit.
Well, there's a second slip coming in, you see, which is fine. That's good.
Hassan Ali has had enough with the older ball, and they've opted for this new ball. Here he comes, charging in, couple of slips waiting. It's worked off the hip down to fine leg and moves on to 43. So 240 for 8. With 4 balls left of the over. I need to update radio listeners, so I shall leave you with Paul, and Ed's coming back.
I thought that's what you were doing whilst you were commentating, Scott, but anyway, he's gone now, so he can't answer that. I think he's gone to do a top of the hour report for one of the BBC radio stations, Manchester or Lancashire or Manchester. That's where he's gone to. Fear not, Ed's here.
Just about assembled myself as Hassan Ali is in and Warner defends up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So Warner, he's shown a bit of ability to stick there at the crease in his young Gloucestershire career. He batted for 93 minutes, faced 82 balls against Northamptonshire, with Gloucestershire, again, running theme, talked about that with Shaw earlier, needing to avoid the follow-on in that match. Hassan Ali in, oh, that's a beauty, which is it angled in and then just seemed to leave Warner, and he had to play at it, and he actually just played down the line of off stump and just covered it up and missed it.
So he can bat a bit, Warner, he can hang around, but he's going to have a difficult and different task today. Facing the new ball is never easy for a number 9, 10 or 11, and when it's in the hands of Hassan Ali and Saqib Mahmood and James Anderson, it's a different kettle of fish.
Quite, indeed. That's the major caveat to, to that. That's edged and taken at third slip. He's gone. And there is the fifer for Hassan Ali. 5 for 38. Caught at third slip quite comfortably. And Warner departs for a duck. Faced 11 balls. And it's 240 for 9. And Higgins may have no choice now but to try and give it a bit of welly in the next over. Wasn't too much really that Warner could do about that. It was just a delivery right on the money and caught the outside edge, and a pretty simple catch at third slip. So 240 for 9, and just Ajit Singh Dale left, who at least so far in his Gloucestershire career has not shown massive promise with the bat, but I guess there's always a first time for everything. But yeah, tremendous effort from Hassan Ali. 5 wickets. Danny Lamb the catcher at third slip. And, well, he's bowled tremendously, Hassan Ali, on a pitch which actually hasn't really offered him much.
Well, it's pretty flat, I think, isn't it? And not an awful lot of pace in it. So Hassan Ali has bowled as well as any seam bowler could expect on here. He's bowled a probing line and length. Just enough, done enough with the ball, a little bit of late movement with the old ball, a bit of reverse swing, and now he's got the new ball, a little bit of extra nip, which is too much for number 10. Good catch from Danny Lamb. It was down low by his ankles, but snaffled it safely. And the trademark response from Hassan Ali.
It's sort of a...
Well, it's a bit like starting a lawnmower and punching the air all at the same time.
Well, he might be doing it again in a moment, we'll see. He's got 1 ball left this over to Ajit Singh Dale, and there's 3 slips and a gully in place. So looking for the 6 for. Here comes Hassan Ali, past umpire O'Shaughnessy, bowls on leg stump, and it's been clipped away beautifully by Ajit Singh Dale. Watch out, pigeons, and it's going to go for 4. It's going to trickle over the rope. So that's already his highest Gloucestershire score in one fell swoop. He's doubled his... Yeah, admittedly he's only played... This is only his 5th first-class match, but he's doubled his average, which was 2 1/4 before this.
Well, it was a very accomplished clip through the leg side, wasn't it? Hassan Ali searching for that Yorker. It was just, in the end, it was a leg stump half volley and clipped away very adroitly by the number 11.
Yeah, well, he's...
How many overs have we got left today? Where's it?
We have got 10 more overs left.
Right, well.
So a fair bit of time, and could be slightly awkward period for Lancashire to face, but it's only awkward if they lose a wicket. But Higgins, before he can think about his bowling work, 6 more runs for a second batting point is potentially rather important. Deep point out, deep third on the boundary rope. Deep square leg and a fine leg. Just the 1 slip in place. A cover, a mid-wicket, a mid-off and a mid-on. As Mahmood is in and bowls wide, and Higgins has cut at that one and missed.
He's played underneath that, didn't he? He's going to try and play a few shots, I would think. Bonus runs for Gloucestershire, and if it doesn't succeed, doesn't come off, then this will be a handy little spell for Gloucester of 5 or 6 overs at the end of the day. Balderson has already bowled 19 overs, and he's got to strap his pads on, open with Wells. So it's the sort of period where opening batsmen just are not exactly looking forward to with relish.
Mahmood in. Higgins gets a very wide delivery, which just laces into the gap. There's a tumbling stop by Lamb down at third man, and they're through for 2. It was nicely placed in the gap by Higgins. Couldn't quite get enough on it to go for 4, but he's kept the strike, and it's 246 for 9. So one more 4, and Gloucestershire will at least have got 2 batting points. Mahmood turns almost in the shadow of the pavilion and the point at the end of his run, as he's now in and bowls to Higgins, who just dabs that one away down to third man, and they're going to take the single, which is a little surprising for me. Third ball of the over.
There's an element of trepidation in your voice, Ed, about leaving Dale on the strike. You don't sound, and when a commentator doesn't sound confident, that's a bit of a worry.
Well, who knows? We'll see. I mean, he might unfurl another beautiful clip through mid-wicket for 4. But
I've seen nothing but class from him, you see.
There we go. He's just left mid-wicket wide open for him. It's there for him. 3 slips in a gully then, with Gloucestershire needing 3 runs for a batting point. Is he just going to decide to have a pop at it himself? Mahmood in, bowls to Dale. That's a short of a length delivery outside the off stump, and Dale kind of inclined the hands as if to think about maybe doing something with it, and then I think the ball was by him by the time he'd had a second thought.
Well, he left it.
He did.
So that's fine. Yeah, he did.
In the end. Yeah, well, I mean, as I say, maybe I just haven't seen enough of Dale's batting ability to know, you know.
We're going to find out very shortly, I think.
13 runs in his young career as Mahmood bowls, and that's played quite competently out towards the wide mid-off, really. That fielder is kind of floating between extra cover and mid-off, trying to cut off both options. No run.
Nothing wrong with that. Good backward defensive stroke. Got 1 ball left in the over to survive.
I suppose Dale might also be thinking about a bit of revenge if he does cop any kind of short stuff. Dale is pretty quick, and I'll be interested to see what he does on this. Obviously, it'll be his 3rd match in a row, so yeah, it'll be intriguing as he's reached for that one, and I think fortunately from his and Gloucestershire's point of view, the ball was wide enough that he couldn't get any bat on it, because I'm not sure too much good could have come of that, but he missed it, and it's gone through to Salt to end the over. 247 for 9.
I now understand your concerns, and on that I'll go.
Right. Thanks very much, Paul Allett. So we have 9 overs remaining in the day. So now that this next over's started, it'll be more than 6 that Lancashire have to face if the wicket does fall in this over. Hassan Ali with a slip in a gully, and Saki Mahmood's not actually looking the right way. Now he is, as Hassan Ali is in, and that's angled away wide of gully. They might be able to come back for 2 here. Higgins is going to sprint back for the second. The fielder down at third man was going to have to field and throw off balance. So good work from Higgins to find the gap and get 2. 249 for 9, and this potentially might be a situation where if Higgins gets a single, he might just take it, because that extra point is potentially rather valuable. You just never know with these little points here or there, and it's almost, it's kind of a case a bit like net run rate sometimes, where it's no good worrying about the odd bonus point here or there towards the end of the season. Higgins on 48 now as well. Hassan Ali in, bowls and beats Higgins with a ball which just at this stage it's especially difficult to say Higgins shouldn't have played at that, because he's looking to put bat to ball. He's got the number 11 in, and he obviously just felt he could just tickle that down to third man maybe for runs, but ended up getting beaten by it. A lovely bit of bowling from Hassan Ali once again. Here he comes And bowls to Higgins, and Higgins drives and gets plenty on that. Fielder charging around from the deep point boundary, might get there and does. An excellent tumbling save out there on the boundary rope. They'll get through for a couple though, which brings up the 250. Good work from Bohannon, and it also brings up the 50 for Ryan Higgins. A battling effort, and he's actually still got there at better than a run every 2 balls, despite what's happened. But this has been a, as I say, just a real fighting innings from Higgins. He's had to play with, well, he's had Zafar Gohar for company out there, but Gloucestershire have been really behind after that collapse this afternoon. Higgins cuts once more. This time will come through for a comfortable single out to deep point. And it's 252 for 9. Higgins on to 51. But against a quality attack, admittedly not on potentially the toughest surface, although it'll be interesting to see what Gloucestershire have made of it. But to be fair, Higgins did have to face the ball when it was reversing as well. This is an impressive innings from Ryan Higgins. It's good to see him back in good form with the bat.
Yeah, it's a terrific knock. This, isn't it? Just what Gloucestershire needed to get up to 250, get another point.
Hassan Ali in. Dale is kind of jumping at quite a full delivery there, but he managed to kind of get back down to earth and defend it up to mid-on, and there's no run. But yeah, it's an innings of potentially enormous value for Gloucestershire here.
It is, and it's been an innings where he's, as you touched on, he's faced a variety of bowling. Lancashire have rotated the bowlers, old ball, new ball. He's got through it all so far.
Hassan Ali into Dale, who drives in the air and is caught at point. And that is the end of the innings. Bohannon, I believe the catcher, and Hassan Ali finishes with figures of 6 for 47. An uppish drive from Dale is caught, and I suppose the one thing is he's got out to the last ball of the over, so there's no deliveries wasted here. There'll be 2 overs for the change of innings. Lancashire will have 6 overs to face tonight. Gloucestershire are bowled out for 252, and Higgins finishes 51 not out.
Yeah, Hassan Ali 6 for 47, his figures. Well battered Higgins, showing some great character and skill at the end of that Gloucestershire innings. It's a total which we think will be, or is below par on this pitch, especially on the back of such a good morning. Hassan takes the applause of his Lancashire teammates, and a richly deserved it is also for Hassan Ali. But Higgins at least able to get Gloucestershire to 250 to secure that second bonus point. It's, I would think, from where they were at lunch, a lot lighter than what they would have expected first time round, Gloucestershire. But that's, I think, to the credit of Lancashire's attack. It's an attack of great quality, isn't it? 3 test match bowlers in there: Hassan Ali, James Anderson and Saqib Mahmood, plus your leg spinner in Matt Parkinson. Jimmy's been wicketless today. It's not been his day with the ball. It's belonged to Hassan Ali with 6 for 47.
Yep, so really, you know, with the ease with which Gloucestershire went in the morning session for the most part, I'd have struggled to believe, in a way, 252 all out. But as you say, it's been that mixture of some batting which Gloucestershire will look back on and wish they'd done a few things differently, and acknowledgement of the Lancashire attack. And even though whilst the wickets may have fallen to some shots which, as I say, Gloucestershire may wish they'd played differently, at the same time it was the pressure that Lancashire built up before those shots quite often that led to the shots themselves being played. It's always very easy to take potentially a poor shot or a shot you wish you'd maybe not played at all out of context, but really the tightness of, and it was what it really was, I think, was that spell with Saqib Mahmood and Hassan Ali bowling after lunch, which has really done it. And then actually Anderson switching ends and coming on in the morning session. Actually, that was another period that we managed to get through, but just it was periods like that which built up the pressure, and it was just, could Gloucestershire see out those periods? In the morning session they could, but in the afternoon session they didn't, and was it 6 for 31 in the end from 119 without loss. That's really sunk them in this innings. They've got themselves, thanks to Ryan Higgins and Zafar, and a few useful runs from Josh Shaw as well, up to that 250 mark, which it gives them enough of a chance, you feel, potentially to come back in the game later on. Potentially. It's going to be another instance of Gloucestershire having to come from behind, which has been a bit of a running theme, and top sides won't let you do that very often, and it feels as if it's going to be tricky for Gloucestershire to get back into the game if they can't take early wickets. But if they could get 1 wicket tonight, even 2, but if they could just get 1 wicket, I think that would at least leave them with a feeling that they could bowl Lancashire out for something relatively close to their total, and they might manage maybe even just to limit the damage on first innings and then bat well second time around, and see if they could set Lancashire something a bit awkward potentially on the final day, with, who knows, maybe the pitch starting to take a bit more turn, I don't know. But either way, I think Gloucestershire find themselves chasing the game again after that innings.
Yeah, I think the point about kind of taking shots in isolation is quite intriguing, isn't it? Because these things are often clipped up and put on social media, and you think, what a dreadful shot. But it's the broader picture of what led to that particular moment. And I mean, you don't need to be, have a great insight to the game to know that Gloucestershire are facing an outstanding bowling attack here. So, and I think the pressure that Lancashire cranked up in that afternoon session, I actually don't think they bowled that badly this morning. I don't think there was that many poor bowls this morning. I thought Gloucestershire batted well. I thought Lancashire were a bit ropey in the field, maybe for the first half an hour, 40 minutes. But Harris and Dent batted really well. I thought the afternoon Lancashire was just kind of consistent pressure, and wasn't a great deal of opportunity to get the ball away. And there wasn't really much respite, and the one moment of respite, or one of the potential moments of respite, could have been, for example, when Lancashire turned to George Balderson, who's not Hassan Ali, he's not Saqib Mahmood, he's not Jimmy Anderson, but Balderson bowled really well. So there just wasn't a great deal of kind of chance to escape the pressure that Lancashire's seamers, and obviously all international seam bowlers, had produced. And I think the credit there toward Lancashire, the standout performance clearly at the end there with the bat in Higgins, and it was set up this morning by Harris and by Dent. And because of the lunchtime score, you'd think 250 all out, 100 without loss at lunch isn't a great couple of sessions, and of course it isn't. But we faced some pretty good bowling there.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to mention is that knowing the quality of the bowling, I think that once that clatter started, and I still think that the most important wicket potentially was that of Balderson getting rid of Bracey, because they got the openers quickly, but then Bracey going as well. 3 quick wickets. We then had 2 men out there, 0-off-0 balls, and each batter that then goes out after that knows what they're up against. They know that they're then, a bit behind in the game. When Bracey gets out 133 for 3, they know that there's a lot of runs out there that could do with being scored, but you know that you're against the likes of Anderson, Hassan Ali, Saqib Mahmood on a surface where you should be scoring runs, but you know that you've got to face them, and I think that plays into it as well. Once the collapse starts, I think it's got to be in the mind a little bit, kind of. And it maybe fed the collapse a little bit, just knowing who you're up against. That's surely it's only human to think of that. So I think that's you know, potentially that's something that contributed to the, well, trickle which turned into a bit of a cascade.
Well, let's see what Gloucestershire can do with the ball. Be a real bonus for Gloucestershire if they can get at least a wicket in these final 6 overs. There's not a great deal to be gained, I don't think, for Lancashire's 2 opening batters here. They will both be, their main priority will both be to be there tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, almost regardless of what runs they get from these 6 overs. And that can, I guess, alter your mindset potentially when you're thinking about, not really thinking about the score necessarily, more thinking about, well, I want to make sure that I'm here at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So Balderson and Wells to open the batting for Lancashire.
Ryan Higgins to start off the bowling, and it'll be interesting to see who gets the new ball with him. I guess it may well be Ajit Singh Dale who opens things up. He took the second new ball in the first innings, I think it was, against Yorkshire. Bowled really well with it. So without Matt Taylor in the side, and of course without David Payne and Naseem Shah as well, I think it may be Dale that gets it from the James Anderson end. Here's Higgins, though, to the left-handed Wells. And, oh, gosh, that was close first up. And, pardon me, Balderson, of course, on strike first ball. But that was quite close to being pad first. Bat and pad quite close together with a ball which just swung back a bit to the left-hander. And I reckon if that had hit pad first, it would have been fairly close.
It's a great delivery first up, that, isn't it? That ball just coming back in towards Balderson. That's a terrific ball. You've got to play at it, and he did.
Higgins in and bowls. That one's well wide of off stump and left alone by Balderson. So, I mean, especially impressive, really, when you consider Higgins has just been batting out there for an hour and a half. Sorry, 2.5 hours. Not had much time to think about his bowling. Been thinking about bonus points and keeping strike, etc., and he's got to come straight back out there and think about his bowling. Higgins in, and that's a beauty, which Balderson, he left his bat there as if to say, well, why wasn't the ball there? That's what I thought it should be. And it just left him again. So signs that there's enough happening for Higgins out there. He might be able to make something happen with a bit of movement through the air. As he's in once more over the wicket and bowls, that one comes back towards Balderson, hands clasped in front of his mouth there from Higgins, but this time Balderson able to play it very much with bat rather than bat and pad, quite close together. But it's been a really good start, this, from Ryan Higgins, and like you say, you just when you know it's pretty much survival only as an opening bat, it's not the easiest. This time it's clipped away by Balderson. He's going to get runs here, might well get 4 as it's rolling with some pace out to the boundary, and it goes over it. So the first runs for Lancashire come in the form of a boundary and 4 without loss after 5 deliveries. No balls have been a bit of a problem for Higgins over the first couple of matches, so keep a bit of an eye on that throughout this innings. Last ball of the over, Higgins to Balderson, who works this one up to Dale at mid-on, and that is the end of the over. So a 4 off it, but Higgins beating the outside edge, coming fairly close to beating the inside edge as well. And it does look as if it will be Dale to open the bowling with Higgins, because I mean, it certainly looked as if it was going to be him anyway. He'd come out without the sweater, which I think basically everyone else has on. So we'll see. Got 3 overs to charge in as hard as he can, but obviously accuracy is important as well.
Hassan Ali with that 6-wicket haul for Lancashire. It's the 17th time in first-class cricket that Hassan Ali has picked up a 5-foot. 17 times in his first-class career. 5 of them have been for Pakistan. Well, 6 of them, correction, for Pakistan. In and bowling to Luke Wells, left through to the keeper, and there is no run.
I think what you'll see from Dale is you're less likely to see the kind of new ball spell that Ryan Higgins is going to bowl. I don't think he's going to be kind of, you know, line and length, swing it both ways. He's going to test out the middle of the pitch potentially a little bit as well. Not too much, but you know, he's going to be a different kind of new ball bowler from Higgins for sure.
He's got 3 slips in place. In and bowls to Wells, who's almost crab-like going across his stumps there to keep that out. Spun him round, full face of the bat. He's got feet pointing back down the pitch, and the ball just drops out into the offside, and there's no run. So 3 slips, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. And Dale is starting in shadow to emerge in the sunshine, running in from the Anderson end. Balls to Wells, who leads very theatrically. The ball's through to the keeper. Bracey takes it and hands it out towards one of the slip fielders, and there's no run.
Yeah, we've got Hammond at first slip, Dent at second, and I think that's Marcus Harris in there at third. So that's your slip cordon. Jared Warner actually has fielded in the slips before, but he's down at fine leg this time. Tom Lace was also at third slip a fair bit last match, but he's at backward point.
All wearing their jumpers. Dale in to Wells, up onto his toes and drives up towards mid-off. Higgins comes across to his right-hand side to complete the fielding, and there's no run.
Yeah, there were, well, I think it was 2 catches, maybe you'd say 1.5 that went down at third slip last match, and both Lace and Harris dropping catches at third slip. Both Hammond and Dent so far have been perfect at first and second, but I suppose who fills at third?
Dale bowls and Wells leaves. And through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Graham Van Buren, the ball of energy at cover. He certainly leads the field in terms of energy out there. Is sort of similar to Somerset's Tom Abel in that respect. Is always clapping his hands or moving about somehow, just letting the batters know that he's there.
Always on the move, is he? It's Dale to Wells. It's a glorious shot, strike, and that's is a shot that brings him 4 runs. It just got underneath the dive of Higgins, who's at mid-off, and he went leaping away to his right-hand side. Thought he got something on it, just stretching for it beyond his reach. Down to the boundary, 4 runs, and that completes the first over sent down from the Anderson end by Dale. And Lancashire move on to 8 without loss. We've got 4 overs remaining on this first day.
I think one of the things, you talk about the speed of the outfield quite a lot, but sometimes, and I think that may be another example, we saw plenty more in Lancashire's innings, particularly early on, where actually the speed of the infield can cause the odd issue, because I think on another surface Higgins might well have stopped that one, but just the speed that it's coming at you, even if you just get a small hand on it, it's not going to be enough on this. Higgins in, and there's a big shout for leg before wicket here, which is turned down by umpire O'Shaughnessy. He had to think about that, though. It was one of those where it would only have been pitching leg, hitting leg. It was a ball which Balderson was trying to work a way down towards fine leg. It's been signalled leg by as they came through for the run, but it wasn't. I mean, I've seen a couple of times where Steve O'Shaughnessy's just completely almost ignored the appeal. That one, he just stood there for a little bit, having a bit of a think about it. Higgins then to Wells. That one brings Wells forward and defends to Dale at mid-on. Just having a second look at it on here. I think the issue was probably more whether it pitched in line, because it wasn't the, I thought maybe it was the in-swinger or the in-swinger to the left-hander which maybe was going down leg, but I think we might have been hitting the stumps. Just where did it pitch? Higgins to Wells, who's in behind that and defending up to mid-on, and there's no run. Paul Wandering Asia at leg before cricket. Hold on, Ed. Coming from behind, you might be right, but they have to get to 250 first. Well, you're quite right. They do. We're just going at the moment really on our perceptions from what we've seen from this one day, but who knows, they may be totally off base. Where I'm concerned, they usually are. As Wells defends out towards mid-wicket this time, and there's no run. Higgins attacking the pads here.
Yeah, he's bowling quite straight, isn't he?
Yeah.
Got off to a good start. His first delivery to Balderson was right on the money. So targeting the pads of these two opening batters for Lancashire. One appeal so far, turned down by the umpire.
Higgins bowls. Oh, that's gone right through him. What a ball from Higgins. It's beaten Wells on the inside edge, and it's missed the stump somehow as well, as Bracey takes that one probably beyond the line of leg stump even, and I've no idea how that's missed everything.
It's an absolute peach, isn't it, that, by Higgins. Going to get a few of those as an opening batter. You just nod your head to the bowler.
Higgins bowls, and that's played slightly splayed fashion from Wells out into the covers, and there's no run, but that's the end of that Higgins over, and there's only 6 balls left for Lancashire to have to negotiate from Ryan Higgins tonight, but they're going to be a testing 6 balls if his first 2 overs are anything to go by. Lancashire 9 for no loss after 3 overs. Both Wells and Balderson have 4. And can Dale make something happen from the far end to back up what Ryan Higgins has produced so far?
That was a terrific delivery from Higgins. Wells will be pleased that he's still there, beat the whole lot. It makes this little session that Lancashire have got quite intriguing, doesn't it? As Dale is into Balderson, nudges the ball away into the onside, sent back by Luke Wells, which is a wise decision. Gives him the thumbs up too, does young Balderson to his senior partner.
Yeah, Zafar Gohar, the fielder at mid-wicket. It's not going to be the easiest throw, but at the same time, if they'd gone down a pace or 2 further, then there definitely would have been a serious prospect of a run out. Not sure exactly where Balderson was going, but Wells made the call early enough to stop him.
3 slips waiting, Dale bowls. Shuffle back by Balderson. Nice little glance down to fine leg for a single. He moves to 5. Lancashire are into double figures. They move to 10 without loss.
Who'd be the Lancashire choice for a night watch?
Send out Jimmy.
Send out Jimmy. I bet Hassan Ali would love to do it. Especially after taking the 6th vote, you can see him kind of full of confidence, going up to Dame Villa saying, "Let me do it."
Don't know, Banner might say it's all right, I'll come out and have a bat. Dale to Wells, squared up, edged. Oh, bounced in front of Chris Dent. That second slip. Dale kind of peeled away in a little bit of frustration.
Yeah, they will be frustrated the way that they've started here if they don't take a wicket. In a way, the way that they've bowled. Higgins beating the inside edge, beating the outside edge already in his 2 overs, and now the edge actually found and not carrying.
Difficult to tell just how far in front of Dent it was, maybe a couple of yards. Defensive push by Wells, just nudging it out towards Zafar at mid-wicket, and there's no run. To go back to the point we were saying, not a lot to be gained as an opening batting pair to come out and face 6 overs, but you spend all day tomorrow regretting it if it doesn't quite go your way. These two will be determined to be there at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. But it's a good start, this. I don't think Graham Van Buren would have really asked for much more from his team, from these two opening bowlers in particular. Challenging this for the batters. Left by Wells, taken by Bracey. The three slip fielders waiting for the next opportunity if they can create one between now and the close of play.
Yeah, I think Dale is gradually just getting that pace up a bit as well throughout these couple of overs. He was certainly charging in at times at Bristol last week against Yorkshire. It would be really interesting to see how fast it actually is.
Final ball of the over. Wells onto that front foot again. He's a tall man. He's getting a decent stride in, trying to get right on top of it, leaning forward, playing that kind of forward press there, keeping the ball out. Got a little bit of good fortune in that over. Found the edge, did Dale. Unfortunately for him and for Gloucestershire, it fell short of Dent. A wee bit of good fortune for the batter. Wells is still there, 4. Balderson on 5. We've got 2 overs left on the first day, and Lancashire 10 without loss.
So 6 more from Higgins. Guess he'll continue over the wicket. That's been his plan of attack so far. 20 to 7. It's been a fairly long day, but Lancashire, the end's in sight for them. Higgins in and bowls. Balderson on the front foot in defence. We've got a short mid-wicket in place, and I think that's Jared Warner there. He's just underarmed the ball past Graham Van Buren at mid-off. So a bit of an inquiry as to what went on there. Higgins in, and in behind that Balderson. A few oohs and ahs. For a moment it looked as if he might have been getting a bit squared up by it, but he got plenty of bat on it and defended into the leg side for no run.
A couple of games have reached their close on day 1 elsewhere in the LV County Championship, including Somerset. Good day for their captain, Tom Abel. 121 not out overnight. Tom Abel, Somerset 283 for 6.
Higgins in, delivery on leg stump. It's clipped away, but stopped by Zafar Gohar at mid-wicket, and there's no run. He also takes a big chunk out of the turf as he slides across. He is going to replace the divot now. Yeah, there we go. Bang it back in with the left boot.
So the close of play at the Oval. 283 for 6, Somerset. Warwickshire 76 for 2 at the close in reply to Essex 168 all out.
Higgins round the wicket to Balderson, gets that one to maybe come back at Balderson a touch, but played quite comfortably up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Alex Davis out for 22 today, but Dom Sibley 33 not out overnight, and Sam Hain on 7. So 76 for 2. Warwickshire trail Essex by 92 runs.
Here comes Higgins, just 2 balls left for him today. He bowls, and Balderson in behind it, and defending quite quietly, just rolled not even a pitch's width away, and no run.
Jordan Thompson making 51 for Yorkshire. Harry Brook 84 and David Malan 64. Yorkshire total of 296 all out. And at the close of play in reply, Northamptonshire are 26 for 2.
Higgins in, bowls wide of off stump. Balderson doesn't have to play, so it's a maiden over from Higgins. He's bowled really well in those 3 overs. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 4. Just the one scoring shot off his bowling. Came very close to getting the wicket, but it's still 0 where it matters for Lancashire. 10 for no wicket, and whoever had their pads on in the pavilion can take them off, because they won't be needed. 1 more over left in the day.
In Division 2, Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater Put on 50 for the first wicket. Close of play, Nottinghamshire 50 without loss in reply to a Durham total of 230. And there's 2 other games that reached their close on the opening day in Division 2. Final over of the day here. Dale in and bowls, worked off the hip by Luke Wells. Down to backward square leg for a single, 11 without loss. Lancashire, Derbyshire 36 for 1. Replying to a Leicestershire total of 213 all out, and Worcestershire have reached the close of play on 338 for 5. Century there for Brett D'Oliveira. It's 106 not out. The only other game that's currently in play, apart from here in Manchester, is in Cardiff. It's Dale bowls to Balderson. And he wants one, again he's sent back. Oh, he's run out! Great pick up and throw by Zaffer. Direct hit. Balderson wanted a single, sent back. And what a breakthrough that is for Gloucestershire. And that might well be, in fact it will be stumps on this first day. George Balderson run out for 5. And jubilant celebrations for Gloucestershire. What a great way for them to end it. Sharp piece of work, direct hit. Balderson wanted one, he was sent back, and at Gloucestershire strike he was well gone. And the reaction there of the Gloucestershire players tell you what a bonus that is right at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, the warning signs I guess were there because it happened once before, and it was actually I think played to the identical spot. It's just that this time Balderson went that extra step further, and that was what did him. He was able to get back before, but not this time. And still, Gloucestershire players hugging and patting Zafar Gohar on the back. I mean, who would have thought that he would be the one to provide the breakthrough at the end of the day? Certainly weren't enough overs left to have thought that he'd be able to get on and take the wicket with the ball, but he's been sharp onto that, and he only had 1 stump to aim at. He had some time to aim, and he didn't have to throw particularly hard, but at the same time wasn't an easy throw. It was kind of across his body a bit, and he managed to, I guess he must have managed just to take the time that he had in order to make sure that he hit him. But that is potentially a vital wicket, because, you know, energy's all of a sudden up in that Gloucestershire dressing room. They're going back in thinking about something good rather than potentially, or he didn't quite get enough runs. And so Gloucestershire do get their wicket at the end of the day, but it was a bit of a gift from Lancashire.
Yes, it was, but a fascinating day's cricket. Really entertaining opening day's play to this county championship fixture. Both Gloucestershire and Lancashire will look at an awful lot of, you know, positive things, I think, to take from it. And that bonus right at the end, that run out, certainly will give Gloucestershire something to build on heading into tomorrow morning. We will be back for coverage, of course, tomorrow. Don't go away if you're watching on the live stream. We're going to hand you from the commentary box down to the studio in the next few moments. Paul Allett and David Lloyd will wrap things up, and me and Ed will be back tomorrow morning.
Hi, I'm Keaton Jennings, a batter at Lancashire Cricket Club, and we are here on the sportsbreak.com terrace at Emirates Old Trafford. And as you can see behind me, we're really close to the pitch. We've got sofas, park benches, and a lovely bar in the corner. Emirates Old Trafford will be absolutely bouncing during every game day, so come down with sportsbreak.com and enjoy your day.
Well, what a good day's county cricket that was. The first day of county championship cricket at Emirates Old Trafford of the season. Gloucestershire all out for 252, and Lancashire ending on a bit of a sour note, really, 11 for 1 with that run out off the last ball of the day's play. David Lloyd's alongside me. David, you must have really enjoyed that as a day's cricket.
I think it's been terrific. The quality has been excellent. An athletic Lancashire in the field. I think captaincy at Dame Villas was really good. He kept his seamers going, and right at the end, just before a new ball is due, and it's reverse swinging, he kept Parkinson on. And Parkinson brought the partnership, and then Hassan Ali got to work and got his 6 wickets.
Gloucester got away well, didn't
Very
they?
well.
They were 100 without loss, 101 without loss at lunchtime. And at that point, Lancashire supporters and the team perhaps might have had visions of Gloucester going on to score 400.
It's a 450 pitch, there's no doubt about that. And so you look at that morning session, I thought they were splendid. I thought they played really well, Gloucestershire. And Lancashire were fine, no problem at all with Lancs. But then they squeezed the game. After that break, Lancashire just tightened up and squeezed the game. Balderson bowled really well. Anderson leading the attack. He's been wicketless today, but he's bowled okay. And so just that period, they lost 3 quick wickets, and Bracey, who's the man in form, was bowled by Balderson, and Lancashire tightened and tightened and tightened. There was a partnership again of 65, and then Parkinson gets the breakthrough, all out 252.
Got a highlights package of the day with main runs and wickets, and as we say, it was all Gloucester in the morning session, with Dent playing particularly well, so too Harris. I think some of the Lancashire sides in maybe not in recent times would have felt a little bit downhearted at lunchtime. Dane Villas, you mentioned captaincy. What really struck you about that, apart from the fact that he kept Parkinson, or brought Parkinson back on at the end?
Well, he's got the tools, he's got the ammunition. He's got 3 international bowlers. But the pitch is brilliant. It really is such a good pitch as this. And so he rotated his bowlers. There might be one little thing that Danny Lamb, as a medium pacer, supplemented the other medium fast bowlers. And so he could have used those overs with a leg spinner. The leg spinner is always going to be in the game at Old Trafford. But other than that, after that century partnership, I thought Lancashire got to work. They squeezed the game, which is important. Bowl maidens, tighten up, and you start taking wickets. That's exactly what they did. And Gloucestershire, from 100 for none, were on 50 for 6. Then they fought back with a partnership. Parkinson did his job. Break that partnership. Hassan Ali cleans up.
It was, yeah, and it was Hassan Ali who got the first wicket, got Dent out, which we've just seen. I was really impressed with him. He's a skiddy bowler, isn't he? Not tall, skiddy, but he's got great command of line and length, and he can zip the ball around a little.
He was
the bowler of the day, basically.
Yeah, the other thing, but I think the attackers supplemented each other. Saqib Mahmood comes on, Anderson comes on, Balderson's bowled, 19 overs?
Yeah.
And opened the batting. Sorry that he was out just at the end there. So they've got potency in the attack, but the one thing that has really impressed me on day one at Emirates Old Trafford, it really impressed me, is the fitness and the athleticism of the team. Sometimes you might be thinking, well, you're carrying a couple. No, they look absolutely bang on. Now, I think that's quality. The quality of the staff who work the players. You've got to work your players. The players have to respond. At 100 for none, you might be thinking this is going to be a long day. No, they fought back into the game and got themselves right in the game. And even though they've lost that 1 wicket there, what their game plan now, Lancs, if I'm involved with Lancs at all, my game plan on that pitch, bat once. Bat once.
Yeah, I mean, historically pitches here don't deteriorate much, so it won't crumble and crack. But it will bring the spinner into the game a little bit more because of the footholes, and because the pitch will dry out a bit more, it'll get a bit more bounce in it, do you think?
Yeah, I do. I think there'll be rough in the run-off areas where the fast bowlers bowl. The quality of the batsmen of Lancs, somebody should be looking at this 1 or 2 and saying, I'll get 100 on here. And you do that, and you go way past the opposition, and your thoughts tomorrow would be, it might change, the Gloucestershire might bowl wonderfully well, but there's not much evidence of swing, there's no movement off the seam. What have they got in the spin department? Get plenty of runs, bat once, put the opposition under pressure, and your leg spinner gets to work.
It's a great summary, and the weather's set fair as well. David, thank you very much indeed for being here with us at Emirates Old Trafford today. We thoroughly enjoyed your time with us, and you'll be popping in at various times through the summer, won't you? I think you'll be looking forward to that.
I feel like I've come home.
Great stuff. OK, so a really good day's cricket then here at Emirates Old Trafford. Gloucestershire bowled out by Lancashire for 252. Lancashire 11 for 1. I think on the balance, Lancashire will be really pleased with the way the day has gone. More cricket for you tomorrow on all the club's social media streams and on YouTube too. We'll see you then just before 11 o'clock.